There are places buried beneath the earth that refuse to give up their secrets. Temples carved with impossible precision, artifacts that defy everything we think we know, and entire civilizations that vanished without a trace. These aren't myths or legends. These are real, unexplained discoveries that have left archaeologists scratching their heads for decades. Who built them? How did they do it with ancient tools? And the biggest question of all, what else is still out there, waiting to be unearthed? From lost cities swallowed by time, to relics that seem to belong to another age entirely, tonight we're exploring some of the strangest and most mysterious archaeological finds ever uncovered. So grab a snack, get comfortable, and let's dig into the mysteries that history still refuses to explain. High in the Peruvian Andes, overlooking the ancient city of Cusco, lies one of the most astonishing archaeological wonders in the world, the Sacsayhuamán Walls. A site of breathtaking scale, its massive stone fortifications stretch across the landscape, constructed with such impossible precision that they have stood untouched by time and the elements for centuries. This is no ordinary ruin. The stones that form these walls are among the largest ever used in ancient construction, some weighing over 200 tons, yet they fit together so perfectly that even a razor blade cannot slip between them. The sheer complexity and craftsmanship of Sacsayhuamán raise unsettling questions. How were these enormous blocks quarried, shaped, transported, and fitted with such precision using only the primitive tools available to the Inca? And perhaps more intriguingly, was it even the Inca who built it? The name Sacsayhuamán means satisfied falcon in Quechua, the language of the Incas, though its true purpose remains debated. Located over 12,000 feet above sea level, the site commands an incredible panoramic view of Cusco below. Today, only a fraction of its original structure remains. What we see now are the surviving sections of a much larger and more complex site, reduced by centuries of stone looting and dismantling after the Spanish conquest. But even in its diminished state, it remains a feat of engineering beyond explanation. The walls of Sacsayhuamán are composed of enormous limestone blocks, some standing over 20 feet tall and weighing as much as a commercial jet. Unlike the rough masonry found in many other Incan structures, these stones were shaped with extreme precision and placed together so seamlessly that they required no mortar to hold them in place. Their surfaces are smoothed and polished, their edges cut to interlock perfectly, creating a structure that has withstood centuries of earthquakes that have devastated Cusco and other surrounding regions. The walls themselves follow a distinctive zigzag pattern, stretching for nearly a kilometer in 3 massive terraces that resemble a series of giant steps. Some believe this unusual layout was designed for defense, while others suggest it held deep symbolic significance, possibly representing the jagged shape of lightning, a sacred force in Andean mythology. Unlike many other ancient fortifications, Sacsayhuamán was not simply built on flat terrain. The Incas, or whoever constructed the site, carefully integrated the walls with the natural rocky hills, shaping them to blend with the landscape in a way that suggests a deliberate and sophisticated design. There are also remnants of what appear to be large doorways, tunnels, and water channels, hinting that the site may have served multiple purposes beyond just a fortress. Some sections feature enormous circular depressions carved into the rock, thought to have been ceremonial plazas or astronomical observation sites. Others have deep-cut channels that may have directed water in specific patterns, possibly for religious rituals. Mainstream archaeology attributes the construction of Sacsayhuamán to the Inca Empire in the 15th century under the rule of Emperor Pachacuti, the same ruler credited with commissioning Machu Picchu. According to historical records, thousands of Incan workers spent decades transporting and carving these stones to form this massive complex. But here is where the mystery deepens. Local legends tell a different story. The Incas themselves are said to have spoken of Sacsayhuamán as a place that was already ancient when they arrived, built by a race of builders from long before their time. If true, this would mean that Sacsayhuamán predates the Inca civilization by an unknown number of years, possibly by millennia. One of the greatest puzzles of Sacsayhuamán is the logistics of its construction. The nearest quarry for these immense stones is miles away, across rugged, mountainous terrain. The Incas had no wheels, no large draft animals, and no known form of advanced engineering equipment. The official explanation suggests that thousands of workers dragged the stones using thick ropes and wooden rollers, slowly inching them across the landscape. But even today, with modern equipment, moving stones of this size would be an enormous challenge. If they did use human labor alone, it would have required an incredibly sophisticated understanding of weight distribution, leverage, and manpower organization that is rarely seen even in modern construction. There are also theories that the builders had knowledge of techniques that have since been lost to time. Some researchers have speculated that ancient Andean cultures may have discovered a way to soften stone, allowing them to mold and shape it like clay before it hardened again. This idea stems from reports of an unknown plant-based substance, supposedly capable of breaking down rock, a concept passed down in local legends, but never scientifically proven. Others suggest that a form of acoustic levitation or vibrational energy may have been used, though no evidence of such technology has ever been discovered. The question of why Sacsayhuamán was built is just as intriguing as how it was constructed. The Spanish conquistadors, upon seeing its massive walls, immediately assumed it was a military fortress, and historical records suggest it played a key role in battles against the Spanish invasion. However, many archaeologists believe the site was far more than just a defensive structure. Some evidence suggests it may have been a ceremonial or religious center, possibly dedicated to the sun god Inti, the most important deity in Incan mythology. Others propose that it served as a royal retreat or gathering place for high-ranking officials. Adding to its enigma, Sacsayhuamán has stood firm through centuries of devastating earthquakes. Cusco, just below, has seen entire colonial buildings collapse due to seismic activity, yet the massive stone walls of Sacsayhuamán remain intact. The secret lies in a construction technique known as ashlar masonry, where stones are carefully shaped and arranged in a way that allows them to move slightly during an earthquake, but always settle back into place. The fact that this was achieved without the use of mortar makes it even more remarkable. Could the builders have had a deeper understanding of earthquake-resistant engineering than we give them credit for? Another theory suggests that Sacsayhuamán may have been part of a much larger, interconnected network of ancient sites. Some researchers have drawn comparisons between the construction techniques of Sacsayhuamán and other megalithic sites around the world, from Puma Punku in Bolivia to certain structures in Egypt. The similarities in precision stonework and engineering methods have led to speculation that these sites could be linked in ways we have yet to understand. Did an ancient, advanced civilization once span the globe, leaving behind clues in the form of these incredible constructions? Despite decades of study, the origins of Sacsayhuamán remain a mystery. No one has been able to fully explain how it was built, who built it, or why. Was it a fortress, a temple, or something else entirely? Did the Incas truly construct it, or did they inherit it from a lost civilization with knowledge far beyond our own? And if so, what other secrets might still lie hidden beneath the Andes, waiting to be uncovered? For now, Sacsayhuamán stands as one of the greatest unanswered riddles of the ancient world, a site where history and legend blur into one. Its walls remain silent and unmoving, a testament to a past that refuses to fit neatly into the narratives we've been told. The deeper we look, the more questions arise, and one thing becomes clear: there is far more to our past than we have been led to believe. Before we get into the next mystery, just a quick reminder: as always with our deep dive videos, the visuals provide extra context, but they aren't necessary to enjoy the stories. Whether you're watching, listening in the background while you work, or even drifting off to sleep, just sit back and let the mysteries unfold. And if you'd like to support the channel, as well as get all of our videos ad-free, consider joining us on Patreon. The link is in the comments below. All right, Let's get you back into the mysteries. This next one takes us far from the Andes, into the hands of Viking warriors, and into the heart of a mystery that shouldn't have existed for another 800 years. Across the world, in the hands of Viking warriors over 1,000 years ago, another mystery was forged. One that challenges everything we thought we knew about medieval metallurgy. The Ulfberht swords, legendary weapons of the Viking Age, were crafted with a level of precision and purity so advanced that they shouldn't have existed for another 800 years. These swords, inscribed with the name +ULFBERHT+ along their blades, were stronger, more flexible, and more resilient than any other weapon of their time, leading many to question how such advanced technology appeared in the hands of Viking blacksmiths. At a time when European swords were brittle and crude, the Ulfberht swords were in a league of their own. Made from high-carbon steel with an extraordinary lack of impurities, they were sharper and lighter than any other contemporary weapon. Most iron weapons of the Middle Ages were forged with a method known as bloomer smelting, which left behind slag and imperfections that made the metal brittle. But Ulfberht swords were different. They contained almost no slag at all, and their carbon content was closer to that of modern steel, something medieval blacksmiths simply should not have been capable of producing. The secret to their strength lies in the material, what metallurgists today call crucible steel. This method of steelmaking involves heating iron to extremely high temperatures until it fully liquefies, allowing for the removal of impurities and the precise control of carbon levels. The problem? Crucible steel wasn't known to exist in medieval Europe. The first official record of such advanced steel production doesn't appear in Europe until the Industrial Revolution, nearly 800 years later. So how did Viking blacksmiths achieve this in the 9th century? More than 100 Ulfberht swords have been discovered across Scandinavia, Northern Europe, and even Russia. What sets them apart is the signature mark, plus ULFBERHT+, engraved along the blade. The name is believed to be either a mark of the master smith who pioneered the technique or a brand used by an elite group of sword makers. But even within these rare swords, there are two distinct categories. Some bearing the Ulfberht name are genuine crucible steel masterpieces, while others are crude imitations, made of lower quality iron, but still carrying the prestigious inscription. This suggests that the original Ulfberht swords were so superior that blacksmiths across medieval Europe attempted to counterfeit them, hoping to pass off lesser weapons as the real thing. The genuine Ulfberht blades, however, remain a mystery. They were not only sharper and stronger than any other swords of their time, but they were also far more flexible, able to withstand heavy blows without breaking. In battle, such a weapon would have been priceless, cutting through inferior swords and armor with ease. But the biggest mystery surrounding the Ulfberht swords is not just their craftsmanship, it's their origin. Crucible steel was not developed in Europe during the Viking era, but it was known to exist elsewhere. In the Middle East and Central Asia, particularly in the regions of Persia and India, highly advanced steelworking techniques had been developed centuries earlier. The famous Damascus steel, renowned for its strength and beauty, was produced using similar high-carbon methods. Some historians believe that Viking traders may have encountered these superior steelmaking techniques while journeying along the trade routes of the Islamic world, and brought the knowledge, or the raw materials, back to Scandinavia. This theory is supported by the fact that the Viking world was far more connected than people often assume. The Varangians, a group of Norse warriors and traders, traveled deep into Russia, establishing settlements along the rivers that connected northern Europe to the Byzantine Empire and the Islamic caliphates. Vikings were known to have traded with the Middle East, acquiring luxury goods like silk, spices, and silver. It's possible that along these trade routes, they also obtained high-quality steel ingots, or even learned forging techniques from Eastern blacksmiths. But even if Vikings had access to imported crucible steel, the next question remains: Who among them had the skill to shape it into such refined weapons? The forging process required temperatures far higher than any medieval European furnace was thought to have been capable of reaching. The idea that a Viking blacksmith could somehow achieve this level of metallurgical sophistication centuries ahead of their time is difficult to explain. If they had mastered crucible steel, then that knowledge was eventually lost, as no similar steel weapons appear in Europe for nearly 1,000 years after the Viking Age. Another theory suggests that the original Ulfberht swords may not have been made by Vikings at all, but were instead the work of elite Frankish swordsmiths. This would explain why many Ulfberht swords have been found in areas controlled by the Franks, rather than exclusively in Scandinavia. The Frankish Empire, under rulers like Charlemagne, had strict laws controlling the sale of swords to the Vikings, but history shows that black markets always find a way. It's possible that Ulfberht swords were either smuggled into Viking hands or obtained through raiding. Adding to the mystery is the fact that at some point, the production of true Ulfberht swords suddenly stopped. The real crucible steel versions disappear from the archaeological record, replaced only by the crude imitations made of inferior iron. This suggests that whoever originally crafted these masterpieces either took their secrets to the grave or that the source of their materials was suddenly cut off. Was there a single master blacksmith, a lost forge, or a disruption in the trade routes that brought crucible steel to Northern Europe? Even today, metallurgists and blacksmiths struggle to replicate the exact properties of a true Ulfberht sword using the materials and techniques available at the time. The level of refinement and purity achieved remains unmatched by anything else from the medieval world. Some attempts to recreate an Ulfberht sword have required modern furnaces and specialized equipment, highlighting just how advanced these weapons were for their time. So where did these swords really come from? Were they the product of Viking innovation, the work of a secretive group of Frankish blacksmiths, or the result of knowledge borrowed from ancient Persian or Indian steelmaking traditions? Could there have been a lost center of metallurgy, an unknown forge where someone had discovered the secrets of high-carbon steel centuries before the Industrial Age? Like the megalithic walls of Sacsayhuamán, the Ulfberht swords stand as another anomaly in history, evidence of an intelligence and technological skill that does not fit neatly into our understanding of the past. Whether forged in the hands of Viking smiths or acquired from distant lands, these swords remain one of the greatest unsolved mysteries of medieval warfare. And if these lost techniques once existed, one has to wonder, what other forgotten knowledge has been buried by time, waiting to be rediscovered? Some mysteries remain hidden beneath stone, others forged in fire. But some secrets are buried deep beneath ice and snow, only to resurface centuries later, whispering stories of lives lost in the most inexplicable circumstances. High in the Indian Himalayas, in a remote glacial lake, surrounded by towering peaks, a discovery was made that left archaeologists and scientists utterly baffled. Hundreds of human skeletons, preserved in ice, scattered around the edges of a frozen lake. No weapons, no signs of burial, and no clear explanation. This is the chilling mystery of Roopkund Lake, a place where history and legend blur, and where a forgotten tragedy has remained frozen in time. High in the Indian Himalayas, nearly 16,000 feet above sea level, lies a place known to locals as Skeleton Lake. Officially called Roopkund Lake, it is a small, remote body of water, frozen for most of the year, surrounded by towering peaks and an eerie silence. For centuries, travelers passing through the area spoke of something strange. Human bones scattered along the shore, some even visible beneath the clear, icy water. Local legend told of a forgotten disaster, a tragic fate that befell a group of people long ago. But no one knew who they were, how they died, or why their remains had been left in such an unforgiving place. It wasn't until the 1940s that the outside world took notice. A British forest ranger, patrolling the area, stumbled upon the skeletal remains and raised the alarm. What he found was unlike anything recorded before. Hundreds of human skeletons, perfectly preserved by the ice, their bones untouched by scavengers. Some were still wearing remnants of clothing. Others had wooden walking sticks and jewelry, frozen in time. The discovery sparked immediate questions. Who were these people? How had they died? And why was there no sign of a burial or battle? At first, theories were scattered. Some speculated the remains belonged to soldiers from an ancient war, perhaps a failed invasion or a lost army caught in the mountains. Others believed it was a mass burial site, a place where bodies had been deliberately laid to rest centuries ago. But neither theory fully explained the random placement of the bones or the lack of weapons in traditional burial markers. It became clear that whatever happened at Roopkund Lake was something unusual, something that left these people stranded in one of the most hostile environments on Earth. For decades, scientists could do little more than guess at what had happened. But as technology advanced, so did the investigation. In the early 2000s, a team of researchers finally conducted a full DNA analysis on the remains, and what they found only deepened the mystery. The skeletons did not belong to a single group of people. Instead, they came from multiple distinct genetic backgrounds, separated by both time and ancestry. Some were closely related to South Asian populations, while others appeared to have Mediterranean or even Eastern European heritage, an impossible mix for such a remote location in the Himalayas. Even more baffling, carbon dating revealed that the bodies weren't from a single event. Some dated back over 1,200 years, while others were from as recently as the 19th century. It was as if people had been dying at Roopkund in waves, centuries apart, yet under strikingly similar circumstances. The most chilling revelation came when scientists analyzed the skull fractures found on many of the skeletons. The injuries were consistent, not from weapons, avalanches, or rock slides, but from something falling from above with extreme force. The shape of the fractures suggested blunt trauma to the top of the skull, as if these people had been struck down by something large and heavy, yet no weapons were found at the site. The best explanation: a sudden violent hailstorm, with hailstones so massive and forceful that they struck people down where they stood. This theory began to align with an ancient local legend, passed down for generations. The story told of a royal pilgrimage, a king, his wife, and their entourage traveling through the mountains, angering the goddess of the region with their arrogance. In punishment, she sent a storm of hard, round stones as large as iron balls, killing them all. For centuries, it was just a folktale, a cautionary myth meant to warn travelers of the dangers of the mountains. But now, the evidence seemed to suggest there was truth buried within the legend. If a sudden, catastrophic hailstorm had struck a group of people in this remote pass, it would explain the fractures on their skulls, the lack of weapons, and the scattered placement of the bodies. It also made sense given the lake's location, perched in a natural basin, surrounded by ridges that could have funneled a storm directly into the area. A severe hailstorm could have trapped and killed an entire group, leaving their remains to be slowly preserved by the ice over time. But the mystery doesn't end there. While this theory may explain one group of skeletons, it doesn't account for the multiple waves of people who died at Roopkund centuries apart. If a hailstorm was responsible, why did the same fate seem to strike different groups of people across different time periods? Was Roopkund an ancient pilgrimage site where travelers regularly perished under extreme weather conditions? Or was there something about this place, something drawing people to it, only for them to never return? Another lingering question is why some of the skeletons belong to individuals who don't match the genetic profile of the surrounding populations. The presence of Mediterranean ancestry at such an isolated location raises the possibility that Roopkund was not just a local pilgrimage site, but part of a larger trade or migration route, connecting distant cultures in ways we still don't understand. Even today, Roopkund Lake remains one of the most remote and inhospitable places on Earth. During most of the year, it is frozen solid, its surface concealing the bones hidden beneath. But when the ice melts, the skeletons resurface, staring back from the past, as if reminding the world that their story remains unfinished. Though the hailstorm theory is the most widely accepted explanation, many questions remain unanswered. Why did multiple groups of people die there, centuries apart? Were these mass deaths all caused by natural disasters, or was something else happening at Roopkund Lake? Could there be an undiscovered historical event lost to time that ties these deaths together? Or is the site itself something more, a place with a deeper significance that we have yet to fully understand? The mystery of Roopkund Lake is still unfolding, and while modern science has brought us closer to an answer, it has also revealed just how much we still don't know. Some discoveries only deepen the mystery, and in the case of Roopkund, every new finding raises more questions than it answers. The lake remains silent, holding onto its secrets, waiting for the day when the last missing piece of the puzzle finally falls into place. The mystery of Roopkund Lake reminds us that some of history's strangest discoveries are not buried deep underground, but hidden in plain sight, waiting for the right conditions to reveal themselves. Even when science steps in with answers, some pieces never quite fit, leaving us with more questions than we started with. But not all ancient mysteries are concealed beneath ice and snow. Some have been standing for thousands of years, their true origins lost to time. In the deserts of Egypt, far from the frozen peaks of the Himalayas, lies a structure that defies explanation. Beneath the sands, hidden behind more famous ruins, sits a monument unlike anything else from its time. The Osirion, an underground temple with stone blocks so massive, so precisely cut, that they seem completely out of place compared to the structures around them. Some believe it predates the pharaohs themselves. Others think it holds the key to a lost chapter of history, but no one can say for certain who built it, how, or why. The Osirion sits within the temple complex of Abydos, one of the most sacred sites in ancient Egypt. Abydos was a major religious center for thousands of years, revered as the mythical burial place of Osiris, the god of the underworld. The site is filled with temples, tombs, and inscriptions detailing the reigns of Egypt's earliest kings. But while the rest of the complex fits neatly into the timeline of Egyptian history, the Osirion does not. Unlike the ornate temples of the pharaohs, decorated with intricate carvings and hieroglyphs, the Osirion is built from massive, unadorned granite blocks, some weighing over 60 tons. The walls and columns fit together with an almost megalithic precision, reminiscent of structures like Sacsayhuamán in Peru, or the foundations of Baalbek in Lebanon. The most striking feature of the Osirion is how different it is from the surrounding ruins. The temple of Seti I, built above and around it, is full of detailed carvings, listing the names of Egyptian rulers in what is often called the King's List, a record of pharaohs dating back to mythical times. But the Osirion itself is stark, almost industrial in its simplicity. There are no inscriptions, no reliefs, no markings that indicate who built it or when. It looks as if it belongs to an entirely different era, one that predates the elaborate Egyptian temples that surround it. Mainstream archaeology attributes the Osirion to Pharaoh Seti I, who ruled during the 13th century BCE. His temple, built just above, does contain references to the Osirion, leading some to believe that Seti either constructed it or discovered it during his reign. But there's a problem with this explanation. The construction style of the Osirion is nothing like the rest of Seti's temple or any other Egyptian temple from the same period. While the temples of the New Kingdom were built with finely cut sandstone blocks, stacked and decorated, the Osirion is made of colossal, rough-cut granite megaliths, placed together with such precision that no mortar was needed. The design is more in line with much older, megalithic construction found in completely different parts of the world. This has led some researchers to speculate that the Osirion is far older than the reign of Seti I, possibly thousands of years older. If true, it would mean that the structure was already ancient by the time the pharaohs of the New Kingdom arrived. Some believe it could even date back to pre-dynastic Egypt, a time before recorded history, when an earlier civilization may have possessed advanced engineering skills now lost to time. Adding to the mystery, The Osirion is located below the current ground level, with much of the structure submerged in water. This suggests that when it was built, the environment around Abydos was very different, possibly before the shifting desert sands covered the area. Some researchers argue that the Osirion was originally constructed at a time when the Nile flowed at a higher level, meaning it could be thousands of years older than traditional estimates suggest. If the Osirion predates Seti the Firm, the question then becomes, who built it? Egypt's own mythology may provide a clue. Ancient texts speak of a time before the pharaohs, when the gods themselves ruled the land. This so-called Zeb Tepi, or first time, is said to be an age when Osiris, Thoth, and other deities walked among humans, bringing knowledge and civilization. While many historians dismiss these stories as pure mythology, some researchers believe they could be distorted memories of a lost civilization that once thrived in the region long before the rise of dynastic Egypt. One of the most compelling arguments for an older Osirion comes from its similarity to other ancient sites around the world. The construction style, massive, tightly fitted stone blocks, bears a striking resemblance to sites like Machu Picchu in Peru, Pumapunku in Bolivia, and the megalithic foundations of Baalbek in Lebanon. These sites, like the Osirion, have an air of technological sophistication that seems out of place for their time. Some researchers believe they could all be remnants of a lost, highly advanced civilization that predates known history. But even if the Osirion was built during Seti's reign, it still raises an unsettling question. Why would a pharaoh construct a temple in a style so radically different from anything else in ancient Egypt? Some suggest that Seti discovered the Osirion rather than built it, and chose to incorporate it into his own temple complex, much like how later cultures have built upon the ruins of older civilizations. The fact that the Osirion lacks hieroglyphs or inscriptions is unusual for an Egyptian temple, further suggesting that it may have belonged to an earlier era. Then there's the water. The Osirion is constantly flooded, with its lowest section submerged year-round. Some believe this was intentional, that the temple was designed to be partially underwater as part of its original function. Osiris, the god to whom the temple is believed to be dedicated, was closely associated with the underworld and the life-giving waters of the Nile. If the Osirion was a place of ritual, the presence of water may have been essential to its purpose, but others argue that the flooding is simply the result of changes in the water table over thousands of years. For now, the true age and purpose of the Osirion remain a mystery. Was it built by the pharaohs of the New Kingdom, an architectural experiment unlike anything else in Egypt? Or was it an inheritance from a forgotten civilization, its true history lost to the sands of time? What we do know is that the Osirion doesn't quite fit into the traditional narrative of Egyptian history. Its megalithic construction, lack of inscriptions, and unusual location set it apart from the temples of the pharaohs. The Osirion stands as a silent mystery beneath the sands of Egypt, a structure that doesn't quite fit within the timeline of history as we know it. Its massive, unmarked stone blocks and unexplained origins leave us wondering how many other ancient sites might exist that challenge our understanding of the past. But sometimes, history's greatest mysteries aren't hidden beneath the ground. They stretch across the sea, visible for all to see, yet no less puzzling. Off the coast of India, in the shallow waters between India and Sri Lanka, lies an ancient formation that has sparked debate for centuries. A mysterious chain of limestone shoals, stretching nearly 30 miles across the ocean, forming what appears to be a natural bridge. But this isn't just any stretch of land. In Hindu mythology, it is known as Ram Setu, or Adam's Bridge, believed by many to be a remnant of an ancient pathway built by divine hands. Some claim it is entirely natural, a formation shaped by tides and time. Others argue that it may, in fact, be man-made, a forgotten relic of a time so distant that it has blurred the lines between history and legend. Ram Setu has been known for thousands of years, appearing in ancient texts and maps long before modern science attempted to explain its origins. In the Hindu epic Ramayana, written over 2,000 years ago, it is said that this bridge was built by an army of Vanaras, divine monkey warriors under the command of Lord Rama, the Prince of Ayodhya. According to the story, Rama needed to rescue his wife, Sita, who had been kidnapped and taken to the island kingdom of Lanka. To reach her, he commanded his forces to construct a bridge across the ocean using floating stones, blessed to stay above water. With this divine bridge completed, Rama's army marched across the sea, waging battle against the demon king Ravana, and ultimately rescuing Sita. For centuries, the story of Ram Setu was considered purely mythical, a sacred tale rather than a historical event. But then came satellite imagery. In the early 2000s, NASA released photographs of the region, showing a clear, continuous line of submerged formations stretching between India and Sri Lanka. The images immediately reignited the debate. Was this just a coincidence of nature, or had the Ramayana been describing something real all along? Geologists argue that the formation is a natural phenomenon, likely a ridge of limestone shoals and sandbanks that formed due to ocean currents and shifting tides. Some studies suggest that the land bridge could be anywhere from 7,000 to 18,000 years old, possibly formed when sea levels were lower, allowing a land connection between the two regions. But others aren't convinced. The near-perfect alignment of the formations, combined with the unusual placement of the stones, has led some researchers to question whether human hands played a role in its creation. Adding to the mystery, ancient records suggest that Ram Setu may have once been a fully walkable bridge. Early travel accounts, including those from Marco Polo, describe a land passage between India and Sri Lanka that existed long ago but was later swallowed by the sea. Historical maps from as recently as the 18th century depict a continuous land bridge in the same location. Was Ram Setu once a functional pathway, later eroded by time and rising waters? If so, could it have been artificially reinforced by ancient civilizations, leaving behind the ruins we see today? One of the most intriguing aspects of Ram Setu is the composition of the stones. Some researchers claim that the large coral boulders resting atop the sandbanks are much older than the sand itself, suggesting that they may have been placed there rather than forming naturally. The presence of floating stones in the region, pumice-like rocks that, due to their porous nature, do not sink in water, has been cited by believers as further evidence of an ancient construction technique that aligns with the descriptions found in the Ramayana. While mainstream science maintains that Ram Setu is a natural formation, the possibility that it was modified or used by ancient civilizations remains open. India's own historical records suggest that a land route between the two countries existed thousands of years ago, possibly serving as a migration path or trade route. If early humans had access to this passage, could they have shaped it over time, reinforcing it to serve as a functional causeway? Or was it simply a naturally occurring land bridge that inspired the legends that followed? The debate over Ram Setu has extended beyond archaeology and into political and religious discussions. In the early 2000s, there were plans to dredge a shipping canal through the area, cutting through the formation to allow for easier trade routes. However, the project was met with widespread opposition, as many Hindus consider the bridge sacred. The controversy reached the Indian Supreme Court, where arguments were made both for and against its historical significance. In the end, the project was halted, preserving Ram Setu in its natural state, at least for now. But whether it is a divine bridge, a lost human construction, or simply a quirk of geology, the mystery of Ram Setu remains. If it is a natural formation, how did it inspire such specific and ancient stories? Ones that describe its exact placement and appearance? If it was built or shaped by early civilizations, where is the evidence of their tools, their settlements, their influence? There are no easy answers, only more questions. Some mysteries are hidden beneath ice, others beneath the sea, and some are buried deep within the earth, waiting to be unearthed. The story of Ram Setu reminds us that history and legend often intertwine, leaving behind questions that modern science struggles to answer. But not all mysteries are linked to ancient civilizations or lost knowledge. Some seem to challenge the very timeline of history itself. Buried deep within rock formations that are over 2.8 billion years old, in the mines of South Africa, small, perfectly rounded spheres have been discovered, objects that seem almost too precise to be natural. Known as the Klerksdorp Spheres, these metallic-looking orbs have sparked one of the most unusual debates in archaeology and geology. Are they simply a fascinating but natural mineral formation, or do they represent something far stranger, evidence of an unknown intelligence in Earth's distant past? The Klerksdorp Spheres were first discovered by miners in the region of Ottosdal, South Africa, where they were found embedded in a type of rock called pyrophyllite. This rock, according to geological dating, formed nearly 3 billion years ago, long before humans, or even complex life, existed on Earth. Yet, within this ancient stone were found dozens of small, smooth spheres, some with perfectly straight grooves running along their equators, as if they had been deliberately shaped. The precision of these grooves, along with the spherical form of the objects, led to an immediate wave of speculation. Many who examined the spheres were baffled by their structure. Some of the objects appeared perfectly round, while others had slightly flattened surfaces, almost as if they had been machined. Some were found to be made of a mixture of hematite and wollastonite, minerals that occur naturally but do not typically form into such perfectly shaped objects. Others were reportedly hollow, with a softer, sponge-like material inside that crumbled when exposed to air. The discovery led to one burning question: how could something so precise exist in rock that predates humanity by billions of years? Mainstream geologists argue that the Klerksdorp Spheres are a completely natural phenomenon, the result of a process called concretion, in which minerals slowly form into spherical shapes over millions of years due to natural forces like pressure and chemical reactions. This process is well documented in geology, with other types of natural, spherical formations, like Moki marbles in the United States, or the stone spheres of Costa Rica, forming through similar means. The grooves seen on some of the Klerksdorp Spheres, scientists claim, may be the result of layered mineral deposits or natural fractures caused by stress over time. But skeptics aren't convinced. While natural concretions do occur, few are as perfectly shaped as the Klerksdorp Spheres, and even fewer have uniform, straight grooves that look deliberately carved. Some have argued that the precision of the grooves suggests intelligent design, or at the very least, an unknown natural process that defies current understanding. Could these objects be remnants of a lost civilization, one that existed far earlier than we ever imagined? This theory, often considered fringe by mainstream science, suggests that intelligent life may have existed on Earth long before modern humans appeared, potentially even before the timeline of known history. While there is no direct evidence to support this, the Klerksdorp Spheres continue to be cited by those who believe our understanding of the past is incomplete. Some even go as far as to suggest that these objects could be the remains of advanced technology from an era so distant that it has been erased entirely from the fossil record. One of the most intriguing aspects of the spheres is their reported rotational stability. Some sources claim that when placed on a flat surface, certain spheres rotate on their own, as if influenced by an unseen force. This claim, while widely circulated in alternative history circles, remains largely anecdotal, with no conclusive scientific study confirming or refuting the phenomenon. Another question often raised is whether the spheres were truly embedded in the rock when they were found, or if they had simply become lodged there at some point in the distant past. If they were formed naturally within the rock, then their age would align with the surrounding material, meaning they must have existed billions of years ago. If, however, they were introduced later, through some unknown means, then their true origins remain an open mystery. So, what are we left with? The official explanation is that the Klerksdorp Spheres are natural concretions, fascinating, but not out of place in the geological record. But the questions surrounding their near-perfect symmetry, the peculiar grooves, and the implications of their age continue to fuel speculation. Could there be natural processes at work that we do not yet fully understand? Or do these objects represent a deeper, more unsettling mystery, one that challenges everything we think we know about the history of our planet? The answers may never be fully known. Like many of the world's strangest discoveries, the Klerksdorp Spheres sit at the intersection of science and mystery, a reminder that history is not always as straightforward as it seems. Whether they are simply an odd but natural occurrence or something far more significant, they serve as a fascinating glimpse into the unknown, buried deep within the earth, waiting to be explained. In a similar vein, yet on a different branch of the evolutionary tree, another discovery pushes the boundaries of what we know about human history. Deep within limestone caves in China, researchers have uncovered the remains of a mysterious group known as the Red Deer Cave People, a discovery that forces us to reconsider the diversity of our ancestors and the complex paths of human evolution. Discovered in the 1970s in the Yunnan province of southwestern China, the Red Deer Cave People were first brought to public attention when numerous skeletal remains were found in a network of limestone caves. Their name comes from one of the unusual finds at the site, a red deer fossil that was initially intermingled with the human bones, suggesting that these ancient people had been hunting and cooking large game. Over time, a clearer picture emerged. These were not the remains of a typical early human group, but a unique population that possessed an unusual mix of both archaic and modern traits, making them a mystery in the already complex puzzle of human evolution. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Red Deer Cave People is their physical characteristics. Their skulls were thicker and larger than those of modern humans, with prominent brow ridges, a broad face, and a flatter forehead, features typically seen in much older hominin species. Their brain cases were also unusually small, similar to those of Homo erectus, which had largely disappeared from the fossil record by this time. Yet, in contrast to these archaic traits, their bodies were more gracile and lightly built, resembling more recent Homo sapiens populations. This strange combination of traits led to significant debate among scientists. Were these individuals the last remnants of an ancient species, isolated in the forests of southern China? Or were they a unique hybrid group, representing a previously unknown branch of the human family tree? Adding to the mystery, these remains were relatively young in evolutionary terms. Dating techniques place them at around 14,000 years ago, meaning they lived long after Neanderthals and other early hominin species had gone extinct. If they were a distinct species, they would have been among the last surviving archaic humans, existing in the same time period when modern humans were already thriving in different parts of the world. This raises a compelling question. How did they survive for so long, while other hominin groups disappeared? The caves themselves provided some clues. These natural shelters would have offered protection from predators and extreme weather, allowing small populations to survive in relative isolation. The presence of charred animal bones and stone tools suggests that the Red Deer Cave People were skilled hunters and may have even controlled fire, a crucial factor in human survival. They seem to have relied on the rich biodiversity of the region, hunting large deer and possibly supplementing their diet with foraged plants and nuts. But unlike their modern human counterparts, they left behind no clear evidence of art, pottery, or advanced tool-making, suggesting that, despite their survival, they may have been culturally and technologically distinct from the Homo sapiens groups living in other parts of the world. The biggest question surrounding the Red Deer Cave People is their genetic identity. Who were they? And how were they related to other human populations? At first, scientists hoped that DNA analysis would provide a definitive answer. But due to the warm, humid climate of southern China, much of the genetic material had degraded over time, making it difficult to extract usable DNA. Early attempts to sequence their genome were inconclusive, leaving researchers to rely mostly on skeletal comparisons. Some proposed that the Red Deer Cave People could be a direct offshoot of Homo erectus, surviving in isolation long after the rest of their kind had disappeared. Others suggested they might have interbred with early modern humans, creating a hybrid population that carried traits from both lineages. One particularly controversial theory is that the Red Deer Cave people may have been a previously unknown species of human, distinct from both Homo sapiens and Neanderthals. If true, this would rewrite our understanding of human diversity in the last ice age. Instead of a simple story of Homo sapiens replacing all other human species, it would suggest that multiple human populations coexisted far longer than previously believed, each with their own adaptations and survival strategies. Further complicating the mystery is the question of why they disappeared. If the Red Deer Cave people were a distinct group, what caused them to vanish, while Homo sapiens continued to spread and thrive? One possibility is that they simply couldn't compete. As modern humans migrated into Asia, they may have brought with them more advanced tools, better hunting techniques, and more efficient ways of organizing their societies. This competition could have gradually pushed the Red Deer Cave people into smaller and smaller pockets of land until they finally disappeared. Another theory suggests that climate change played a role. Around the time the Red Deer Cave people lived, the Earth was emerging from the last ice age, and environments were shifting rapidly. If their survival strategies were highly specialized for a particular ecosystem, even minor environmental changes could have made life increasingly difficult for them. Yet there is one more possibility, one that some researchers find even more fascinating. What if the Red Deer Cave people didn't vanish at all, but instead became part of the modern human gene pool? Some studies suggest that certain populations in Southeast Asia and the Pacific Islands carry genetic markers that don't quite match any known Homo sapiens ancestry. Could these traces be the last remnants of the Red Deer Cave lineage, absorbed into early human populations rather than going extinct entirely? Local folklore in parts of Yunnan and surrounding regions speaks of mysterious cave-dwelling people described as strong, stocky, and different from the local villagers. While these stories are impossible to verify, they echo similar tales found in other parts of the world, legends of lost tribes, hidden ancestors, and forgotten people who may have once walked among us. Could these be faint memories of a time when multiple human species still shared the Earth? The discovery of the Red Deer Cave people has reshaped how we think about human evolution. For decades, the common view was that Homo sapiens emerged, spread across the world, and simply replaced all other hominin species. But now, discoveries like this challenge that narrative, suggesting that our past may have been far more complex. If the Red Deer Cave people represent a distinct lineage, their story is one of resilience. A small group of humans who survived against the odds long after their closest relatives had vanished. If they were the result of interbreeding, then their existence proves that human history is not one of simple replacements, but of blending, adaptation, and coexistence. For now, many questions remain unanswered. Further excavations and new DNA techniques may one day reveal more about who they were, where they came from, and what ultimately happened to them. Until then, they remain a fascinating mystery, one that reminds us that the story of humanity is far more complex than we once believed. Instead of a simple, linear progression, our past is filled with lost branches, hidden lineages, and unknown connections. While science continues to piece together the puzzle of who we are and where we came from, some mysteries remain just beyond our grasp, etched into the earth itself, waiting for interpretation. In the rolling countryside of Scotland, beneath layers of soil and time, lies a massive slab of rock covered in strange, swirling patterns and symbols. Known as the Cochno Stone, this ancient carving is one of the most elaborate and mysterious examples of prehistoric rock art ever discovered. Its meaning remains unknown. Some believe it to be a map of the stars, others see it as a sacred site, while more speculative theories suggest it could be a message from a lost civilization, or something even more enigmatic. The Cochno Stone was first brought to modern attention in 1887 when a local reverend, James Harvey, uncovered the massive rock in West Dunbartonshire, Scotland. Measuring nearly 43 feet long and 26 feet wide, the stone is covered in an intricate pattern of cup and ring marks, spirals, and geometric shapes. Similar carvings have been found throughout Europe. but the Cochno Stone is one of the most detailed examples ever discovered. What makes it even more mysterious is that no one knows exactly why these markings were made. They are believed to date back over 5,000 years, meaning they were created long before written language, the pyramids of Egypt, or even Stonehenge. The patterns are precise, deliberate, and clearly important to the people who carved them, but their purpose has been lost to time. The symbols themselves are not unique to Scotland. Cup and ring carvings have been found at Neolithic sites across Europe, from Ireland to Spain, and even as far as India and South America, but no one has been able to determine exactly what they represent. Some scholars believe they were territorial markers, indicating land ownership or boundaries. Others suggest they had a spiritual or ceremonial purpose, perhaps linked to ancient rituals, burial sites, or even early astronomical observations. One of the most popular theories is that the Cochno Stone is a star map, charting the positions of celestial bodies as seen by prehistoric people. Some of the carvings appear to align with known constellations, leading researchers to speculate that the stone may have been used for astronomical tracking or seasonal calendars. If true, it would suggest that the people who created it had a sophisticated understanding of the night sky, far beyond what we typically associate with Neolithic cultures. But even if the Cochno Stone is a map, the question remains, a map of what? Is it meant to track the movements of the sun, moon, and stars? Or does it represent something more abstract, a cosmic blueprint understood only by the people who created it? Some researchers have even suggested that the patterns might be a representation of an ancient landscape, with the cup marks indicating settlements, rivers, or sacred sites. If so, the Cochno Stone could be an early form of cartography, depicting a world that no longer exists. Then there are the more speculative theories. Some believe that the Cochno Stone's patterns resemble those found at other ancient sites around the world, including the mysterious carvings at Pumapunku in Bolivia or the petroglyphs found in parts of India. Could it be evidence of a shared ancient culture, one that spread across the globe thousands of years ago? Others go even further, suggesting that the stone's unusual designs hint at lost knowledge, forgotten technology, or even contact with extraterrestrial beings. While these ideas remain unproven, they highlight just how little we truly know about the meaning behind the carvings. What adds to the mystery is that the Cochno Stone has not always been accessible for study. Shortly after its discovery, the stone was reburied in 1965 by archaeologists in an attempt to protect it. Over time, it had become heavily damaged due to weathering, vandalism, and even misguided attempts to enhance the carvings with paint. Fearing that it would be lost forever, authorities decided to cover it back up, leaving it hidden beneath the earth once again. For decades, the Cochno Stone remained out of sight, its secrets locked away beneath layers of soil. But in recent years, researchers have begun to take a renewed interest in the site. In 2016, archaeologists conducted a project to temporarily uncover the stone, using high-resolution 3D mapping technology to digitally preserve its intricate designs. This has allowed experts to study the carvings in detail without risking further damage to the actual rock surface. Despite these efforts, the meaning of the Cochno Stone remains elusive. Unlike other ancient carvings that depict animals, humans, or recognizable symbols, the patterns on the Cochno Stone seem entirely abstract. There is no clear narrative, no obvious depictions of daily life or mythology. This has led some to believe that its purpose was purely symbolic, a form of early artistic expression that had meaning only to the people who created it. However, the level of precision and repetition seen in the carvings suggests that they were not random. The same cup and ring patterns appear at multiple prehistoric sites across the world, leading some to wonder whether they were part of a shared system of communication or knowledge. Could the people who carved them have been trying to record something important, something that modern archaeologists have yet to decipher? One of the more intriguing possibilities is that the Cochno Stone may have been used in rituals or ceremonies. Some researchers believe that water may have played a key role in its function. The cup marks, when filled with water, could have reflected the stars, creating a mesmerizing effect that linked the heavens with the earth. Others suggest that the stone may have been used for trance-inducing rituals, where individuals would stare at the carvings for extended periods, using them as a focal point for altered states of consciousness. Another curious detail is that the stone is situated in an area with a long history of folklore and supernatural beliefs. Local legends speak of fairy folk and strange happenings in the area, leading some to speculate that the site was considered sacred long after its original creators had vanished. Even in recent history, people have reported unusual experiences around the site: strange lights, eerie feelings, and an overwhelming sense of being watched. Whether these stories have any basis in reality or are simply the product of imagination, they add another layer of mystery to an already enigmatic site. So, what can we conclude about the Cochno Stone? Is it an ancient star map, an early territorial marker, or perhaps something entirely beyond our comprehension, a forgotten language or lost form of communication? Maybe even a ritualistic tool used in spiritual ceremonies. For now, the Cochno Stone guards its secrets closely. Its swirling patterns and intricate designs offer us mere glimpses into a forgotten world, fragments of a story we may never fully piece together. It stands as a lasting testament to the ingenuity and creativity of ancient peoples, revealing a past far richer and more complex than we can imagine. Indeed, the Cochno Stone reminds us that not all mysteries are buried underground. Some are carved directly into history itself, left by those who saw the world in ways forever beyond our grasp. While some ancient symbols yield to our understanding, unlocking forgotten narratives, others, like the Cochno Stone, remain silent, their true meanings quietly hidden in the passage of time. And among the greatest of these undeciphered mysteries is one that spans thousands of years and one of the world's earliest civilizations. Scattered across the ruins of the Indus Valley Civilization, in what is now India and Pakistan, lie thousands of symbols carved onto seals, pottery, and tablets. Known as the Indus Valley Script, it is one of the most elusive writing systems ever discovered. Despite decades of study, no one has been able to translate it. Was it a full-fledged language, a form of record-keeping, or something else entirely? What knowledge, lost to time, could it hold? The Indus Valley Civilization was one of the great civilizations of the ancient world, existing around the same time as those in Egypt and Mesopotamia, yet far less is known about it. Flourishing from approximately 3,300 to 1,300 BCE, it covered an enormous area, stretching from what is now Afghanistan through Pakistan and into northwestern India. Its cities, like Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro, were remarkably advanced, featuring carefully planned streets, sophisticated drainage systems, and impressive architecture. But despite its achievements, the civilization left behind almost no readable written records. What we do have are thousands of small, intricate symbols, often found inscribed on tiny stone seals and pottery fragments. These inscriptions, made up of pictograms, geometric shapes, and complex arrangements of symbols, hint at a lost form of communication, one that has yet to be understood. Unlike Egyptian hieroglyphs or Sumerian cuneiform, which were eventually decoded, the Indus script remains completely unreadable. One of the biggest challenges in deciphering the Indus Valley script is that it is incredibly short. Most inscriptions contain only a few characters, typically between 4 and 20 symbols, with no long texts or connected sentences, without a Rosetta Stone equivalent, something that provides a translation between the script and the known language. Researchers have struggled to determine even the basic structure of the writing system. Another challenge is that there is no clear agreement on how the script was meant to be read. Was it written from left to right to left, or in some other sequence? Some inscriptions appear to follow a boustrophodon pattern, where the direction alternates with each line, similar to some early Greek texts. But without a firm grasp on the language itself, the true reading order remains unknown. Theories about what the symbols represent vary widely. Some scholars believe that the Indus script is a fully developed writing system, similar to those of other ancient civilizations. If this is true, then the symbols likely represent words or syllables, forming a language that could one day be reconstructed. Others argue that the script may not be a language in the traditional sense, but rather a proto-writing system, a way of recording information like trade goods or ownership marks without full grammatical structure. One of the biggest debates surrounding the script is what language it was based on. Some believe it could be connected to Dravidian languages, which are still spoken in parts of southern India today. Others argue that it may have ties to an early Indo-European language, or even something completely unknown. Without a translation, no one can say for sure. Despite the lack of progress in deciphering it, researchers have not given up. Advances in artificial intelligence and machine learning are now being used to analyze patterns within the symbols, searching for structures that could suggest meaning. By comparing the Indus script to known languages and writing systems, some hope that technology may succeed where traditional methods have failed. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Indus Valley script is what it could reveal about the civilization itself. The Indus people built large, sophisticated cities, traded with far-off lands, and created intricate artwork and jewelry. But without written records, much of their culture remains a mystery. Were they ruled by kings, councils, or religious leaders? What were their beliefs, myths, and customs? What led to the civilization's decline? Unlike Mesopotamian and Egyptian civilizations, which left behind countless texts detailing their laws, histories, and stories, the Indus Valley people left us only silent symbols. If these symbols could be decoded, they might change everything we know about this forgotten civilization. Even more mysterious is the disappearance of the Indus Valley civilization. Around 1900 BCE, the great cities were suddenly abandoned. Some researchers believe climate change caused rivers to dry up, making agriculture impossible. Others suggest earthquakes or invading forces may have played a role. Without written records, the true cause remains unknown. If the Indus script could be read, it might hold the answers to this vanished civilization's final days. Some alternative theories suggest that the Indus people may have migrated, bringing their culture and language with them, possibly influencing later civilizations. If true, the lost script may not have vanished completely. It may simply have evolved into something else, hidden in plain sight within modern languages. But there's also a deeper question. If this civilization was as advanced as it appears, if it had large-scale urban planning, long-distance trade, and a form of writing, why did it not leave behind a more extensive written record? Was the script used only for specific purposes, like marking trade goods or religious symbols? Or was there a vast library of Indus texts that have been lost to time, destroyed by nature or war? For now, the Indus Valley script remains one of the last great undeciphered writing systems of the ancient world, a silent relic of a civilization that once flourished but left behind no readable texts to tell its story. Unlike Egyptian hieroglyphs, which were unlocked with the help of the Rosetta Stone, or Mayan glyphs, decoded through decades of careful analysis, the Indus symbols stubbornly resist interpretation. Perhaps someday, a new discovery, a tablet hidden beneath the earth, inscribed with both the Indus script and a known language, will finally give voice to this lost civilization, unlocking secrets we never imagined. Until then, we are left only with scattered symbols carved into stone, fragments hinting at a vibrant culture whose full story remains just beyond our reach. The Indus Valley script reminds us that, despite all our advancements, some pieces of history still refuse to reveal themselves, whispering quietly across the ages, but never fully speaking. But not all lost civilizations are hidden beneath symbols. Some leave behind structures, entire cities, abandoned, buried, and waiting to be uncovered. In the remote steppes of Russia, beneath endless stretches of open grasslands, lies a site so ancient and so unusual that it has often been compared to Stonehenge. The ruins of Archaeum a circular city that predates recorded history, have puzzled archaeologists since their discovery. Who built this mysterious settlement? What was its purpose? And why was it suddenly abandoned? Discovered in the 1980s in the Chelyabinsk region of Russia, Arkaim is unlike any other ancient site in the country. It is an enormous circular city, constructed with an almost eerie level of precision. Unlike the sprawling, irregular layouts of most early settlements, Arkaim was built with concentric rings of fortifications, dwellings, and streets, giving it the appearance of a massive wheel embedded in the landscape. What makes Arkaim particularly strange is its astronomical alignments. Much like Stonehenge, the site appears to have been designed with the movements of the sun and stars in mind. Researchers have found that certain parts of the ruins align with key celestial events, such as the summer and winter solstices, suggesting that the settlement may have functioned as an observatory as well as a living space. This has led some to call Arkaim Russia's Stonehenge, though in many ways, it is even more complex than its British counterpart. Dating back to around 2000 BCE, Arkaim is believed to have been built by an early Indo-European culture, possibly the Aryans, a people who played a key role in shaping later civilizations across Eurasia. If true, this would make Arkaim one of the oldest known planned settlements in the region, predating many well-known ancient cities. But unlike places such as Mesopotamia or Egypt, where civilizations left behind extensive records, Arkaim remains shrouded in mystery. The city itself was constructed with a surprising level of engineering sophistication. The settlement consisted of two massive circular walls, likely made of timber and adobe, reinforced with clay. Inside these walls were radially arranged living quarters, each connected to a central square, a layout that seems far more advanced than what would be expected from a Bronze Age settlement. The buildings also appear to have been designed for defense, with an outer wall that could have protected against invaders. But from whom? No records or nearby settlements indicate a known enemy force, leaving the purpose of these fortifications unclear. Another strange feature of Arkaim is its water management system. Despite being located in an area with a dry, harsh climate, the site had a well-designed system for collecting and distributing water, including what appears to be drainage canals and evidence of early forms of irrigation. This suggests that the people who built Arkaim were not only skilled builders, but also understood how to manipulate their environment to sustain a thriving settlement. Perhaps the biggest mystery surrounding Arkaim is its sudden abandonment. At some point, the city was intentionally burned and left behind. Unlike many ancient settlements that fell due to war or natural disaster, there is little evidence of a violent attack or forced evacuation. Instead, it seems as if the inhabitants deliberately set fire to their own city before leaving, though the reason why remains unknown. Some researchers speculate that the burning of Arkaim was part of a ritualistic event, possibly linked to religious beliefs or a transition of power. Others suggest that environmental changes, such as a prolonged drought, may have forced the inhabitants to migrate elsewhere, though no clear signs of famine or struggle have been found. The true reason for the city's destruction remains one of its greatest unanswered questions. Arkaim has since become a source of fascination, not just for archaeologists, but also for alternative historians and mystics. Some claim that the settlement holds spiritual or even supernatural significance, with certain researchers arguing that it was a center for ancient knowledge comparable to the lost city of Atlantis. Others believe that its circular design and astronomical alignments indicate that it was built by a civilization with advanced scientific understanding, perhaps one that existed long before recorded history. Adding to the intrigue, some local legends describe strange energy fields surrounding the site, with visitors claiming to experience unusual sensations, headaches, dizziness, or even heightened awareness. While these claims remain unverified, they have contributed to Arkaim's reputation as a place of power, attracting spiritual seekers and those searching for hidden wisdom in its ruins. Despite the more speculative theories surrounding Arkaim, what we do know is that it stands as one of the earliest examples of carefully planned urban architecture in the region. Its sophisticated circular structure Advanced construction techniques and possible astronomical alignments suggest that the people who built it possessed knowledge far beyond what we typically associate with Bronze Age cultures. Yet without written records or direct descendants to illuminate its origins, Arkaim remains a silent mystery. Who built this city, and what role did it play in the ancient world of Eurasia? Why was it abandoned in such a deliberate and puzzling manner? So much about Arkaim is still unknown, leaving us to wonder what knowledge or purpose has been lost over the centuries. Today, the ruins of Arkaim stand as a testament to a forgotten past, a powerful reminder that some mysteries leave behind towering walls and intricate city plans, challenging our understanding of early civilizations. It also raises an intriguing question. What other ancient secrets might still lie buried beneath the endless steppes of Russia, quietly waiting to be discovered? And what knowledge might they have possessed that has long since faded from history? Some mysteries leave behind towering walls and elaborate city plans. Others are far smaller, yet no less puzzling. Deep in the remote mountains of China, a discovery was made that would spark one of the most controversial debates in archaeology. In 1938, an expedition led by Chinese professor Chi Pu-te ventured into the Bayankara Ula Mountains, near the border of Tibet. What they found would challenge conventional history. Hundreds of small circular stone discs buried within a cave system alongside the remains of tiny, fragile skeletons. The objects became known as the Dropa Stones, and they have remained one of the strangest unsolved mysteries ever since. The Dropa Stones were no ordinary artifacts. Measuring about a foot in diameter, each disc was thin and perfectly shaped, with a small hole in the center. What made them particularly unusual, however, was that they were covered in strange spiral grooves, which, upon closer examination, appeared to be microscopic inscriptions, so small that they were almost invisible to the naked eye. It was as if someone had recorded information onto these stones using an incredibly delicate and advanced technique. Alongside the discs, the expedition reportedly found burial sites filled with small, thin skeletons, measuring no more than 4 feet in height. Their skulls were unusually large, their bodies fragile and light, lacking the bone density of typical humans. The local people, the Ham, told stories of an ancient race of small, otherworldly beings who had come from the sky, only to become stranded in the mountains. At first, the discovery was dismissed. Chinese authorities showed little interest in pursuing the matter, and for years the stones remained largely unknown outside of a small circle of researchers. But in the 1960s, a Chinese scientist named Dr. Sum Nui reportedly managed to translate parts of the inscriptions, and what he found was astonishing. According to his research, the carvings told the story of the Dropa people, a group of beings who had crashed onto Earth thousands of years ago. Their spacecraft was damaged, leaving them stranded in the mountains, unable to return home. The inscriptions described how the Dropa were not welcomed by the local tribes, who feared them and hunted them down. Eventually, the remaining Dropa found refuge in the caves, where they lived for generations before finally dying out. If true, this would mean that the Dropa stones are not just artifacts. They would be the earliest known written record of extraterrestrial contact. Some researchers pointed to the unusual skeletal remains, arguing that they did not match any known human population. Others noted that the spiral inscriptions resembled no known ancient writing system, making them even harder to classify. But skeptics pushed back, arguing that there was no solid evidence supporting these claims. One of the biggest problems with the Dropa stones is that they have largely disappeared. After Dr. Tsum Nui's research, the stones were reportedly sent to museums in China and Russia, but they have never been made available for public study. No major institution has confirmed their existence, leading many to question whether they were ever real in the first place. Some believe the entire story was an elaborate hoax, fabricated to generate intrigue and controversy. Others argue that the Chinese government deliberately suppressed the findings, unwilling to allow such an anomaly to challenge established history. So what could the Dropa stones really be? If they are not evidence of extraterrestrial visitors, could they have been a forgotten language, a lost form of record-keeping from an ancient civilization? Some suggest that they might have been ceremonial objects, their spirals representing a spiritual or ritualistic significance. Others believe that the inscriptions, if they exist, might be an early attempt at recording astronomical knowledge, much like the star maps believed to be hidden in other ancient carvings. Another possibility is that the Dropa Stones are misidentified relics of a long-lost nomadic culture. The region where they were found is home to some of the world's oldest civilizations, including the Tibetan and Mongolian peoples, both of whom have rich traditions of storytelling and symbolism. Could the stones be an ancient calendar, a form of storytelling, or even a forgotten religious artifact? Despite the doubts and the lack of physical evidence, the Dropa Stones have remained a legend in alternative history circles, fueling speculation about lost civilizations, hidden knowledge, and even extraterrestrial contact. They have been linked to other unexplained artifacts, such as the genetic anomalies found in some isolated human populations, or the ancient petroglyphs around the world that seem to depict beings with large heads and thin bodies. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Dropa story is that it fits into a larger pattern seen in myths and folklore worldwide. Many cultures have stories of small humanoid beings arriving from the sky, only to become trapped on Earth. From the sky people of Native American legends to the Anunnaki of ancient Mesopotamian texts, there are countless accounts of visitors who descended from the heavens, interacted with early humans, and then mysteriously vanished. Could the Dropa legend be another version of this same story passed down through generations? For now, the truth remains elusive. With no confirmed location of the stones, no surviving physical evidence, and only fragmented reports from decades past, the Dropa Stones walk the fine line between historical anomaly and modern myth. If they were real, their disappearance raises just as many questions as their discovery. Why were they hidden? Who took them? And what might they have revealed about our past? Like so many other mysteries, the Dropa Stones remind us that history is not always what it seems, a discovery that, if real, could rewrite everything we know about ancient civilizations, and possibly even our origins. Yet, without concrete evidence, they remain in the space between legend and reality, a reminder that some mysteries may never be fully solved. But strange artifacts are not the only things that challenge our understanding of the past. Sometimes, the most unsettling mysteries are found within the very bones of those who lived long before us. In the dry coastal deserts of Peru, archaeologists unearthed something that defied explanation. Hundreds of human skulls, not just elongated through artificial shaping, but exhibiting features unlike any known human population. Some had cranial capacities significantly larger than those of typical humans, and some displayed anatomical differences that suggested they were more than just the result of head binding. These are the Paracas elongated skulls, one of the most controversial finds in the study of ancient humans. The Paracas culture, which thrived along the southern coast of Peru between 800 BCE and 100 BCE, is known for its advanced textiles, elaborate burial practices, and underground tombs. But their most striking legacy is the elongated skulls found in the Paracas necropolis, a vast burial site discovered by Peruvian archaeologist Julio Tello in 1928. Tello was shocked to find more than 300 skulls, many of them displaying extreme elongation and an unusual shape that was unlike those of the surrounding indigenous populations. Cranial elongation is not unique to Paracas. Many ancient cultures around the world practiced cranial deformation, binding the heads of infants to create a distinctive, elongated appearance. This practice has been found in Africa, Asia, and even parts of Europe, often associated with social status, spiritual beliefs, or attempts to imitate an elite ruling class. But what made the Paracas skulls so unusual was that some of them did not appear to be artificially modified at all. Normally, skull binding changes the shape of the skull, but not its volume or internal structure. Yet the Paracas skulls had cranial capacities up to 25% larger than a typical human skull. Their bone density was different, with some skulls displaying thicker, heavier structures, and their sutures, the natural joints between the plates of the skull, were not always where they should have been. Some had only 2 major skull plates instead of 3, a feature not seen in any known human population. These anomalies led to a wave of speculation. Were these simply the result of genetic variation? Or did they belong to a previously unknown branch of humanity? Some researchers suggested that the skulls could represent a distinct, now extinct lineage, one that lived alongside early South American civilizations before mysteriously disappearing. Others argued that the differences were simply the result of an extreme genetic mutation, though no similar mutations have been documented in large populations elsewhere. In an attempt to answer these questions, researchers turned to DNA analysis. In 2014, preliminary genetic testing was conducted on a small number of the Paracas skulls. The results, while not widely verified, were astonishing. According to the reports, the DNA did not match any known Native American genetic lineage, nor did it align with modern human populations in a way that would be expected. Instead, it appeared to have European and Middle Eastern markers, something highly unusual for a civilization that lived thousands of years before transcontinental contact. This discovery fueled further speculation. If the Paracas people were not genetically related to other South American civilizations, where did they come from? Some researchers propose that the Paracas civilization may have been influenced by a now-lost migration of an unknown people, possibly arriving by sea long before history records such voyages. Others suggested that these findings were simply the result of contaminated samples or testing errors, as no large-scale studies have been conducted to confirm the results. Of course, more controversial theories emerged as well. Some suggested that the Paracas skulls were evidence of a non-human species, possibly a relic of an unknown hominin group or something even stranger. The idea that an advanced, unknown people coexisted with early human civilizations is a fringe theory, but one that continues to intrigue those fascinated by ancient mysteries. The unusual cranial structures and genetic results only added fuel to the fire. But could there be a simpler explanation? Some scholars believe that the Paracas skulls were the result of deliberate cranial modification combined with genetic factors. If the Paracas people practiced head binding for generations, their genetic traits may have adapted over time, producing naturally elongated skulls in certain individuals. This could explain why some skulls appeared to be shaped differently from typical cranial deformation. However, this theory does not account for the other anatomical anomalies: the unusual bone structure, the missing sutures, and the larger cranial capacity. These features remain unexplained, leaving the true nature of the Paracas skulls an open mystery. One of the most fascinating aspects of the Paracas culture is that it disappeared mysteriously around 100 BCE. While they were succeeded by the Nazca civilization, famous for their massive desert geoglyphs, the fate of the Paracas people remains unknown. Some theorists suggest that they were wiped out by disease, war, or environmental changes, while others believe they simply merged with other cultures, their genetic traits gradually fading over time. Despite ongoing research, the Paracas skulls remain one of archaeology's most unsettling and captivating mysteries. Their unusual, elongated shapes continue to defy definitive explanation, leaving researchers wondering if they resulted from intentional cranial shaping practices, genetic anomalies, an unknown lineage, or perhaps something even stranger. Until comprehensive DNA analysis provides clearer answers, we are left only with intriguing possibilities. The Paracas skulls challenge our assumptions about ancient civilizations and remind us how little we truly understand about those who came before us. Their existence raises fundamental questions. Who exactly were the Paracas people? Where did they originate? And most intriguingly, what became of them? Did their lineage vanish completely, leaving only these extraordinary skulls as evidence of their once thriving community? Or might their story still lie hidden waiting to be discovered somewhere deep within the uncharted history of humanity. Ultimately, the Paraka's skulls stand as a powerful reminder that the ancient world is filled with lost cultures, each leaving behind more questions than answers, silently encouraging us to keep exploring. Hidden beneath the sands of southeastern Iran, another civilization once thrived, one that few had ever heard of until its ruins were uncovered by chance. Known as the Jiroft Culture, this lost civilization appears to have been just as advanced as the Sumerians, Egyptians, and Indus Valley peoples. But unlike those well-documented cultures, Jiroft left behind no written records, no known rulers, and no recorded history. Only intricate artifacts and the remnants of great cities that suggest an advanced, highly developed society. Who were these people? How did they build their civilization? And why were they lost to time? The story of Jiroft began in 2001, when heavy flooding in Iran's Halil River Valley uncovered thousands of ancient artifacts, many of them beautifully carved stone vases, bowls, and statues, unlike anything seen before. Looters quickly moved in, unearthing more relics and selling them on the black market, prompting archaeologists to intervene. What they found beneath the ground would change everything. Jiroft was not just a small settlement, it was a massive civilization, with sprawling urban centers, complex irrigation systems, and highly advanced craftsmanship. Some researchers even believe that Jiroft could be one of the world's oldest civilizations, possibly predating Mesopotamia and challenging our understanding of early human development. One of the most astonishing aspects of Jiroft is its artwork. The artifacts discovered in the region are remarkably sophisticated, featuring intricate designs of animals, deities, and geometric patterns. Many of these carvings resemble Sumerian and Indus Valley motifs, suggesting that Jiroft may have been a major cultural and trade hub, connecting ancient civilizations across the Middle East and South Asia. But while Sumer and the Indus Valley left behind written records, Jiroft's history remains a mystery. No one has yet found an undeniable example of a written language from the civilization. However, some believe that a form of Jiroft writing may have existed. Archaeologists have discovered tablets with strange symbols, which some experts argue could be an undeciphered script, possibly even older than Sumerian cuneiform, which is considered the world's first written language. If true, this would suggest that Jiroft was not just an early civilization, but perhaps the birthplace of writing itself. Yet, without more evidence, this remains speculation. Another mystery surrounding Jiroft is its architecture and city planning. Excavations have revealed what appear to be massive citadels, palaces, and even temples, suggesting a highly organized society. Unlike the scattered villages of early human settlements, Jiroft seems to have had centralized governance, large-scale agriculture, and complex trade networks. Some researchers speculate that Jiroft may have been an early superpower, influencing civilizations across the ancient world. One of the most debated aspects of Jiroft's history is why it disappeared. Despite its apparent wealth and sophistication, the civilization seems to have vanished almost entirely from history, leaving only its artifacts and ruins behind. There are several theories about what might have happened. One possibility is that natural disaster struck, devastating the city and forcing its people to flee. Some researchers believe that climate change, shifting rivers, or prolonged drought may have made the region unsuitable for farming, leading to Jiroft's decline. Others suggest that the civilization may have been wiped out by war, possibly invaded by neighboring peoples. Another theory is that Jiroft did not vanish completely, but was instead absorbed into other ancient cultures. If Jiroft was truly a major trade hub, its people may have migrated to Mesopotamia, the Indus Valley, or other nearby civilizations, taking their knowledge and traditions with them. If this is true, traces of Jiroft's culture may still be hidden within the records of other ancient societies, waiting to be uncovered. Despite being one of the most significant archaeological discoveries of the 21st century, Jiroft remains largely unknown to the public. Unlike Egypt or Mesopotamia, which have been studied for centuries, Jiroft is a relatively recent discovery, and much of its history is still being pieced together. Further excavations may one day reveal more about this forgotten civilization, potentially rewriting what we know about early human history. But for now, Jiroft remains a ghost of the past, a civilization that seems to have flourished and vanished without leaving behind the written records that could tell its story. Was it truly one of the first great civilizations, shaping the course of human history, or was it simply one of many lost cultures, its influence erased by time? Like so many ancient mysteries, Jiroft challenges us to reconsider what we think we know about the past. Its artifacts speak of a people who were skilled, organized, and deeply connected to the world around them. With its sophisticated artwork, advanced city planning, and potential lost writing system, Jiroft challenges everything we think we know about early civilizations. But without their words, without their history written down, we are left only with fragments, whispers from a forgotten civilization, waiting to be understood. But Jiroft is not the only discovery that suggests writing may have begun earlier than we once believed. Across the world in Romania, a set of small, mysterious clay tablets was unearthed, their surface covered in symbols unlike anything else from their time. Known as the Tartaria Tablets, these artifacts have sparked intense debate. Could they be evidence of the earliest form of writing, predating even Mesopotamian cuneiform? Or are they something else entirely? Ritual objects, decorative carvings, or an early form of symbolic communication that never fully developed into a writing system? The Tartaria Tablets were discovered in 1961 by Romanian archaeologist Nicolae Vlasa in the small village of Tartaria. Buried alongside the remains of a woman, the 3 tablets were unlike anything else found in the region. 2 of them were rectangular, and 1 was round, but all bore a series of etched symbols, arranged in an order that suggested they might contain a written message. Even more astonishing, the tablets were dated to around 5,300 BCE, meaning they could be thousands of years older than the earliest known Sumerian writing. This claim was highly controversial. For decades, Mesopotamia had been considered the birthplace of writing, with the Sumerians developing cuneiform script around 3,100 BCE. If the Tartaria tablets truly contained a written language, it would mean that a European civilization had developed writing over 2,000 years earlier, a discovery that would change everything. But not everyone was convinced. Many scholars argue that the symbols on the Tartaria tablets do not represent a true writing system, but rather proto-writing, a form of symbolic communication that lacks the structure of a full language. Similar early symbols have been found in Neolithic settlements across southeastern Europe, particularly within the Vinca culture, which thrived in the Balkans between 6,000 and 4,000 BCE. The Vinca people were known for their highly stylized pottery and artifacts, many of which featured abstract markings that may have held meaning, but were not necessarily a full written script. If the Tartaria tablets are linked to the Vinca culture, then they may not be a lost writing system at all, but rather part of a broader tradition of symbolic communication. Some researchers believe the symbols could have been early accounting records, religious markings, or even personal signatures, rather than an actual written language. Another issue is the questionable circumstances of the discovery. The tablets were found in a burned layer of soil, suggesting that the site had been destroyed in an ancient fire. The skeleton buried with the tablets was heavily damaged, making it difficult to determine much about the individual. Some researchers have suggested that the remains may not even be from the same time period as the tablets, casting doubt on whether they were originally meant to be buried together. The controversy deepened when researchers attempted to compare the Tartaria symbols to later writing systems. Some scholars pointed out that a few of the symbols resemble early Sumerian cuneiform and Egyptian hieroglyphs, raising the question of whether there was an unknown cultural connection between these distant civilizations. Others saw similarities to Linear A, the undeciphered script of the Minoans in ancient Crete. Were these early cultures influenced by an even older writing system, now lost to time? One of the most compelling theories is that the Tartaria tablets were not a local invention, but rather part of a larger, forgotten tradition of written communication that once existed in prehistoric Europe. If true, this would suggest that the development of writing was not exclusive to Mesopotamia, but may have been a more widespread process, occurring independently in different parts of the world. Adding to the mystery, some researchers believe that the Tartaria Tablets may have had a ritualistic or religious purpose rather than a practical one. The fact that they were buried with human remains suggests that they may have been offerings or sacred objects, possibly tied to beliefs about the afterlife. If so, then the symbols might not be a written language in the traditional sense, but rather magical or religious markings, meant to serve a purpose beyond communication. Despite ongoing debate and extensive research, the Tartaria Tablets remain an archaeological enigma. If they truly represent the world's earliest writing system, their existence would compel us to reconsider our understanding of civilization's origins, suggesting Europe may have played a more significant role in the development of human culture than previously acknowledged. But if they're not writing, what purpose did they serve? Could they be primitive storytelling devices, ritual artifacts, or perhaps symbols of a form of communication we have yet to fully grasp? Like the undeciphered script of the Jiroft Culture, which could hold the secrets to an entire lost civilization, the Tartaria Tablets remind us that some of history's greatest mysteries lie hidden in plain sight. Small, enigmatic artifacts scattered across the world challenge established timelines and invite us to question our assumptions. Whether carved into stone, buried beneath the earth, or displayed openly, these relics resist easy answers. Until further discoveries emerge, the Tartaria Tablets will remain a powerful symbol of the complexity of our shared past, proof that history often reveals itself slowly, piece by enigmatic piece, with countless stories still waiting to be unearthed. One such mystery lies in the heart of Laos, where thousands of massive stone jars, some standing nearly 10 feet tall, are scattered across the hills and valleys of a remote plateau. Known as the Plain of Jars, this strange archaeological site has baffled researchers for decades. Who built these enormous vessels? What were they used for? And why do they cover such a vast area, as if marking a forgotten ritual stretching across an ancient kingdom? The Plain of Jars is one of the most unusual prehistoric sites in the world. Spanning over 90 different locations, it contains more than 2,500 giant stone jars, each weighing several tons. Some are clustered together in small groups, while others stand alone in silent isolation, scattered across the open fields. Despite their enormous size and the sheer effort it must have taken to create them, little is known about the civilization that left them behind. The jars themselves are carved from solid stone, mostly from local sandstone, though some are made of granite and limestone, materials that would have required immense effort to shape and transport. Their interiors are hollowed out, with wide openings at the top, but there are no markings or inscriptions to explain their purpose. Some still have round stone lids nearby, suggesting they may have once been sealed, though many have been displaced over time. Local legends attempt to explain their existence. One of the most famous stories suggests that the jars were used by a mythical race of giants who once ruled the land. According to this legend, a great king ordered the jars to be built as fermentation vessels for rice wine, meant to celebrate a victorious battle. Others believe the jars were created by supernatural beings, serving as containers for rainwater, food storage, or even pathways to the spirit world. But archaeologists offer a different interpretation. The leading theory is that the Plain of Jars was an ancient burial site dating back to the Iron Age, between 500 BCE and 500 CE. Excavations at some of the sites have uncovered human remains, burial artifacts, and cremated bones, suggesting that the jars may have played a role in complex funerary practices. Some researchers believe the jars were used as temporary coffins, where bodies were left to decompose before the bones were later buried in a final resting place. However, this theory raises as many questions as it answers. If the jars were part of a burial ritual, why do they appear across such a vast area, covering hundreds of miles? And why are there no clear inscriptions, carvings, or symbols indicating who these people were? Unlike the tombs of Egypt or the burial mounds of Europe, the Plain of Jars offers no written records, no grand monuments, and no clues about the beliefs of those who built it. Adding to the mystery is the fact that many of the jars appear unfinished, as if their creators abandoned them before completing their work. Some lie broken on the ground, while others remain only partially carved, as if they were suddenly left behind in the middle of construction. Could this indicate a sudden catastrophe, an invasion, a war, or a natural disaster that forced the builders to flee before their work was done? Another unexplained aspect of the Plain of Jars is its astronomical alignment. Some researchers believe that the placement of the jars may have been deliberate, possibly aligned with celestial events or seasonal changes. The idea that the site served as an early form of astronomical observatory is still debated, but if true, it would suggest that the civilization responsible for the jars had a sophisticated understanding of the movements of the sun and stars. One of the greatest challenges in studying the Plain of Jars is the danger that surrounds it. The region was heavily bombed during the Vietnam War, making it one of the most heavily contaminated sites in the world for unexploded ordnance. Even today, much of the area is considered hazardous, with vast portions of the site still off-limits due to hidden landmines and cluster bombs. This has made large-scale excavation efforts difficult, limiting how much researchers can safely explore. Despite these obstacles, recent archaeological work has uncovered new insights. In 2016, a team of scientists conducted carbon dating on materials found in and around the jars, confirming that they date back at least 2,500 years. This places them among the oldest megalithic structures in Southeast Asia, predating many well-known ancient civilizations, but their creators remain unknown. There are no direct historical records linking the jars to any known kingdom or culture. Some believe they may have been built by the Mon Khmer people, ancestors of some modern Southeast Asian populations, but no definitive evidence has been found to confirm this. Others speculate that the civilization responsible for the jars may have been wiped out, leaving no descendants to tell their story. Another theory suggests that the jars were not just burial markers, but part of a vast trade network, possibly used to store goods, grains, or food for travelers moving through the region. Given the strategic location of Laos, at the crossroads of early trade routes, it's possible that the jars played a role in commerce rather than strictly funerary rites. Yet, without inscriptions, artwork, or written records, the true purpose of the Plain of Jars remains unknown. Were they burial chambers, storage containers, ceremonial relics, or something else entirely? What is clear is that the Plain of Jars was significant enough for an ancient civilization to invest immense time and effort into carving and placing these massive stone vessels across the landscape. The jars remain a testament to a culture that thrived in the region thousands of years ago, a civilization that has since disappeared, leaving behind only these silent, immovable relics. Like so many ancient mysteries, the Plain of Jars challenges our understanding of the past. It stands as a reminder that history is filled with forgotten peoples, lost traditions, and unanswered questions. And until more discoveries are made, the vast stone jars will continue to sit in the highlands of Laos, enduring the passage of time, whispering of a civilization that has long since faded into history. But the Plain of Jars is not the only place where ancient stones stand in formation, their meaning lost to time. Across the world, in the countryside of France, thousands of massive standing stones stretch across the land, in long, almost impossibly organized rows. Known as the Carnac Stones, they form one of the largest and most mysterious megalithic sites on Earth, older than Stonehenge and the pyramids of Egypt. Yet no one knows exactly who built them, why they were placed, or what purpose they served. Were they an ancient calendar, a forgotten temple, or something else entirely? The Carnac Stones are located in Brittany, France, spanning an area of more than 4 kilometers, 2.5 miles. The site consists of over 3,000 standing stones, carefully arranged in rows, circles, and clusters. Some stones stand over 20 feet tall, while others are smaller, barely rising above the grass. Unlike other megalithic sites where stones appear in isolated groups, Carnac stones seem almost mathematically placed, forming patterns that have long puzzled archaeologists. What makes the Carnac stones so fascinating is their age. Carbon dating suggests they were erected around 3,300 BCE, though some estimates place their construction as early as 4,500 BCE, making them one of the oldest known structures in Europe. This means they predate Stonehenge, the Great Pyramid of Giza, and even most of the early civilizations of Mesopotamia. Despite their immense size and number, no written records exist to explain their purpose. The people who built Carnac left behind no inscriptions, no carvings, and no direct clues about what the stones meant to them. All that remains are the massive alignments of rock, standing as if frozen in time, refusing to give up their secrets. The most widely accepted theory is that Carnac was built as a site of astronomical observation, a kind of prehistoric calendar used to track the movement of the sun, moon, and stars. Some researchers have pointed out that certain alignments match important celestial events, such as the solstices and equinoxes. If true, this would mean that the builders of Carnac had an advanced understanding of astronomy thousands of years before recorded history. Others believe the site had a religious or ceremonial purpose. Many ancient cultures viewed large stones as sacred objects, imbued with power, or used as focal points for worship. The careful alignment of the Carnac stones suggests that they were not placed randomly, but intentionally arranged for a specific purpose. Perhaps to mark burial sites, honor ancestors, or serve as a place for rituals. One of the more controversial theories suggests that Carnac was once a gigantic temple complex, possibly even connected to the legendary lost civilization of Atlantis. While there is no direct evidence to support this, some researchers argue that the mathematical precision of the stone placements hints at an advanced knowledge of geometry and engineering, far beyond what Neolithic societies were thought to be capable of. Adding to the mystery, local legends speak of the stones as being once living beings turned to stone by a powerful curse. Some versions of the myth claim that a Roman legion was marching through the area when a local wizard transformed them into rock, freezing them in time. While purely mythical, these stories hint at how deeply embedded the stones have been in local culture for thousands of years. One of the greatest mysteries of Carnac is how the stones were moved and placed with such precision. Some of the larger stones weigh over 50 tons, yet they were carefully arranged long before the invention of the wheel, cranes, or modern lifting technology. The sheer scale of the project suggests that hundreds, perhaps thousands of people would have been required to move the stones, but why? And how did they achieve such a feat without leaving behind more evidence of their construction methods? Similar questions have been raised about Stonehenge and other megalithic sites, leading some to speculate that ancient civilizations had access to lost technologies that allowed them to transport and position massive stones with far greater ease than we assume. Whether this was through an advanced understanding of levers and pulleys, unknown tools, or even forgotten methods of sound or magnetism, the question remains unanswered. Some researchers believe that the builders of Carnac may have had a direct connection to the creators of Stonehenge. The two sites share several similarities, including the use of massive stones arranged in complex alignments and possible astronomical connections. Given that the construction of Carnac predates Stonehenge by at least 1,000 years, some have suggested that the knowledge and traditions behind these sites may have been passed down or spread across Europe, influencing later megalithic cultures. But if this is true, where did the knowledge originate? Was there an earlier civilization, one that predates known history, responsible for teaching later cultures how to build such structures? Or were sites like Carnac part of a much older, widespread Neolithic tradition that existed independently across different regions? Another unanswered question is why the site was eventually abandoned. If Carnac was such an important location, whether for astronomical, religious, or ceremonial purposes, why did the people who built it suddenly stop using it? One theory is that natural disasters or climate change may have forced the builders to move elsewhere, leaving the stones behind as a relic of a forgotten time. Another possibility is that cultural shifts and new belief systems rendered the site obsolete, much like how ancient temples and pyramids in other parts of the world eventually fell into disuse. Today, the Carnac Stones remain one of the greatest unsolved mysteries in archaeology. Despite centuries of study, no definitive explanation has been found for their purpose, their creators, or the methods used to build them. Some see them as a testament to early human ingenuity, a sign that ancient civilizations were far more advanced than we give them credit for. Others view them as a lost piece of an even older puzzle, one that connects to other unexplained sites around the world. What is certain is that Carnac, like the Plain of Jars, Stonehenge, and the Great Pyramids, challenges our assumptions about the past. It forces us to consider that our ancestors knew more than we realize, and that there are still secrets hidden in stone, waiting to be uncovered. But not all ancient mysteries are written in stone. Some come in the form of artifacts that defy explanation, objects that seem out of place, strange even by the standards of their own time. Deep in Iraq, in the ruins of one of the earliest known civilizations, archaeologists uncovered a series of small but unsettling statues, figures unlike anything else found in Mesopotamian history. Known as the Ubaid Statues, these figurines, dated to over 7,000 years ago, depict humanoid figures with elongated heads, slanted eyes, and distinctly reptilian features. The Ubaid culture, which existed in Mesopotamia between 6,500 and 3,800 BCE, is one of the least understood societies of the ancient world. They predated the Sumerians, widely considered to be the first great civilization, and laid much of the groundwork for the advanced cultures that followed. The Ubaid people built some of the first known settlements, developed irrigation systems, and domesticated animals, hallmarks of early civilization. Yet despite their contributions, they remain a mystery, leaving behind few records and only fragmented evidence of their way of life. Among their most puzzling discoveries are the Ubaid statues, first unearthed in the early 20th century at archaeological sites such as Tel al-Ubaid, Eridu, and some of the oldest settlements in Mesopotamia. These figurines, made of clay and stone, depict figures in various poses, some standing upright, others seated, and many holding objects or weapons. What makes them so unusual is their appearance. Instead of human faces, they bear striking reptilian features with elongated skulls, large almond-shaped eyes, and scaled skin. Some statues even appear to be wearing helmets or ceremonial garments, further suggesting that they may have represented figures of importance. The most unsettling aspect of these figurines is that many of them appear to depict female figures, some in maternal poses, cradling infants, which means these strange, reptilian beings were not just symbolic, but may have played a significant role in Ubaid mythology, religion, or societal hierarchy. But the biggest question remains: who or what were they supposed to represent? One theory is that these statues are simply stylized representations of deities or spirits. Many ancient cultures created symbolic figures to represent fertility, protection, or supernatural forces. The Ubaid statues may have been ritual objects, totems, or protective idols, representing gods or mythical beings central to their belief system. However, the reptilian appearance of these figures has led to far more controversial interpretations. Some researchers have drawn comparisons to ancient serpent worship, a practice that appears in many cultures around the world, from the serpent deities of Mesoamerica to the Nagas of Hindu and Buddhist traditions. In many ancient mythologies, serpent-like beings were associated with wisdom, creation, and sometimes even divine rule. Could the Ubaid statues be early depictions of serpent gods, part of a forgotten religious tradition that predates Sumerian mythology? Another, more fringe theory suggests that the statues could be evidence of an unknown race or species, perhaps an ancient ruling class or priesthood that the Ubaid people depicted as reptilian because of their distinct appearance. Some researchers have even speculated that they might represent an entirely different branch of early hominins, one that coexisted with humans but has since disappeared from history. While no physical evidence supports this idea, the statue's unique features continue to fuel speculation. Of course, the most controversial theory of all is that these figures are evidence of early extraterrestrial contact. Some ancient astronaut theorists believe that the Ubaid people may have depicted real beings they encountered, beings that did not resemble humans in the traditional sense. They point to the recurring reptilian features and the lack of similar depictions in later Mesopotamian art as evidence that the statues represent something extraordinary, perhaps visitors from beyond our world. Skeptics, however, argue that the statues are simply an example of early artistic expression, no different from the many strange figurines found in prehistoric cultures across the globe. They point out that the Ubaid culture eventually transitioned into the Sumerian civilization, which worshipped a pantheon of human-like gods, with no record of reptilian deities in their later mythology. If the Al-Ubaid figures represented a real group of people, or beings, why did they disappear so completely from Sumerian history? Another theory is that the figures may have been shamanic representations, possibly depicting spiritual visions or altered states of consciousness. Many ancient societies used hallucinogenic substances in religious rituals, and the bizarre, otherworldly nature of the statues could be an artistic attempt to capture supernatural experiences rather than literal beings. Adding to the mystery is the lack of written records from the Ubaid period. Unlike later Mesopotamian cultures that left behind detailed inscriptions, the Ubaid people did not develop writing, meaning that their beliefs, rituals, and traditions remain largely unknown. Without texts to explain their significance, the true meaning of the Al-Ubaid statues is left to speculation. Some researchers have suggested that further excavations at Tel Al-Ubaid and other sites may uncover additional clues. If more figurines are found, especially alongside new artifacts or burial sites, it might help clarify whether these figures were religious idols, rulers, or mythical beings. But for now, they remain an isolated anomaly, with no direct connection to any other known culture or tradition. The Al-Ubaid statues stand as a reminder of how much of our past remains unexplored and misunderstood. Whether they were meant to represent gods, spirits, shamans, or something even stranger, they challenge our assumptions about early civilizations. But without written records, their true meaning is lost to time, leaving us only with speculation. Some mysteries, like these statues, are small in size, but monumental in implications. Others are vast, stretching across entire landscapes, their purpose even more perplexing. In the remote highlands of Bolivia, covering thousands of square miles of barren desert, lies one such mystery. The Sajama Lines, an enormous network of perfectly straight, ancient geoglyphs, crisscross the land in an intricate web so massive that it can only truly be seen from above. These lines, some stretching for dozens of miles without deviation, were etched into the earth centuries, if not millennia, ago. Yet their purpose remains unknown. How were they created with such precision? What were they meant to signify? And why have they endured for so long, untouched by time? Unlike the Nazca lines of Peru, which depict animals, geometric shapes, and humanoid figures, the Sajama lines do not form recognizable symbols. Instead, they consist of thousands of perfectly straight pathways, carved into the ground and spanning the entire landscape in an intricate, interconnected pattern. Some are short, others stretch for over 20 miles in a single, unbroken line, intersecting and overlapping with hundreds of others, forming what looks like an ancient roadmap etched into the earth. The sheer scale of the Sajama lines is staggering. It is estimated that the total length of all the lines combined exceeds 10,000 miles, making it one of the largest geoglyph networks in the world. Yet, despite their immense size, they remain one of the least studied archaeological wonders on the planet. One of the most baffling aspects of the Sajama lines is their precision. Unlike roads or trails, which naturally shift over time due to erosion and human use, the Sajama lines have remained almost perfectly intact for centuries. Even with modern satellite imagery, researchers have struggled to understand how ancient people could have created such perfectly straight lines over such vast distances without the aid of modern tools. Who made these lines, and why? The indigenous Aymara people, who have lived in the region for centuries, have no definitive explanation. Local traditions suggest that the lines may have been sacred pathways connecting important religious sites, burial grounds, or settlements. Some researchers believe they were part of ritual pilgrimages, where people would walk the lines in ceremonies tied to the Andean belief system. Another possibility is that the Sajama Lines were created as territorial markers, serving as boundaries or indicators of different tribal regions. Given that many of the lines converge at certain points, it has been suggested that these intersections may have been gathering places, ceremonial centers, or shrines. Some researchers have proposed an astronomical purpose for the lines. Many ancient cultures around the world created structures aligned with the movements of the sun, moon, and stars, and some believe that the Sajama Lines could have functioned as a prehistoric observatory, mapping celestial events. However, without specific patterns that align with known constellations or solar cycles, this theory remains speculative. Then there are the more controversial theories, ideas that suggest the Sajama Lines were not just meant to be walked, but seen from above. The precision and scale of the lines have led some to draw comparisons to the Nazca Lines, which have long been theorized as having been created for the observation of gods or beings from the sky. Could the Sajama Lines have been made to be visible from above, perhaps as offerings to celestial beings, or as a form of communication with the heavens? The biggest challenge in studying the Sajama Lines is their remote location. Situated in one of the highest and most arid regions of the Andes, the area is difficult to access, and large-scale research efforts have been rare. Unlike the Nazca Lines, which have been extensively mapped and studied, the Sajama Lines remain relatively unknown to the wider world. One of the most fascinating aspects of the Sajama Lines is how they have endured despite the passage of time. Created by simply scraping away the top layer of soil and rock, they have remained intact for centuries due to the dry climate and lack of vegetation. Unlike other geoglyphs that have eroded over time, the Sajama Lines have barely faded, standing as permanent scars on the landscape. Despite their endurance, they remain at risk. In recent years, increased human activity, including road construction and tourism, has begun to threaten parts of the site. Without formal protection or preservation efforts, the lines could eventually be damaged or lost. Whether they were sacred walkways, territorial markers, or something even more enigmatic, their sheer precision and scale defy easy answers. Some ancient mysteries span vast landscapes, visible only from above. Others are much smaller, yet no less perplexing. Artifacts that seem to challenge the very timeline of human history. One such artifact was discovered in London, Texas in 1936, and has since become one of the most controversial objects in the study of ancient anomalies. Known as the London Hammer, this seemingly ordinary tool, a simple metal hammer embedded in rock, has sparked decades of debate. The reason? The rock encasing the hammer is said to be over 400 million years old, long before humans, let alone metal tools, were supposed to exist. The story of the London Hammer begins when Max Hahn and his wife Emma were hiking near Red Creek, Texas, when they spotted a strange piece of wood protruding from a rock formation. Curious, they took it home and later broke the rock open, revealing a hammerhead made of iron, still attached to its wooden handle, encased in solid stone. At first glance, it looked like a normal 19th century blacksmith's tool, but the real mystery lay in the rock itself. Geologists claimed that the formation surrounding the hammer dated back to the Ordovician period, over 400 million years ago. This claim, if true, would be impossible according to everything we know about history. The conventional timeline tells us that the first true humans capable of forging metal tools only appeared around 200,000 years ago, and metalworking itself didn't develop until about 5,000 years ago. So how could an iron hammer be encased in rock that predates even the dinosaurs? For those who believe in out-of-place artifacts, ooparts, objects that seem to contradict our understanding of history, the London Hammer is seen as potential evidence of lost civilizations, time travel, or even ancient extraterrestrial influence. Some claim that the hammer could be a remnant of a forgotten technological society, one that existed long before recorded history and vanished without a trace. Others suggest it might be proof that human history is far older than we currently believe, with advanced civilizations rising and falling long before our own. But skeptics offer a different explanation. The most common theory is that the rock encasing the hammer is not 400 million years old, but rather a much younger formation known as a concretion, a process where minerals gradually harden around an object over time, creating the appearance of ancient stone. This would mean that the hammer itself is not ancient, but simply a modern tool that became trapped in a natural process. Supporters of the hammer's mystery argue that its iron composition is unusual for a modern tool. Analysis has shown that the iron contains a purity level not typical of 19th century metalworking, leading some to speculate that it was created using an unknown or lost method of metallurgy. The hammer's wooden handle is also partially fossilized, which suggests that it has been buried for a significant amount of time. But whether that means thousands of years or hundreds of millions is still debated. One of the reasons the London hammer remains controversial is that it has never been thoroughly studied by mainstream scientists. The artifact is now in the possession of the Creation Evidence Museum in Texas, an institution that promotes the idea of a young Earth and often presents the hammer as evidence against conventional evolutionary timelines. Because of this, the hammer has remained outside the reach of independent testing, leaving many of its biggest questions unanswered. One of the most compelling arguments against the hammer's supposed age is the lack of geological context. Normally, when an ancient artifact is found, archaeologists carefully document where it was discovered, what type of sediment it was buried in, and any surrounding materials that could provide clues to its age. But because the London hammer was removed from its original location before proper analysis could be done, there is no way to verify its geological history with certainty. Yet, the mystery persists. If the London hammer is simply a modern tool that became encased in rock over time, why does it look so out of place? Why does the iron appear to be so pure? And if it really was found in ancient rock, what does that mean for our understanding of history? Some believe these artifacts could be anomalies caused by natural processes, while others argue they may be evidence of lost civilizations that were far more advanced than we realize. There are even those who suggest they could be traces of a far older human-like species, one that developed technology long before Homo sapiens, but was somehow erased from history. But the simplest explanation for the London hammer remains that it is a relatively modern tool, encased in a rock formation that formed much more recently than originally believed. Many geologists argue that concretions can form in a matter of centuries, not millions of years, and that the hammer was likely just an old mining tool that became embedded in such a formation. Even if the London hammer turns out to be nothing more than an ordinary 19th century artifact, its story continues to captivate people around the world. It represents something deeper than just an old tool. It speaks to our endless fascination with the unknown, our desire to uncover forgotten histories, and our willingness to question the past. Whether it is a genuine anomaly or just an odd geological formation, it reminds us that the past is full of unanswered mysteries. Some of these are found in small, seemingly misplaced objects, while others are buried deep beneath the earth, hidden in the dark recesses of ancient underground chambers. One such place exists on the island of Malta, a structure so old, so enigmatic, and so full of secrets that even today, its true purpose is still debated. This is the Hypogeum of Hal-Saflieni, a vast subterranean complex carved entirely from solid rock over 5,000 years ago, making it one of the oldest known underground temples in the world. But beyond its sheer age, it is the strange discoveries found within that have left archaeologists baffled. The Hypogeum is home to otherworldly acoustics, bizarre skulls with elongated features, and a possible link to a lost civilization that may have once inhabited the island before vanishing without a trace. The Hypogeum was discovered by accident in 1902, when construction workers breaking ground for a new building in the town of Paula, Malta, suddenly punched through the earth into a hollow space. What they had stumbled upon was not just a cave or a tomb, but a vast underground labyrinth, a system of interconnecting chambers, tunnels, and passageways carved directly into the limestone bedrock. As archaeologists began their investigation, they realized that the Hypogeum was not a simple burial site. It was a multi-level subterranean structure, stretching down into the earth across 3 levels, with the deepest chamber reaching almost 40 feet underground. Some areas were designed with intricate architectural features, including pillared halls, rounded walls, and delicately carved ceilings, mimicking the design of the above-ground Neolithic temples of Malta. But unlike other ancient temples, this one had been deliberately hidden, sealed away and forgotten for thousands of years. The most chilling discovery came when archaeologists unearthed over 7,000 skeletons buried within the Hypogeum. Many of these remains were found in strange, contorted positions, suggesting they may have been part of ritualistic burials or sacrifices. But even more unsettling were a handful of elongated skulls, which differed significantly from those of typical human remains. These skulls had abnormally long craniums, missing cranial sutures, and a shape unlike any known human population. When these skulls were first displayed in museums, they became the subject of intense speculation. Some researchers suggested that they could be evidence of an unknown ancient race, perhaps a separate human lineage that once lived on Malta, but later vanished. Others theorized that the skulls had been artificially elongated through ritual head binding, a practice seen in some ancient cultures, though this did not fully explain their missing sutures and unusual structure. Strangely, most of these skulls have since disappeared, either lost or removed from public view, further fueling speculation that they may have been evidence of something truly remarkable. Today, only a few photographs and scattered reports remain, adding another layer of mystery to the Hypogeum's already eerie reputation. Beyond the human remains, one of the most fascinating aspects of the Hypogeum is its acoustic properties. In one of the chambers, known as the Oracle Room, researchers discovered that sound waves resonate at an unusually powerful frequency of 110 Hz, which is known to have profound effects on the human brain. Some studies suggest that exposure to this frequency can alter consciousness, induce trance-like states, and enhance deep meditation. This has led many to believe that the Hypogeum was not just a burial site, but a ceremonial temple, where sound played a crucial role in spiritual rituals. Some even speculate that the underground structure may have been designed to amplify sound in a way that affected those inside, possibly as part of religious or shamanic practices. If true, this would suggest that the builders of the Hypogeum possessed a sophisticated understanding of acoustics and psychoacoustics, far beyond what we typically associate with prehistoric cultures. The question remains, who built the Hypogeum and why? The conventional explanation is that it was created by the temple culture of Malta, an advanced Neolithic society that existed between 4000 and 2500 BCE. This civilization left behind massive megalithic structures, many of which still stand today, such as the Gantaja temples, some of the oldest freestanding stone buildings in the world. Yet the Hypogeum is unique. Unlike other Maltese temples, which were constructed above ground and aligned with celestial movements, the Hypogeum was deliberately built underground, hidden from sight. Some theorists believe that it may have been a shelter, possibly built in response to an unknown catastrophe or invasion. Others suggest that it was a sacred space, reserved for elite priests or rulers who performed secret rituals away from the general population. A more controversial theory is that the Hypogeum predates even the temple culture and was inherited by them from an earlier lost civilization. Some have pointed to the elongated skulls as evidence that Malta may have once been home to a now extinct group of people, perhaps one that had genetic or cultural links to other mysterious ancient sites, such as the Paracas skulls of Peru. Adding to the mystery, local legends and folklore speak of an underground world beneath Malta, an ancient labyrinth that stretches far beyond the known Hypogeum, possibly connecting to even older hidden structures. Some have even claimed that parts of the Hypogeum are still undiscovered, with secret passages leading further into the depths, though no concrete evidence has ever been found to support this idea. Despite its age, the Hypogeum has remained remarkably well preserved, in part because of strict conservation efforts. Access to the site is now highly restricted, with only a limited number of visitors allowed per day to prevent further damage to the delicate structure. Yet, even with these precautions, the full extent of the Hypogeum's secrets may never be known. The Hypogeum of Hal-Saflieni is a haunting reminder that history is often buried, sometimes literally, beneath the surface, waiting to be uncovered. The labyrinthine chambers, the elongated skulls, and the eerie acoustic properties all suggest that this underground temple was more than just a burial site. Whether it was a place of ritual, an ancient sanctuary of forgotten knowledge, or something even stranger, it remains one of the most enigmatic structures in the world. But not all historical anomalies are hidden beneath the ground. Some sit in plain sight, their significance overlooked until someone recognizes the puzzle they present. On the other side of the world, in the highlands of Bolivia, an artifact was discovered that seemed impossible, a relic so out of place that it challenges what we think we know about ancient civilizations and their connections. Known as the Fuente Magna Bowl, this curious object has sparked controversy, debate, and speculation for decades. Carved with strange inscriptions that appear to resemble Sumerian cuneiform, yet found far from the known lands of Mesopotamian civilization, the bowl raises an unsettling question. Did the ancient people of South America have contact with cultures from the other side of the world thousands of years ago? The Fuente Magna Bowl was reportedly discovered near Lake Titicaca, the vast Andean lake that straddles the border between Bolivia and Peru. The artifact is a large, heavy stone vessel, resembling a ceremonial bowl or offering dish. At first glance, it appears to be like many other artifacts found in the region. Except for one critical detail, its surface is covered in an inscription that looks strikingly similar to Sumerian writing. The bowl was found in the 1960s by a local farmer near the town of Chua, but it wasn't until researchers examined the strange markings on its surface that the full weight of the discovery became clear. Unlike the geometric and pictographic symbols typically associated with pre-Columbian South American cultures, the Fuente Magna Bowl features a script that bears an uncanny resemblance to Proto-Sumerian or early cuneiform writing, the same form of written language that developed in ancient Mesopotamia over 5,000 years ago. If the inscriptions on the bowl are truly Sumerian, it would mean that an ancient civilization from the Middle East had contact with the Andean cultures of South America thousands of years before recorded history suggests such a connection was possible. This would be a groundbreaking revelation, one that would force historians to reconsider what they know about the movement of ancient peoples, trade, and cross-cultural exchange. The problem, however, is that no known historical records suggest any contact between Mesopotamian and South American civilizations. The Sumerians, who flourished in the Fertile Crescent between 3,100 and 2000 BCE, were known for their advanced city-states, writing systems, and seafaring trade networks, but there is no mainstream historical evidence that they ever traveled beyond the Middle East, let alone across the Atlantic Ocean to South America. This has led to two competing schools of thought regarding the Fuente Magna Bowl. Some researchers argue that the bowl is authentic and represents proof of an ancient transoceanic connection, while others believe it is a hoax, a misinterpretation, or an artifact influenced by an unknown cultural overlap. Those who support the bowl's authenticity point to the fact that Lake Titicaca was home to the Tiwanaku civilization, a mysterious Andean culture that predates the Inca by thousands of years. The Tiwanaku people built impressive megalithic structures, including the ruins of Pumapunku, a site famous for its precisely cut andesite blocks, some of which appear to have been machined with techniques far beyond what is typically attributed to pre-Columbian societies. Could the Tiwanaku have had outside influence, possibly from an ancient seafaring culture that reached the Americas long before the Europeans? Some researchers suggest that the Sumerians, or another ancient Middle Eastern civilization, may have been capable of long-distance ocean travel, using advanced shipbuilding techniques to cross the Atlantic. While this theory is considered highly controversial, supporters argue that ancient peoples may have been far more mobile than traditional history acknowledges. Some even speculate that Lake Titicaca itself could have once been connected to the ocean, allowing for the possibility of early maritime contact with civilizations beyond the Americas. However, the skeptics have strong arguments as well. Critics of the Fuente Magna Bowl argue that the Sumerian-like inscriptions could have been added at a much later date, either by a modern forger or by a South American culture that had independently developed a similar writing system. They also point out that there is no other evidence of Mesopotamian influence anywhere in the Andean region, no Sumerian-style temples, no Mesopotamian artifacts, and no linguistic traces in the indigenous languages of the area. Further complicating the matter is the lack of detailed documentation about the bull's discovery. Unlike many significant archaeological finds, which are carefully excavated under controlled conditions, the Fuente Magna Bowl was reportedly found by accident, and little is known about its precise location before being brought to the attention of researchers. Without a clear archaeological context, proving its authenticity is nearly impossible. Yet, the mystery remains. If the Fuente Magna Bowl is a genuine relic from an ancient transoceanic connection, it would suggest that civilizations we assume to have been isolated were actually far more interconnected than we ever imagined. It would challenge the entire framework of early human history, raising questions about how ideas, technologies, and cultural influences may have spread across the globe long before the rise of recorded trade networks. Even if the bowl is not evidence of an ancient Sumerian presence in South America, it is still an anomaly worth investigating. If it was created by the Tiwanaku or another Andean culture, why does its script resemble Sumerian writing? Was there a lost civilization that served as a bridge between these two distant cultures, one that has since vanished from history? Or is it simply an example of how different societies, separated by thousands of miles, sometimes develop strikingly similar forms of symbolic expression? Until definitive answers are found, the bowl stands as a tantalizing mystery, an artifact that shouldn't exist where it was found. Whether it is a relic of an unknown cultural connection between the ancient world, or simply a strange outlier, its mere presence challenges the rigid framework of history. If civilizations we once believed to be separate were, in fact, interacting across vast distances, how much more of our past has been lost? How many connections remain hidden, waiting to be uncovered? Not all ancient mysteries involve artifacts that seem out of place. Some lie in the vast open landscapes where early humans once gathered, leaving behind structures that defy expectations. Deep in the arid, windswept terrain of northern Kenya, an ancient burial site has emerged as one of the most puzzling discoveries in African archaeology. Known as the Lothagam North Pillar Site, this monumental structure is not only the oldest known cemetery in eastern Africa, it is also one of the earliest known monumental sites in human history, built by a people whose identity remains largely unknown. The Lothagam North Pillar Site, located near Lake Turkana, dates back approximately 5,000 years, placing it among the earliest large-scale communal burial grounds ever constructed. The site consists of a massive central platform surrounded by stone pillars, which rise like ancient sentinels above the barren landscape. Beneath this structure, archaeologists discovered a collective burial chamber containing the remains of at least 580 individuals, men, women, and children, buried together over many generations. Unlike the monumental tombs of later civilizations, which were often reserved for kings or elites, Lothagam North appears to have been a non-hierarchical cemetery, a rare find in early human societies. The people buried here did not seem to be ranked by status or wealth. Instead, they were interred together, their bodies carefully placed alongside ornamental beads, carved jewelry, and decorative artifacts, suggesting a society where all individuals, regardless of power or privilege, were given equal respect in death. This is remarkable because, during this time, most human societies were still transitioning from small, mobile hunter-gatherer groups to settled agricultural communities. The construction of a massive communal cemetery, requiring both planning and labor, suggests that the people of Lothagam North had a deep sense of social unity, far beyond what was previously thought for early societies in this region. But why did they build it? And why here, in such an isolated, unforgiving landscape? One of the leading theories is that the site was created by pastoralist communities, early herding groups that moved across the region in search of water and grazing land for their livestock. Around the time the cemetery was built, Lake Turkana was undergoing dramatic environmental shifts. What was once a lush, fertile landscape was gradually turning into the arid desert we see today. This transformation would have put enormous pressure on the people living there, forcing them to adapt, migrate, or find new ways to maintain their communities. Some researchers believe the Lothagam North Pillar site may have served as a spiritual or cultural anchor during this time of instability, a place where scattered groups could gather, bury their dead, and reinforce their shared identity in the face of an uncertain future. If true, this would make the site not just a cemetery, but a symbol of resilience, a monument to survival in one of the most challenging environments on Earth. The towering stone pillars, which give the site its name, add another layer of intrigue. Unlike the carefully arranged megaliths of Stonehenge or the aligned rows of the Carnac Stones, the Lothagam pillars appear irregularly placed, standing like weathered markers of a forgotten past. Their purpose remains unknown. Some archaeologists believe they may have held ritual significance, perhaps linked to astronomical events or seasonal cycles, while others suggest they simply marked the location as sacred ground. There is also the possibility that the site once played a role in early ancestor worship. In many ancient cultures, burial sites were not just places to lay the dead to rest, they were places of connection where the living could communicate with the spirits of their ancestors, seeking guidance and protection. Given the careful treatment of the bodies at Lothagam North, it is possible that this site served a similar function, a place where memory, identity, and tradition were passed down through generations. Adding to the mystery, the site appears to have been used for several centuries before it was abandoned. Over time, the people who built it seem to have moved on, leaving their stone pillars standing as silent reminders of their existence. Why they left remains unclear. Did the climate become too harsh to sustain life? Did conflicts force them to migrate elsewhere? Or did their way of life simply change, making the site no longer necessary? What makes Lothagam North even more significant is its age. Many of the world's famous monumental structures, such as the pyramids of Egypt, the ziggurats of Mesopotamia, and the great cities of the Indus Valley, were built by large, complex civilizations with centralized governments and advanced architectural knowledge. But Lothagam North predates these by centuries, and it was built by a society that was still largely nomadic. This suggests that the urge to create monumental structures, places that transcend everyday life, that endure beyond a single generation, may be far older than previously thought. It challenges the assumption that large-scale construction projects required kings, cities, or organized states. Instead, it shows that even small, mobile groups of herders could work together to build something meant to last. Despite its importance, Lothagam North remains one of the least known ancient sites in the world. Unlike the Great Pyramids or Stonehenge, it has not captured the public imagination in the same way. Part of this is due to its remote location, hidden in the semi-arid deserts of northern Kenya, far from major tourist paths. But it also speaks to a larger truth, that much of human history, especially in Africa, remains underexplored and underappreciated. The Lothagam North Pillar site is more than just a cemetery. It is a testament to human resilience, adaptation, and the need to create lasting connections with the past. It suggests that the early societies of Africa were far more complex than previously believed, capable of cooperation, engineering, and deep spiritual traditions long before the rise of what we typically consider civilization. The Lothegem North Pillar site stands as a silent marker of a people long vanished, a reminder that even before the rise of great civilizations, early societies were already building structures meant to last. Whether it was a burial ground, a place of ritual, or something even more significant, its very existence challenges our assumptions about the complexity of prehistoric cultures. Some mysteries, like Lothegem, are deeply tied to the traditions of those who built them. Others, however, seem almost completely out of place, objects that defy historical timelines and conventional understanding. One such mystery emerged in Romania, where an unassuming, wedge-shaped piece of metal was unearthed under bizarre circumstances. Known as the Aiud aluminum wedge, this strange artifact has baffled researchers for decades. Found buried deep in ancient layers of sediment, the wedge appears to be made of aluminum, a material that, by all accepted historical accounts, should not have existed at the time of its burial. The find raises a disturbing question. Was this an out-of-place artifact left behind by an unknown advanced civilization? Or is there a simpler explanation that we have yet to uncover? The story of the Aiud aluminum wedge begins in 1973, when construction workers near the Romanian town of Aiud stumbled upon something unusual. While digging along the banks of the Mureș River, they unearthed 3 strange objects buried approximately 35 feet, 10 meters underground. 2 of these were identified as fossilized bones belonging to a mastodon, an extinct prehistoric relative of the elephant. But the third object was unlike anything they had expected. It was a metallic wedge, heavily corroded but still unmistakably artificial. At first glance, the artifact looked like it could have been a fragment of machinery, possibly part of a larger mechanism. Its shape and structure resembled modern aerospace components, leading to immediate speculation about its origins. But the most astonishing detail came when metallurgical tests were conducted. The wedge was made primarily of aluminum, mixed with small traces of other metals, including copper, zinc, and silicon. This was a problem. Aluminum was not discovered until 1808, and even then, it was not refined into a usable metal until the late 19th century. Before the development of modern industrial techniques, aluminum was incredibly difficult to produce, requiring high temperatures and complex chemical processes. Yet here was an aluminum object, buried alongside mastodon fossils, suggesting that it had been in the ground for tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of years. The implications of this discovery were staggering. If the wedge was truly as old as the surrounding fossils, it would mean that an advanced technological society existed long before any known civilization, capable of refining aluminum thousands of years before human history records such a development. This idea, of course, was met with intense skepticism. Several theories quickly emerged to explain the anomaly. The most controversial theory is that the Aiud wedge is evidence of lost technology from an unknown prehistoric civilization, a relic from a society that developed advanced metallurgy long before recorded history. Some even suggest that it could be proof of an ancient, now forgotten human society that was wiped out by some cataclysm, leaving only scattered artifacts behind. Others have taken the theory even further, suggesting that the wedge could be extraterrestrial in origin. The strange composition of the alloy, combined with the object's resemblance to modern aerospace components, has led some to speculate that it might be a piece of a crashed UFO, a fragment of technology far beyond anything human civilizations were capable of producing in ancient times. However, mainstream scientists remain highly skeptical. The most widely accepted explanation is that the Aiud aluminum wedge is a relatively modern object, possibly from the early 20th century, that became buried through natural processes. Some researchers believe it could be a discarded piece of machinery from World War II, or an industrial site, mistakenly assumed to be far older than it actually is. One problem with determining the wedge's true origins is the lack of detailed documentation about its discovery. The artifact was reportedly examined at the Archaeological Institute of Cluj-Napoca, but detailed records of the sediment layers in which it was found are scarce or missing, making it difficult to prove exactly how old the object really is. Without precise geological dating, any claims about its extreme antiquity remain speculative. Another key issue is the composition of the aluminum itself. While early tests suggested that it was an unusual alloy, later analyses have been inconsistent, with some researchers arguing that the metal is not as anomalous as initially believed. If the alloy matches known industrial formulas, it would support the idea that the wedge is simply a discarded piece of machinery rather than an ancient artifact. Still, some unanswered questions remain. If the Aiud wedge was modern, how did it end up buried so deeply, alongside mastodon fossils? Was it simply a case of accidental contamination, with a relatively recent object becoming mixed with older sediment layers? Or is there something more unusual at play? Perhaps an error in dating, or even an as-yet unknown explanation for its presence. The Aiud aluminum wedge remains one of many so-called out-of-place artifacts, objects that seem to exist outside the expected timeline of human history. Similar anomalies include the London hammer, which was found encased in rock, and the Antikythera mechanism, a complex mechanical device discovered in an ancient Greek shipwreck that some have called the world's first computer. Like those artifacts, the Aiud wedge sits at the intersection of fact and speculation, science and mystery. To some, it is proof that history is far older and more complex than we believe. To others, it is a misunderstood industrial relic, mistaken for something far more ancient than it truly is. For now, the Aiud aluminum wedge remains one of those curious anomalies that sits on the edge of history, either a misunderstood industrial artifact or something that forces us to rethink what we know about the past. If it truly predates the known use of aluminum, it could hint at a lost technology or an unknown civilization capable of metallurgy far earlier than we ever imagined. But whether it is a relic of a forgotten past or simply a case of misinterpretation, it reminds us that history is full of surprises. Sometimes mysteries lie buried deep underground, hidden within layers of ancient sediment. Other times, they are so vast that they can only be truly appreciated from the sky. In the dense Amazon rainforest, where thick vegetation has hidden countless secrets for centuries, something remarkable has been discovered. Hundreds of enormous geometric patterns carved into the earth, visible only from above. These are the Brazilian Geoglyphs, vast geometric earthworks scattered across the landscape of Acre State in western Brazil. Unlike the famous Nazca lines of Peru, which are etched into desert terrain, these massive designs were hidden beneath the jungle canopy for thousands of years, only revealed when deforestation exposed them to satellite imagery. Their discovery has raised profound questions. Who built them? What purpose did they serve? And how could such large-scale structures have been constructed in the heart of the Amazon long before modern technology? The Brazilian geoglyphs first came to wider attention in the late 20th century, when satellite images and aerial surveys began revealing large, geometric patterns, circles, squares, and other shapes, cut into the ground beneath the forest. As deforestation increased, more and more of these ancient earthworks were uncovered, revealing a vast network of interconnected sites covering thousands of square miles. So far, over 450 geoglyphs have been identified, though researchers suspect that many more remain hidden beneath untouched sections of the Amazon. The sheer size and complexity of these structures challenge the idea that the Amazon was an untouched wilderness before European arrival. Instead, they suggest that an advanced, highly organized culture once thrived in the region, capable of massive land-altering projects that required planning, labor, and engineering skill. This contradicts earlier assumptions that the Amazon was home only to small, scattered tribes with little large-scale infrastructure. What makes the Brazilian geoglyphs particularly mysterious is that they do not appear to be settlements. Unlike traditional archaeological sites, there is little evidence of permanent habitation. No large structures, no signs of domestic life. and only scattered artifacts. This suggests that these earthworks were used for something else, possibly ceremonial, religious, or astronomical purposes. One leading theory is that the geoglyphs were ritual gathering places, where ancient Amazonian societies came together for ceremonies, feasts, or political meetings. Some researchers believe they may have been used as astronomical observatories, aligning with seasonal changes, solstices, or celestial events. Similar to how Stonehenge in England or the Carnac Stones in France appear to have been arranged with an understanding of the cosmos, the Brazilian geoglyphs could have served as early observatories, marking important times of the year for agricultural or spiritual reasons. Another possibility is that these earthworks played a role in territorial boundaries or social organization, serving as markers for different groups or as defensive enclosures. However, unlike traditional fortifications, the geoglyphs do not seem to have been designed for warfare. There are no obvious defensive walls or signs of battle. One of the biggest mysteries surrounding the Brazilian geoglyphs is their age. Radiocarbon dating suggests that many of these structures were built between 1,000 and 2,000 years ago, though some evidence hints that they could be even older. This means they predate the rise of the Inca Empire and were likely built by a now lost Amazonian civilization, whose name and history have been erased by time. The discovery of the geoglyphs also raises deeper questions about the environmental history of the Amazon. For years, the prevailing belief was that the Amazon rainforest was a pristine, untouched ecosystem, largely unmodified by humans before European colonization. However, the geoglyphs suggest otherwise. The fact that these massive earthworks were built at all means that the people who created them must have cleared large sections of the forest, reshaping the landscape in ways that challenge the idea of the Amazon as an untouched wilderness. Some researchers now believe that the Amazon may have been home to large, complex societies, capable of environmental engineering on a scale that was previously unrecognized. This theory is supported by the discovery of terra preta, or Amazonian dark earth, highly fertile, human-made soil found throughout the region, suggesting that ancient civilizations actively cultivated and managed the land rather than simply living within its natural conditions. The implications of this are profound. If the Amazon was once home to organized agricultural societies that built large-scale structures, then much of what we assume about pre-Columbian South America may need to be reconsidered. It would mean that the history of the continent is far richer and more complex than previously thought, with civilizations that rose and fell long before the arrival of the Spanish and Portuguese. Despite all that has been discovered, the true purpose of the Brazilian geoglyphs remains unknown. Were they sacred sites, astronomical calendars, territorial markers, or something else entirely? Until more extensive excavations and research are conducted, the mystery of these vast earthworks will remain unsolved. The Brazilian geoglyphs have reshaped our understanding of the ancient Amazon, revealing a world far more complex than previously believed. The massive geometric patterns hidden beneath the jungle tell a silent story of civilizations that thrived where we once thought none could exist, reshaping the land in ways we are only beginning to comprehend. Whether they were ceremonial gathering places, astronomical markers, or something entirely different, their sheer scale forces us to rethink what early humans were capable of. But not all ancient anomalies are carved into the earth. Some lie beneath the water, hidden in the depths, where they remain just out of reach, waiting for someone to uncover their secrets. One such mystery sits at the bottom of the Baltic Sea, an object so strange that it continues to baffle researchers, divers, and scientists alike. Discovered in 2011 by a group of deep-sea explorers, the Baltic Sea Anomaly is a massive circular structure sitting 300 feet below the surface, off the coast of Sweden. Measuring roughly 200 feet in diameter, its appearance is unlike anything else found on the ocean floor. Sonar images captured by the research team revealed what looked like a large, disc-shaped object with a peculiar flat top and perfectly straight edges, as if it had been deliberately shaped rather than formed by natural forces. At first, many assumed the object was simply a geological formation, a natural rock structure sculpted by Ice Age glaciers thousands of years ago. But as more details emerged, that explanation seemed increasingly inadequate. The structure appeared to have sharp, angular features, with what looked like staircases, corridors, and even a long runway-like track leading up to it. Some reports even suggested the surface of the anomaly contained unusual grooves and metallic elements, hinting that it might not be a simple rock formation at all. The discovery quickly gained international attention, sparking speculation about what the anomaly could be. Some researchers suggested it might be a sunken man-made structure, possibly an ancient temple, fortress, or settlement lost beneath the waves due to rising sea levels at the end of the last ice age. Others proposed that it could be the remains of a long-forgotten shipwreck, though the sheer size and shape of the anomaly didn't match any known vessels. But one of the most controversial theories was that the Baltic Sea Anomaly might not be from this world at all. The object's disc-like shape, coupled with its deep location and apparent lack of natural erosion, led some to speculate that it could be a crashed UFO, lying undisturbed at the bottom of the sea for thousands of years. The resemblance to classic depictions of flying saucers, combined with reports that electrical equipment malfunctioned when near the site, only fueled the idea that something highly unusual rested on the seabed. Despite the excitement, efforts to study the anomaly up close have been challenging. The depth, cold temperatures, and rough conditions of the Baltic Sea make exploration difficult, limiting the ability of divers to closely examine the structure. The team that originally discovered the anomaly, led by Peter Lindberg and Dennis Osberg, attempted further investigations, but their findings remained inconclusive. One of the most puzzling aspects of the anomaly is that it appears to be covered in a layer of what some believe is burnt material, almost as if it was exposed to extreme heat before ending up at the bottom of the sea. Some researchers claim that fragments taken from the site contain unusual mineral compositions, unlike typical underwater rock formations. However, these findings remain disputed, and many scientists argue that the anomaly is simply an unusual natural formation, possibly the result of glacial activity or volcanic processes. Adding to the mystery are reports that electronic devices stop functioning when brought too close to the anomaly. Some divers have claimed that their sonar equipment and cameras malfunctioned inexplicably, only to resume normal function once they moved away from the site. This phenomenon has been cited by believers as further proof that the object is not just an ordinary rock formation, though skeptics suggest that the disruptions could be caused by high levels of magnetism or mineral deposits, interfering with the instruments. One theory suggests that the anomaly could be the remains of a prehistoric structure, possibly built by an unknown civilization before being submerged by rising waters thousands of years ago. If true, it would mean that the Baltic Sea may have once been home to a lost civilization, leaving behind ruins that now rest hidden beneath the waves. But without direct excavation, proving this theory remains nearly impossible. Another theory is that the Baltic Sea Anomaly is a remnant of World War II, possibly an experimental military structure, a sunken warship, or even a forgotten piece of technology from wartime operations. The Baltic was a key region in the war, and many wrecks still rest on the ocean floor, waiting to be rediscovered. However, no official military records reference anything resembling the anomaly, and no known wartime debris matches its shape or size. To this day, the Baltic Sea Anomaly remains unexplained. Whether it is a natural geological oddity, an ancient ruin, or something far stranger, its existence challenges our understanding of what lies beneath the ocean's surface. Despite multiple expeditions and scientific studies, no definitive conclusion has been reached. The Baltic Sea Anomaly remains one of the most puzzling underwater discoveries of recent times, a strange, disc-shaped formation lying beneath the waves, defying easy explanation. Whether it is a natural geological formation, a relic of a lost civilization, or something even stranger, its presence challenges what we think we know about what lies hidden beneath the ocean's surface. But not all underwater mysteries are lost in the deep sea. Some are much closer to home, resting beneath lakes, where they have remained unseen for thousands of years, waiting for someone to stumble upon them. One such mystery lies beneath the waters of Rock Lake, a quiet body of water in Wisconsin, USA. Unlike the ancient pyramids of Egypt or the towering stone temples of Mesoamerica, these structures are hidden from view, their forms shrouded beneath murky water. Known as the Rock Lake Pyramids, these submerged formations have fascinated divers, historians, and researchers alike, with many believing they could be evidence of an ancient, forgotten civilization that once thrived in North America long before recorded history. Rock Lake, located near the town of Lake Mills, Wisconsin, is an unassuming place at first glance. A calm, freshwater lake surrounded by rolling hills and forests. But beneath its surface, something unusual was discovered. What appear to be large man-made stone structures, arranged in a way that suggests they were once part of a larger settlement or complex. According to early dive reports, these formations resemble pyramidal shapes, some standing as high as 18 feet, with sloping sides and flat tops, eerily similar to pyramids found in other ancient cultures around the world. The first claims of these structures date back centuries. Native American legends from the region tell stories of a sunken city beneath the lake, a place that once stood on dry land before being swallowed by rising waters. Some indigenous oral traditions suggest that the lake was once home to a great civilization that mysteriously vanished, leaving behind only its submerged ruins. For years, these tales were dismissed as folklore, until the 20th century, when modern divers began to report actual stone formations beneath the lake's surface. The first serious explorations of the Rock Lake Pyramids began in the 1930s, when fishermen and boaters claimed to have seen unusual rock formations beneath the clear waters. But it wasn't until the 1960s and 1970s that divers and sonar scans confirmed that large, geometric structures were indeed sitting at the bottom of the lake. Some reports even suggested that there were at least 10 pyramid-like formations, with some arranged in a way that suggested deliberate construction rather than natural rock formations. The discovery quickly sparked speculation. If these structures were truly man-made, then who built them, and how old were they? Some researchers believe that the Rock Lake Pyramids could be connected to the ancient Mississippian culture, a pre-Columbian civilization that flourished in the eastern United States between 800 and 1600 AD. The Mississippians were known for their massive earthen mounds, which often took on pyramid-like shapes, with flat tops, where temples or important buildings were constructed. Could the structures beneath Rock Lake be remnants of a Mississippian city that was later flooded? Others propose an even older origin for the pyramids. Some theories suggest that they could date back to the end of the last ice age, more than 10,000 years ago, when melting glaciers caused water levels to rise dramatically, submerging settlements that once stood on dry land. If this is the case, it would place the Rock Lake Pyramids among the oldest known human structures in North America, potentially older than even the pyramids of Egypt. Skeptics, however, argue that the formations are natural rock outcroppings shaped by glacial activity rather than human hands. They point out that while sonar scans and dive reports suggest pyramid-like shapes, no definitive archaeological evidence, such as artifacts, tools, or carvings, has been recovered to prove that these were deliberately built structures. Without such evidence, the Rock Lake Pyramids remain in a gray area between history and legend, their true nature still unconfirmed. Adding to the mystery, some researchers believe that the Rock Lake Pyramids could be linked to the nearby Aztalan State Park, the site of an ancient Native American city that once thrived in what is now Wisconsin. Aztalan was home to large, flat-topped earthen mounds, similar in shape to the pyramidal structures reported beneath Rock Lake. Some speculate that the people of Aztalan may have constructed similar structures near the lake, only for them to be lost beneath rising waters over time. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Rock Lake Pyramids is their alignment. Some researchers claim that the structures are positioned in a way that suggests astronomical significance, possibly aligning with the solstices or other celestial events. This would indicate a high level of planning and knowledge of the stars, much like other ancient pyramid-building cultures across the world. Despite multiple explorations, the true origin and purpose of the Rock Lake Pyramids remain unknown. The murky waters of the lake, combined with shifting sediment and underwater plant growth, have made long-term study difficult. Some divers have reported poor visibility, making it hard to get clear images or precise measurements of the structures. But one thing is certain: the Rock Lake Pyramids continue to captivate those who seek to uncover the forgotten history of North America. Whether they are the remains of an ancient, advanced civilization or simply a natural geological formation mistaken for something more, they add to the growing body of evidence suggesting that the pre-Columbian history of the Americas is far richer and more complex than we once believed. The Rock Lake Pyramids stand as an eerie reminder that history is often hidden beneath the surface, sometimes quite literally. Whether they are the remains of a lost civilization or a geological formation that happens to mimic human construction, their presence raises fascinating questions about the past. Were there once thriving societies in North America that predated recorded history, leaving behind only submerged ruins? Or are we simply seeing what we want to see in the murky waters of Rock Lake? Until further research uncovers definitive answers, the mystery remains. However, not all lost histories lie beneath the water. Some are buried in the soil itself, waiting for someone to dig a little deeper. In the heart of the Amazon rainforest, long thought to be an untouched wilderness, a discovery has been made that is forcing archaeologists to rethink everything they believed about the region. This is the mystery of Amazonian dark earth, an artificial, highly fertile soil that suggests the ancient Amazon was not a wild, uninhabited jungle, but home to large, complex civilizations capable of environmental engineering on a scale we are only beginning to understand. For centuries, the Amazon rainforest was considered inhospitable for large-scale human settlement. The natural soil in the region is infamously poor in nutrients, making traditional agriculture difficult. Early European explorers dismissed the indigenous groups they encountered as small, isolated tribes, assuming that the rainforest had never supported advanced civilizations. According to conventional thinking, the Amazon was a place where nature ruled and human impact had always been minimal. But this assumption began to unravel with the discovery of Amazonian dark earth, also known as terra preta, a strange, unusually fertile soil found scattered across the rainforest. Unlike the naturally occurring soil in the Amazon, which is thin and quickly depleted, terra preta is rich in nutrients, retains moisture, and can sustain intensive agriculture for centuries without degrading. Even more astonishingly, this soil was not a natural occurrence. It was man-made, created by ancient inhabitants of the Amazon thousands of years ago. The existence of terra preta was first noted by European explorers in the 19th century, who observed patches of mysteriously fertile land in certain areas of the rainforest. These pockets of dark, almost black soil were unlike anything found in the surrounding landscape. Scientists later discovered that terra preta contains a high concentration of charcoal, pottery shards, bones, and organic matter, all of which indicate that it was deliberately created through a process of soil enrichment. But why would ancient Amazonians need to create their own soil? The answer is simple: to support large populations. The presence of terra preta suggests that far from being an untouched wilderness, the Amazon may have once been home to thriving, organized societies that practiced large-scale agriculture. If true, this would mean that the rainforest as we see it today is not entirely natural, but is, in some ways, a man-made landscape, shaped by human hands over thousands of years. Researchers have found evidence that terra preta was created by slowly adding organic materials to the soil over generations. Ancient Amazonians likely burned plant material and waste, mixing the resulting charcoal with food scraps, bones, and other organic matter. This process not only enriched the soil, but also made it capable of retaining nutrients and water, allowing crops to grow in areas where farming would otherwise have been impossible. Unlike modern agricultural practices that strip the land of nutrients, terra preta actually improves with time, growing more fertile over the centuries. The implications of this discovery are groundbreaking. If ancient Amazonians were capable of engineering their environment to such an extent, then the traditional view of the Amazon as a sparsely populated wilderness must be reconsidered. Some researchers now believe that millions of people may have once lived in the Amazon, organizing themselves into large, complex societies that built massive settlements, managed vast agricultural fields, and left behind a landscape that was far from natural. Supporting this theory is the recent discovery of lost cities buried beneath the rainforest, revealed through LiDAR technology, which uses lasers to scan beneath the tree canopy. These scans have uncovered vast networks of roads, canals, and geometric structures, suggesting that the Amazon may have once been home to civilizations as advanced as those in Mesoamerica and the Andes. But if these civilizations existed, what happened to them? Why do we see so little evidence of their presence today? Some historians believe that European diseases, brought by early explorers in the 16th century, may have wiped out up to 90% of the indigenous population, causing entire societies to collapse. With their numbers reduced, many of their settlements were quickly reclaimed by the rainforest, leaving little behind except scattered ruins and the lasting imprint of terra preta. The story of Amazonian dark earth also raises larger questions about human impact on the environment. While modern deforestation is often seen as a recent ecological disaster, terra preta suggests that ancient Amazonians were able to alter their surroundings in a sustainable way, creating an agricultural system that enriched the land rather than depleting it. Some scientists now believe that understanding how terra preta was made could provide insights into modern sustainable farming practices, offering a potential solution to depleted soils and deforestation. Despite all the research, many aspects of terra preta remain a mystery. How did ancient people discover this process? Was it developed intentionally? Or did it evolve over time through trial and error? How widespread was this practice? And could there be other forgotten agricultural techniques still waiting to be uncovered in the depths of the rainforest? What is clear is that Amazonian dark earth is not just a scientific curiosity. It is evidence of a lost world, a civilization that thrived in the very place where we once thought civilization could never exist. Like the Rock Lake Pyramids, the Baltic Sea Anomaly, and the Brazilian Geoglyphs, it forces us to reconsider the past, to question long-held assumptions, and to wonder what other secrets are still hidden beneath the trees, waiting for discovery. The Amazon may seem like an untouched wilderness, but beneath the surface, there are traces of something far older, far more complex. If the ancient people of the Amazon were capable of terraforming their environment, creating sustainable ecosystems that lasted for thousands of years, then what else might they have achieved? What knowledge was lost when their civilizations disappeared? And could their forgotten wisdom help us rethink the way we interact with the land today? Until more is uncovered, terra preta remains one of the greatest clues to a lost world, a sign that deep in the rainforest, the past still lingers, hidden in the soil, waiting to be understood. Throughout history, there have been artifacts that seem to hint at knowledge beyond their time, objects that don't quite fit within our understanding of the past. Some of these have been dismissed as mere curiosities, while others continue to spark debate about what ancient civilizations may have truly known. One such artifact was discovered in Egypt, tucked away in the sands of Saqqara, where a strange wooden figurine was unearthed, an object that some believe could be evidence of early flight thousands of years before human aviation was even conceived. This mysterious object, known as the Saqqara bird, was discovered in 1898 during an excavation of a tomb in Saqqara, an ancient necropolis near Cairo, Egypt. At first glance, it appeared to be nothing more than a small wooden carving, roughly 7 inches long, with an elegantly curved body and wings. It was assumed to be just another bird figurine, perhaps a ceremonial offering or a symbolic representation of one of Egypt's many sacred animals. However, as researchers began to take a closer look, they noticed something peculiar about its design. Unlike typical bird carvings from the time, the Saqqara bird had a straight, upright tail, resembling the vertical stabilizers found on modern aircraft, rather than the fanned-out tail of an actual bird. Additionally, the wings were flat and positioned in a way that seemed more aerodynamic than decorative, almost as if the object had been designed to glide through the air rather than simply represent a living creature. This led to a shocking question. Could the ancient Egyptians have understood principles of flight far earlier than history suggests? Could they have experimented with aerodynamics and gliding mechanisms long before the Wright brothers ever took to the skies? Some researchers believe that the Saqqara bird may have been more than just a symbolic carving. They argue that it could have been an ancient model of an early flying machine, possibly a prototype used to study how objects move through the air. If true, this would suggest that the Egyptians had at least some understanding of aerodynamics, a field of study that wouldn't officially emerge until thousands of years later. To test this theory, modern aerodynamics experts have built scaled-up replicas of the Saqqara bird, modifying it with lightweight materials and minor adjustments to see if it could actually fly. The results have been surprisingly promising. With slight modifications, the replica was able to glide, suggesting that the original artifact may indeed have been designed with functionality in mind, rather than just aesthetics. But if the Saqqara bird was intended to fly, what was its true purpose? Was it simply a child's toy, an early attempt at flight, or something else entirely? Some theorists suggest that the object could be a representation of a much larger flying device, one that the ancient Egyptians might have actually built. They point to descriptions found in Egyptian texts that speak of ships that sailed the skies, stories that have often been dismissed as mythology, but could they be references to real technology that has since been lost? A more conservative theory is that the Saqqara bird was simply a ritual object, possibly related to the Egyptian god Horus, often depicted as a falcon. In Egyptian mythology, Horus was associated with the sky and flight, and his symbolism was deeply woven into their spiritual beliefs. Some researchers argue that the Saqqara bird was likely a ceremonial offering, designed to represent Horus and his ability to soar between the worlds of the living and the dead. Another theory suggests that the object may have been used as part of funerary practices. Some believe it could have been placed in a tomb to symbolize the deceased's soul taking flight into the afterlife, a concept deeply rooted in Egyptian beliefs about the journey beyond death. Skeptics argue that, despite its aerodynamic shape, the Saqqara bird does not have the necessary design features to function as a true flying machine. It lacks control surfaces such as flaps, ailerons, or an engine, meaning that even if it were thrown into the air, it could only glide for a short distance before falling to the ground. They also point out that many other similar bird figurines have been found in Egypt, with no evidence that they were ever intended for flight. Yet, despite these explanations, the mystery persists. If the Saqqara bird was simply a symbolic carving, why does it resemble modern gliders more than actual birds? Was it an attempt at early aerodynamics, a lost technology, or just an oddly shaped artifact that happens to resemble something familiar to modern eyes? Whether it was a simple offering to the gods, a child's toy, or something more advanced, perhaps a small-scale model of a lost experiment in early flight, its very existence reminds us that ancient civilizations may have understood far more than we give them credit for. However, while some mysteries are found in the sands of the desert, others are hidden beneath the waves, where entire cities lie forgotten beneath the sea. The lost city of Pavlopetri lies just off the southern coast of Laconia, Greece, submerged beneath a shallow bay, where the clear waters make it eerily visible from above. First discovered in 1967 by British oceanographer Nicholas Fleming, Pavlopetri was quickly identified as something remarkable, a city so well preserved that its entire layout could still be mapped, with streets, courtyards, and even buildings clearly distinguishable beneath the waves. Unlike other sunken ruins that have been worn down by time and currents, Pavlopetri remains intact, frozen in time, like an ancient blueprint of a world that once thrived. Dating back to at least 2800 BCE, it predates classical Greece by thousands of years, meaning that it existed at a time when Minoan and Mycenaean civilizations were just beginning to rise. What makes Pavlopetri so fascinating is that it appears to have been a highly developed urban center. Unlike other prehistoric settlements, which often consisted of simple huts or loosely organized dwellings, Pavlopetri has a complex and carefully planned layout. Researchers have identified stone roads, two-story houses, courtyards, and even evidence of an early drainage system, suggesting that the people who lived here understood city planning long before it became common in other parts of the world. Some of the homes feature separate rooms, indicating that families had designated living spaces, an idea that would later become a cornerstone of modern urban design. Perhaps even more intriguing, Pavlopetri had a central marketplace where trade and commerce likely flourished. This suggests that it was not just a small fishing village, but a significant economic hub, possibly engaging in maritime trade with the Minoans of Crete, or even civilizations further afield. The biggest question surrounding Pavlopetri is also the simplest. What happened to it? How does an entire city, once bustling with life, end up at the bottom of the sea? The most likely explanation is that earthquakes and rising sea levels gradually submerged Pavlopetri over time. Situated in a tectonically active region, Greece has experienced numerous earthquakes throughout history, and it is believed that a combination of seismic activity and coastal erosion led to the city's slow but inevitable sinking. Some researchers believe that a series of catastrophic earthquakes may have struck the region, causing the land to drop suddenly and allowing seawater to flood the city. Others suggest that a more gradual process occurred, with sea levels rising steadily over centuries, until Pavlopetri was eventually swallowed by the waves. Although the city itself has been preserved remarkably well, little is known about the people who lived there. No human remains have been found within the site, leading some researchers to speculate that residents had time to evacuate before the city was lost. If this is true, it raises even more questions. Where did they go? Did they rebuild elsewhere? And did they leave behind written records that might one day tell us more about their story? What we do know is that the people of Pavlopetri were skilled builders, traders, and possibly even early sailors. The city's location along the Mediterranean trade routes suggests that it may have been involved in long-distance commerce, exchanging goods with other ancient civilizations across the Aegean and beyond. Artifacts recovered from the site include pottery, tools, and household items, many of which resemble those found in early Minoan and Mycenaean settlements. This has led some historians to believe that Pavlopetri may have been an important cultural bridge between the Greek mainland and Crete, influencing the rise of later civilizations. Unlike many lost cities that remain out of reach in the deep ocean, Pavlopetri is relatively accessible due to its shallow depth, making it one of the most extensively studied underwater cities in the world. Modern technology, including 3D mapping and underwater drones, has allowed archaeologists to create detailed reconstructions of the city, helping us visualize what it once looked like above water. However, the site is also extremely fragile. Being so close to the shore, it is vulnerable to erosion, pollution, and even modern boating activity, which threatens to disturb its delicate remains. Efforts are now underway to protect Pavlopetri from further damage, ensuring that it remains preserved for future generations to study. The lost city of Pavlopetri is a rare glimpse into the distant past, a time when early civilizations were just beginning to master urban planning, trade, and maritime exploration. Unlike mythical cities such as Atlantis, Pavlopetri is real, a city that thrived thousands of years ago before being swallowed by the sea. Its well-preserved streets, homes, and marketplace hint at a civilization that was far more advanced than we once assumed, proving that even in prehistory, humans were mastering urban planning, trade, and maritime travel. Not all mysteries lie beneath the ocean. However, some are carved into the very rock of the earth, etched in symbols that defy easy explanation. Deep in the forests of Australia's central coast, an unusual series of ancient carvings has sparked controversy, speculation, and mystery. Known as the Gosford Glyphs, these markings appear to resemble Egyptian hieroglyphs, a discovery that has fueled theories of ancient transoceanic contact between Egypt and Australia. If authentic, they would rewrite history as we know it, challenging the belief that early civilizations remained isolated from one another. But are these carvings truly the work of ancient Egyptians, or is there a simpler explanation hidden beneath the layers of mystery? The Gosford Glyphs are located in Caerleon, New South Wales, nestled among towering sandstone formations in an area rich with Aboriginal history. The site itself is remote, tucked away in the dense bushland, where weathered rock faces bear a collection of over 300 carvings. The sheer number of symbols, coupled with their resemblance to Egyptian script, has led many to believe that they are evidence of an ancient Egyptian presence in Australia thousands of years before recorded history suggests such a possibility. The glyphs first gained attention in the 1970s, when reports of strange inscriptions in the rock began circulating. At first, they were dismissed as modern graffiti, carved by early European settlers, or even contemporary pranksters. However, as researchers began studying them more closely, the details became harder to ignore. The symbols seem to bear an undeniable similarity to Egyptian hieroglyphs, some matching known characters from the Old Kingdom period of Egypt, dating back over 4,000 years. This sparked an explosion of theories. Some researchers and alternative historians suggested that the glyphs could be proof of ancient Egyptian sailors reaching the shores of Australia long before Europeans ever set foot there. According to this theory, an Egyptian expedition may have been blown off course, landing in Australia by accident, or perhaps even deliberately exploring new lands across the sea. Supporters of this idea point to the intricate detail of the carvings, claiming that their arrangement and phrasing resemble authentic Egyptian writing, rather than being the work of an amateur forger. One of the most fascinating claims about the Gosford Glyphs comes from independent researchers, who argue that the inscriptions tell a coherent story, a tale of two Egyptian princes who were shipwrecked on the Australian coast. According to this interpretation, the glyphs describe how one of the princes died in the foreign land, while the other carved the inscriptions as a record of their journey. If this were true, it would suggest that the Egyptians had mastered long-distance maritime travel far beyond what mainstream historians believe. However, skepticism surrounding the glyphs is just as strong as the claims supporting their authenticity. Mainstream Egyptologists and archaeologists have largely dismissed the carvings as a hoax, arguing that they contain incorrect or inconsistent hieroglyphs that do not align with actual ancient Egyptian writing. While some symbols appear authentic, others seem out of place, mixing styles from different periods of Egyptian history in a way that would not have been used by actual scribes. Additionally, there is no archaeological evidence to support the presence of ancient Egyptians in Australia. No Egyptian artifacts, no settlements, and no records of such an expedition in known Egyptian historical texts. If a ship of Egyptian sailors had indeed reached Australia, why is there no physical evidence of their presence beyond these glyphs? Without additional supporting discoveries, the glyphs remain an anomaly, one that cannot yet be definitively proven or disproven. One alternative explanation is that the glyphs were carved by early 20th century travelers or soldiers, possibly those who had visited Egypt and were familiar with its writing system. Some have suggested that they may have been the work of Australian soldiers stationed in Egypt during World War I, who returned home and carved the symbols as an elaborate prank or historical tribute. Given that Australia had strong ties to Egypt during the early 1900s, this theory is not entirely implausible. Another possibility is that the glyphs were created as a teaching tool by an early Egyptologist or enthusiast, someone attempting to practice hieroglyphic writing in the remote Australian wilderness. If so, the site may have originally been nothing more than a private study area that gained an unintended air of mystery over time. Adding to the intrigue, local Aboriginal communities have their own views on the site. Some Aboriginal elders dismiss the carvings as a modern forgery, while others believe they may have been created as part of an older cultural exchange, possibly linked to ancient migrations that predate known history. While there is no direct evidence of contact between Egyptians and Aboriginal Australians, indigenous oral histories sometimes speak of foreign visitors arriving from distant lands in the distant past, an idea that, while speculative, keeps the debate alive. Despite decades of research, the Gosford Glyphs remain one of Australia's most enduring archaeological mysteries, an anomaly etched into stone, whispering of a past that doesn't quite fit into the accepted timeline of history. Whether they were carved by ancient Egyptians, early explorers, or modern hands, their very existence forces us to question how much of history we truly understand. But not all mysteries are carved into rock. Some are far more tangible, physical remnants of something unknown, something that cannot be dismissed as mere misinterpretation or forgery. One such mystery lies not in stone, but in bone. Discovered in Mexico, the Star Child skull is one of the strangest and most controversial human-like skulls ever found. With its highly unusual shape, thinner bone structure, and enlarged cranium, it has fueled decades of speculation. Some believe it is the result of a rare genetic mutation. Others insist it is something far more profound, evidence of a lost lineage, a hybrid species, or even something extraterrestrial. The story of the Star Child skull begins in the 1930s, when an American teenage girl stumbled upon a pair of skeletal remains in a remote cave in Mexico. Among them was an ordinary-looking human skeleton, but beside it lay something entirely different, a strange, misshapen skull that did not resemble any known human form. It was smaller, lighter, and strikingly different from any skull ever recorded. The girl reportedly took the skull back to the United States, where it remained in private possession for decades before resurfacing in the 1990s, when paranormal researcher Lloyd Pye began investigating its origins. From the moment it was examined, the skull defied explanation. It was significantly lighter than a normal human skull, yet its bone was much denser and stronger. The cranial capacity was almost 50% larger than that of a normal human, meaning it would have housed a brain far larger than that of any known Homo sapiens. The eye sockets were much shallower and wider, lacking the deep, circular orbits found in human skulls. It also had no visible frontal sinuses, an anomaly that set it apart from any known human variation. At first, skeptics suggested that the skull was merely an example of cranial deformation, a practice used in many ancient cultures to reshape skulls through head binding. But this explanation didn't hold up under closer examination. Artificial cranial deformation can change the shape of a skull, but it does not alter the thickness of the bone, the symmetry of the skull, or the size of the brain cavity, all of which were dramatically different in the Star Child skull. This led some to propose that the skull was the result of a rare genetic disorder, possibly hydrocephalus, a condition that causes fluid buildup in the brain, leading to an enlarged head. However, hydrocephalus typically results in weakened, fragile bone structure, not the incredibly dense, lightweight material found in the Star Child skull. It also does not explain the eye socket shape, lack of sinuses, or other peculiar anatomical differences. To get closer to an answer, researchers conducted DNA testing on the skull. Initial results confirmed that the skull contained human DNA, but with anomalies that were difficult to explain. The nuclear DNA, passed down from both parents, was particularly unusual, with sections that did not match any known human genetic markers. Some researchers suggested that this could indicate the skull belonged to a previously unknown human-like species, possibly an ancient offshoot of Homo sapiens, or even a hybrid between two different hominid lineages. But for others, the results hinted at something even stranger. Some theorists have suggested that the genetic anomalies indicate that the Star Child skull is not entirely human. They propose that it could be the remains of an extraterrestrial being, or a hybrid between humans and an unknown species. This idea gained traction in UFO research communities, where the skull was cited as possible evidence of past extraterrestrial contact with Earth. Mainstream scientists, however, remain deeply skeptical of such claims. They argue that while the skull is certainly highly unusual, there is no definitive evidence to suggest it is anything other than an extreme variation of human anatomy. They also point out that contamination, degradation, or missing genetic data could explain some of the anomalies found in the DNA analysis, and that without further testing, no extraordinary conclusions can be drawn. Despite this, the Star Child skull continues to divide opinion. Attempts have been made to conduct more in-depth genetic sequencing, but funding issues and disputes over ownership have stalled further analysis. Many questions remain unanswered. If the skull is simply an unusual human deformity, why does it possess so many traits that have never been observed in any known genetic disorder? If it is the result of a lost or unknown hominid species, why has no other evidence of such a species ever been found? And if it truly is something else, something beyond our current understanding, what does that mean for the history of human evolution? While the Star Child skull is an anomaly of biology, there are other objects, seemingly ordinary at first glance, that defy explanation in a different way. Some artifacts have been unearthed in places they should not exist, encased in ancient rock or fossilized material, appearing to be far older than they have any right to be. One such object was found in 1961, buried deep in a layer of rock said to be 500,000 years old. It would have been an exciting discovery on its own, but there was something truly strange about it. It wasn't a bone, a fossil, or even a primitive tool. It was a modern mechanical object embedded in ancient stone. This is the mystery of the Coso Artifact. The story begins in the small town of Olancha, California, where three amateur rock collectors, Mike Mikesell, Wallace Lane, and Virginia Maxey, were searching for geodes in the Coso Mountains. Geodes are hollow rocks lined with crystals, commonly found in the region. The collectors gathered several promising stones and took them home to cut open, expecting to find sparkling quartz formations inside. But when Mikesell cut into one of the geodes, his saw blade snapped. Instead of hollow crystal, the rock contained something metallic, something that had no business being inside a naturally formed geode. As they carefully removed the outer layers of the stone, the three discovered what appeared to be a mechanical device, a small, intricately structured metal object, completely encased in solid rock. At its center was a cylindrical core made of metal, surrounded by what appeared to be a ceramic or porcelain-like material. Further examination revealed the presence of a hexagonal metallic casing, resembling the shell of a modern spark plug. X-rays and analysis showed that the object had a precise, symmetrical internal structure with metallic rods and a spring-like coil visible beneath the surface. To the astonishment of the discoverers, it bore an undeniable resemblance to a manufactured piece of machinery. But here was the problem. According to geologists, the surrounding rock was at least 500,000 years old. If the artifact had truly been embedded within the stone for that long, it would mean that it had been manufactured hundreds of thousands of years before the first known human civilization. This, of course, was impossible, at least according to everything we know about history. As news of the discovery spread, theories began to emerge. Some speculated that the artifact was evidence of a lost advanced civilization that existed long before recorded history, one capable of producing sophisticated technology. Others went even further, suggesting that the object could be an extraterrestrial artifact, possibly a piece of machinery left behind by an ancient alien presence on Earth. The more skeptical explanations, however, were less dramatic. Some researchers argued that the object was simply a modern spark plug, accidentally encased in a concretion of hardened minerals over time. Supporters of this theory pointed out that the object closely resembled a 1920s-era Champion spark plug, commonly used in early automobiles and mining equipment. If true, this would suggest that the artifact had merely been encased in a hardened sedimentary formation over decades rather than truly being millions of years old. However, those who examined the artifact firsthand were not convinced by this explanation. They argued that the surrounding rock was far too ancient and too solid to have formed around an object so recently, unlike simple mineral deposits, which can encase objects over short periods. This was a fully fossilized formation, supposedly dating back to a time when no humans, let alone machines, should have existed. The case became even more mysterious when the artifact itself disappeared. After being studied and X-rayed, the Coso Artifact was never officially placed in a museum or research institution. It seemingly vanished, leaving only photographs, reports, and the testimony of those who had seen it. Without the original artifact available for further testing, no definitive conclusion could be reached. Skeptics maintain that the Coso Artifact is nothing more than a case of mistaken dating, a modern object that became encased in sediment, later mistaken for something far older. But believers argue that this explanation fails to account for the precision of the X-ray findings, the supposed geological evidence, and the strange circumstances surrounding the artifact's disappearance. If the artifact was indeed 500,000 years old, then it would change everything we know about human history. It would suggest that either an unknown civilization existed on Earth long before we currently believe, or that something, or someone, was manufacturing technology on this planet long before humanity was capable of doing so. The Coso Artifact is one of those rare discoveries that challenges the very foundation of history. If it was truly encased in 500,000-year-old rock, it would rewrite everything we know about human civilization and technological advancement. But without the original artifact available for further study, it remains one of history's strangest unsolved puzzles, an object that simply should not exist. Whether it was a lost piece of ancient technology, an out-of-place modern spark plug, or something even stranger, its disappearance has only deepened the mystery. And while some artifacts are small enough to hold in the palm of a hand, others are far grander, entire structures buried beneath the earth, waiting to be rediscovered. Some of the most baffling mysteries are not lost relics, but entire underground worlds, carved with such precision and scale that their existence defies logic. One such mystery lies deep beneath the hills of Zhejiang Province, China, a vast underground complex that has no known historical record, no inscriptions, and no explanation for how or why it was built. These are the Longyou Caves, a network of enormous hand-carved caverns, so perfectly constructed that they seem almost modern in their precision. But the mystery isn't just about their scale, it's about their complete absence from historical records. No writings, no stories, no blueprints. It is as if they appeared out of nowhere, with no civilization claiming to have built them. The Longyou Caves were first discovered in 1992, when a group of villagers decided to explore a local legend. For centuries, it had been believed that small ponds scattered across the area were bottomless. No matter how much water was drawn from them, they never seemed to run dry. Curious to test this, the villagers began pumping water from one of the pools, expecting to find a natural cavern beneath. But what they uncovered was far more astonishing. As the water level dropped, an enormous chamber was revealed, an underground cavern, perfectly cut, with smooth walls, soaring ceilings, and intricate geometric patterns carved into the stone. Soon, more of the bottomless pools were drained, revealing an entire network of these massive subterranean halls, all connected by a labyrinth of passageways and tunnels. The scale of the Longyou Caves is almost unimaginable. To date, at least 24 separate caves have been found, covering an area of over 30,000 square meters, 320,000 square feet. Some of the caves reach heights of nearly 100 feet, their walls perfectly smooth, as if carved by modern machinery. Unlike natural cave systems, which are formed over millions of years by erosion, these caverns show no signs of natural formation. They were clearly cut by human hands. But here's where the mystery deepens. No historical records mention their construction. No tools have been found. No debris from the excavation has ever been discovered. If ancient workers carved out these immense chambers, where did the removed stone go? The sheer amount of material that would have been extracted, millions of cubic feet of rock, should have left some trace, somewhere. But there is none. Archaeologists estimate that the caves were built at least 2,000 years ago, possibly during the Qin dynasty, 221 to 206 BCE, or even earlier. But even this is just speculation, as there are no inscriptions, no markings, and no cultural references to explain who created them. In a country with such an extensive and well-documented history, it is baffling that something of this magnitude could have been built and then completely forgotten. Adding to the enigma are the intricate patterns carved into the walls. These repeating, parallel chisel marks cover every surface of the caves, suggesting a deliberate artistic or symbolic meaning. Some researchers have suggested that they could be decorative, while others believe they may have been functional, possibly serving as a form of structural reinforcement. But without any written records, their purpose remains a mystery. How could such a massive construction project have been undertaken without leaving any trace in historical records? Some researchers have theorized that the caves may have been a forgotten military installation, an underground city, or even a sacred complex used for secret rituals. Others suggest that they could have been part of a vast, lost civilization, one that disappeared before written history began. One of the more controversial theories is that the Longyou Caves were created using lost advanced technology, perhaps a method of stone cutting, far beyond what was thought possible for ancient civilizations. The precision of the caves, the smoothness of the walls, and the complete lack of tool marks that would be expected from hand chiseling have led some to suggest that they may have been constructed using techniques that have since been lost to time. Despite extensive exploration, no signs of habitation, furniture, or tools have been found within the caves. There are no fire pits, no storage areas, and no indications that people actually lived in these caverns. If they were used for housing, religious purposes, or military defense, there should be some trace of human activity, but there is nothing. It is as if the caves were carved for a purpose that remains completely unknown. Adding to the intrigue is the remarkable stability of the structures. Despite being thousands of years old, the caves show no signs of collapse, even though they lack any visible support pillars. The weight of the rock above them should have caused at least some structural failure over time, yet they remain perfectly intact, another testament to the skill and knowledge of their unknown builders. Efforts to solve the mystery of the Longyou Caves continue, with geological and archaeological teams working to uncover more about their origins. But so far, no definitive answers have emerged. With no historical documents, no inscriptions, and no physical evidence of their purpose, the caves remain one of China's most enigmatic archaeological wonders. The Longyou Caves remain one of history's greatest subterranean mysteries. Vast, hand-carved chambers with no historical record, no evidence of their builders, and no clear explanation for why they exist. The sheer scale of the caves, the precision of their construction, and the complete absence of any debris or tools defy conventional understanding. Were they a forgotten military stronghold, a sacred site, or something even stranger? Until more answers are uncovered, the Longyou Caves will remain an enigma, one of those places that reminds us that the past is far more mysterious than we often assume. Some mysteries aren't just about lost civilizations or unexplained architecture, however. Some are rooted in stories that have been passed down for generations. Tales of beings that once walked among us. Beings so different from anything we recognize today that their very existence is called into question. One such legend comes from the Paiute people of North America, who spoke of a race of red-haired giants, a group of massive humanoids who were said to have roamed the land long before recorded history. Their story would have remained just that, a myth, a legend, if not for a remarkable discovery in Lovelock Cave, Nevada. Lovelock Cave is a desolate cavern in northern Nevada, hidden among the barren hills and dusty landscape near the Great Basin Desert. At first glance, it appears to be an ordinary cave, but its history is anything but ordinary. According to Paiute oral tradition, long before European settlers arrived, their ancestors waged war against a race of giant, red-haired beings known as the Siteka. These giants, said to be more than 10 feet tall, were fierce warriors who lived in the region and often raided Paiute settlements, capturing and eating their people. After years of conflict, the Paiute allegedly trapped the remaining Siteka inside Lovelock Cave, setting fire to its entrance and sealing them inside, where they were left to die. For centuries, this story remained a piece of oral history, a chilling tale passed down through generations. But in 1911, miners digging for bat guano in Lovelock Cave stumbled upon something unexpected: human remains, massive skulls, and artifacts unlike anything they had ever seen before. Excavations over the next several decades would uncover a vast array of ancient artifacts, including woven sandals, fishing tools, and weapons, many of which were far larger than would be expected for normal-sized humans. Even more astonishing were the skeletal remains, some of which were reported to have belonged to individuals of extraordinary height. The miners and early researchers who first uncovered the remains claimed that some of the skulls measured significantly larger than those of modern humans, with jawbones so massive they could fit over a normal-sized person's face. Even more intriguing, some of the skulls reportedly had traces of red hair, a strange detail given that Native American populations in the region are not known for this trait. This discovery sparked immediate controversy. Some researchers saw the find as potential evidence that giants may have once roamed North America, lending credibility to the Paiute legends. Others dismissed the idea outright, suggesting that the remains had been exaggerated or misinterpreted, and that the individuals found were simply tall members of an ancient indigenous group. The official archaeological explanation is that the Lovelock Cave was once inhabited by the northern Paiute people around 2,000 years ago, serving as a shelter and storage site for their community. The artifacts and remains found within the cave are believed to be those of ordinary humans, despite claims that some of the bones were far larger than normal. Over time, as researchers examined the findings more closely, many of the original reports about red-haired giants began to fade into legend, with no definitive proof that the Siteka ever existed. But some aspects of the story refuse to disappear. Skeptics point out that some of the largest remains and artifacts have seemingly vanished, with claims that early discoveries were either misplaced or deliberately removed from public view. Reports suggest that some of the most compelling evidence of oversized skeletons was taken by private collectors or stored away, never to be examined by mainstream science. Whether these claims are true or simply exaggerations is unknown, but they have fueled speculation that the truth about the Lovelock Cave giants may never be fully revealed. Adding to the intrigue, certain artifacts recovered from the site do not match typical Native American craftsmanship, leading some to believe that another culture may have lived in the region before the Paiute arrived. Among the more peculiar discoveries were duck decoys woven with remarkable precision, as well as tools that suggest a highly skilled and possibly distinct group of people once occupied the cave. Could the Siteka have been a real ancient group of unusually tall individuals, rather than the literal 10-foot-tall giants described in legend? Some researchers believe that a race of particularly tall, light-haired people may have once lived in the area, possibly migrants from an unknown origin. Others entertain the idea that the Paiute legends may be based on encounters with an extinct group of humans, perhaps a lost branch of early North American inhabitants who were larger and more robust than later indigenous groups. There are also those who believe that the Lovelock Cave story is part of a much larger mystery, one that connects to similar legends from around the world. Nearly every ancient culture has stories of giants, from the Nephilim of the Bible to the Titans of Greek mythology and the giant skeletons allegedly discovered in various parts of North America, Europe, and Asia. Could these stories be echoes of a forgotten past, one in which giant humanoids did exist, only to be wiped out or absorbed into smaller human populations? The Lovelock Cave giants remain a haunting mystery, an ancient legend of towering red-haired beings that, if real, would rewrite the history of North America. While some dismiss the story as myth, Others believe that the early accounts of oversized skulls and strange artifacts hint at something more, something lost to time or deliberately concealed. Whether the Siteka were real giants or simply an unusually tall and mysterious people, their story lingers, whispering of a forgotten past. And regardless of if the Lovelock Cave giants were real or not, the cave itself remains an important archaeological site, offering insights into the lives of ancient Native American cultures who once thrived in the region. But for those who believe that history is far stranger than we think, Lovelock Cave stands as one of many places where myth and reality blur, where the line between legend and history is not as clear as we once believed. But not all ancient skeletal discoveries speak of beings larger than life. Some hint at the opposite, at humans who were far smaller than expected, their very existence challenging conventional anthropology. One such mystery emerged in Australia, where researchers discovered what appeared to be a 10,000-year-old skeleton of a dwarf-like being, one that did not fit into any known category of ancient human. Unlike the Lovelock giants, which were said to be towering figures, this skeleton suggested the presence of an entirely different kind of lost lineage, one much smaller, yet just as enigmatic. The discovery of the 10,000-year-old dwarf skeleton raised immediate questions. Found in an ancient burial site, the skeleton was significantly smaller than any known human remains from the time period. At first, researchers assumed it might have belonged to a child, but as the excavation continued, it became clear that the remains belonged to a fully grown adult. Yet, despite its adult status, the skeleton was only around 3 feet tall, far smaller than typical humans from the same era. This discovery echoed a similar case from the Indonesian island of Flores, where the famous Homo floresiensis, often called the Hobbit, was found in 2003. The Flores skeletons belonged to a separate species of early humans, standing at just 3 to 4 feet tall and living as recently as 50,000 years ago. Could the Australian skeleton represent a similar lost lineage? Or was this an isolated case of an unknown genetic anomaly? Scientists examining the skeleton were puzzled. The proportions of the bones did not match those of modern pygmies, nor did they resemble any known dwarfism-related genetic conditions. The skull was different from both modern humans and previously known archaic human species, with a distinct shape that suggested it was not just a small version of Homo sapiens. This led to the theory that the skeleton might belong to a completely unknown branch of early humans, one that lived in Australia thousands of years before the arrival of the Aboriginal people. If true, this would indicate that human history in Australia is far more complex than previously believed, involving multiple waves of migration and possibly the presence of distinct human populations that later disappeared. One of the most controversial theories is that the skeleton belonged to a member of an ancient race of small people, possibly linked to other myths and legends from around the world. Many indigenous cultures have stories of little people, small humanoid beings that lived alongside or before larger human populations. In some traditions, they were seen as helpers, while in others, they were feared as tricksters or even supernatural beings. Could these stories be based on real encounters with an ancient, now extinct human species? Skeptics, however, argue that the skeleton could simply be an example of pathological dwarfism, a rare genetic condition that affects bone growth. They point out that while the skeleton is unique, there is no definitive evidence that it belongs to an unknown species. Without additional discoveries of similar remains, it is difficult to determine whether this was a one-time anomaly or part of a larger, undiscovered population. Another problem is that the remains have not been widely studied. Much like the Lovelock Cave findings, reports about the skeleton are fragmented, with few peer-reviewed studies available for public analysis. Some researchers claim that the skeleton was stored away in a private collection, preventing further scientific examination. If true, this raises the question, why hasn't this discovery received more attention? Is it simply an obscure archaeological find, or is it something that challenges mainstream history in ways that some would rather ignore? Adding to the mystery, Certain Australian Aboriginal traditions speak of small humanoid beings that lived in the land long before modern humans arrived. These beings, sometimes called little spirits or mimi in Aboriginal mythology, were said to be tiny, thin, and incredibly old, with some legends claiming they lived in caves or remote areas to avoid contact with larger human populations. While these stories are typically regarded as folklore, it is interesting to note how similar they are to myths of little people found in cultures around the world. If the 10,000-year-old dwarf skeleton does indeed belong to an unknown human species, it would add to growing evidence that the ancient world was far more diverse than we once thought. The discovery of Homo floresiensis in Indonesia already proved that small-statured hominins existed alongside larger human populations for much of prehistory. Could there have been similar groups living in Australia, isolated from the rest of the world? If so, what happened to them? One possibility is that they were gradually displaced or absorbed by larger human populations. As more technologically advanced human groups arrived, smaller populations may have struggled to compete for resources, eventually going extinct or merging with larger human groups, leaving only faint traces of their existence behind. Another possibility is that these small-statured humans were highly adapted to their environment, living in isolation for thousands of years, before eventually disappearing due to climate changes, disease, or encounters with other human populations. If this is the case, their remains may still be waiting to be discovered, buried in the vast and largely unexplored landscapes of Australia. Despite the mystery, mainstream archaeology has largely avoided making bold claims about the skeleton. Without further evidence, the safest conclusion is that it was either a rare genetic anomaly or an isolated case of unknown ancestry, rather than proof of a lost race of ancient dwarves. However, until more remains are found and studied, the full story remains unknown. The 10,000-year-old dwarf skeleton is yet another discovery that challenges the conventional story of human history. Whether it represents a lost lineage of small-statured humans, an ancient group adapted to a now-forgotten way of life, or simply a rare anomaly, its existence raises more questions than answers. How many other undiscovered human-like species once walked the earth, leaving behind only faint traces of their existence? And if some of these mysteries remain hidden in the soil, what else might still be waiting to be found? Perhaps in places far beyond where we would normally think to look. While most ancient enigmas are buried beneath the ground, some lie in the deepest, most unexplored places on Earth, the ocean floor. In the vast, lightless depths of the sea, where few humans have ever ventured, strange things have been discovered. Some are natural wonders, others defy easy explanation. And then there is the Eltanin Antenna, an object photographed at the bottom of the Antarctic Ocean in 1964 that, to this day, remains one of the most puzzling deep-sea discoveries ever recorded. The story of the Eltanin Antenna begins with a scientific expedition in 1964, when the USNS Eltanin, an advanced research vessel operated by the United States Navy, was mapping the depths of the ocean. The ship was part of an international effort to study the seafloor, using cutting-edge sonar and deep-sea photography to explore areas that had never been seen before. Then, in a region of the Bellingshausen Sea, off the coast of Antarctica, something strange appeared in one of the deep-sea photographs. Sitting on the ocean floor, at a depth of nearly 13,000 feet, 4,000 meters, was an object that did not resemble any known natural formation. The image showed what appeared to be a metal-like structure standing upright, with a central pole and symmetrical crossbars branching out at precise intervals. The object looked remarkably artificial, almost like a radio antenna, complete with a structured grid-like design that seemed far too precise to be a natural rock formation. At a time when deep-sea exploration was still in its infancy, the discovery was baffling. What was a structured, antenna-like object doing at the bottom of the Antarctic Ocean? And if it was artificial, who or what put it there? One of the first theories was that the Eltanin antenna was a piece of lost technology, possibly the remains of a sunken ship, military equipment, or even Cold War-era surveillance technology. Given that the 1960s were a time of heightened military tensions, some speculated that the object might have been a secret listening device placed there to monitor submarines or track naval activity. However, this theory had major problems. There were no known records of any such device being deployed in the area, and the structure itself did not match any known design used by the US military or other naval forces. Another theory was even more unsettling, that the object was not of human origin at all. Some researchers and UFO theorists speculated that the Eltanin Antenna might be an extraterrestrial artifact, possibly an ancient device placed there long ago to monitor Earth. The idea of alien probes hidden in the deep sea is not as far-fetched as it might seem. Some scientists have suggested that if an advanced extraterrestrial civilization wanted to observe Earth without detection, placing surveillance equipment in the deep ocean would be one of the most effective ways to do so. The Eltanin Antenna's grid-like structure, its isolated location, and the fact that it had never been seen before all fueled speculation that it could be evidence of intelligent design, just not necessarily human intelligence. But skeptics have pointed out a much simpler explanation, one that, while less sensational, is still fascinating in its own right. Some scientists believe that the Eltanin Antenna may actually be a type of deep-sea sponge, specifically a species called Cladorhiza concrescens, which grows in a branching, antenna-like shape. These sponges attach themselves to the ocean floor and develop symmetrical, upright structures, which, from a certain angle, can resemble a mechanical device rather than a living organism. This explanation, while reasonable, does not satisfy everyone. The Eltanin Antenna, as photographed in 1964, does not exactly match the structure of known sponges, leading some to argue that it could still be something else entirely. Additionally, some researchers have pointed out that no physical samples of the object were ever retrieved, meaning that there has never been any direct analysis to confirm or deny its nature. Unlike some deep-sea mysteries that have been revisited and examined with modern technology, the Eltanin Antenna remains largely forgotten, with no recent expeditions sent to locate it again. Some have speculated that it was either covered by sediment over time, destroyed by natural processes, or simply removed before it could be studied further. Others believe that it remains right where it was found in 1964, waiting for someone to rediscover it and finally provide an answer. The Eltanin Antenna is one of those rare anomalies that sits at the crossroads between science, mystery, and speculation. Whether it is a strange but natural deep-sea formation, a lost relic of an unknown civilization, or even something far more advanced than we can imagine, it remains one of the most puzzling finds of the 20th century. The Eltanin Antenna remains one of the most peculiar mysteries of the deep ocean, an object that appears to defy nature, standing like a silent structure at the bottom of the Antarctic Sea. Whether it is a bizarre natural formation, a lost piece of technology, or something even stranger, its existence reminds us just how little we truly know about the depths of our own planet. The oceans cover over 70% of the Earth's surface, yet more than 80% of them remain unexplored, leaving room for the possibility of many more undiscovered anomalies lurking in the darkness. But not all mysterious structures lie hidden beneath the ocean. Some stand in plain sight, monuments that seem ancient beyond explanation, their origins lost to time. Some of these places fit neatly into our understanding of history, while others defy classification, existing outside of any known historical record. One such structure lies in New Zealand, a country rich in Maori history, yet containing an enigma that doesn't appear to belong to any known culture. It is known as the Kaimanawa Wall, and it has left researchers, archaeologists, and explorers questioning whether it is simply an unusual rock formation or evidence of a lost civilization that predates anything we know about human settlement in the region. Located at the southern end of Lake Taupo, the Kaimanawa Wall is an arrangement of massive stone blocks, stacked in a way that, at first glance, resembles the foundations of an ancient megalithic structure. The large, symmetrical blocks appear to fit together with an uncanny precision, forming what looks like an artificial wall rising from the earth. The blocks are smooth, straight-edged, and uniform in shape, leading many to believe that they were placed there deliberately, rather than occurring naturally. The mystery surrounding the wall stems from one crucial fact. There is no known record of any civilization in New Zealand capable of constructing such a structure. The Maori people, who were the first known inhabitants of the land, are believed to have arrived in New Zealand only about 1,000 years ago, and their traditional building techniques did not involve the use of massive stone blocks in the manner seen at Kaimanawa. If the wall is man-made, it would suggest that a previous civilization existed in New Zealand long before the arrival of the Maori, a possibility that mainstream archaeology does not currently recognize. The controversy over the Kaimanawa Wall erupted in the 1990s, when researchers and alternative historians began suggesting that the site bore a striking resemblance to other megalithic structures found around the world, particularly in South America. Some compared it to the Sacsayhuamán ruins in Peru, where massive interlocking stones were used to build ancient walls that still stand today. The precise arrangement of the blocks, combined with their apparent alignment along straight geometric lines, fueled speculation that the Kaimanawa Wall was not a natural formation, but rather a piece of lost history. Supporters of the theory that the Kaimanawa Wall is an ancient human-made structure argue that it represents a missing chapter in New Zealand's past. If the wall was built by an unknown civilization, it could mean that humans occupied the region far earlier than previously believed, possibly thousands of years before the Maori arrived. Some theories even suggest that pre-Maori cultures once lived in the region, but that their presence has since been lost or erased from recorded history. However, mainstream archaeologists and geologists have dismissed these claims, arguing that the Kaimanawa Wall is a natural geological formation. According to their analysis, the symmetrical stones that make up the wall are actually fractured ignimbrite, a type of volcanic rock that naturally splits into geometric shapes over time. This process, known as jointing and weathering, can sometimes create the illusion of artificial construction, even though no human hands were involved. Despite this explanation, many remain unconvinced. Some have pointed out that the blocks appear to be stacked rather than simply fractured in place, suggesting an intentional arrangement. Others have noted that certain areas of the wall seem to show signs of tool marks, which would indicate human involvement rather than natural forces. If this is the case, then the true history of the Kaimanawa Wall may be far older and more complex than currently accepted. Adding to the mystery is the complete lack of excavation or further study of the site. Unlike many other controversial historical sites that have been extensively researched, the Kaimanawa Wall remains largely ignored by mainstream archaeology. Some researchers claim that there is a reluctance to investigate the site properly, as any evidence of a pre-Maori civilization would challenge the established narrative of New Zealand's history. Whether this is due to genuine scientific skepticism or simply a lack of interest remains an open question. One of the more unconventional theories surrounding the Kaimanawa Wall is that it was built by an ancient civilization that had connections to early South American cultures. Some alternative researchers have suggested that long before the Polynesian migrations, a group of South American builders or navigators may have traveled across the Pacific and settled in New Zealand, bringing with them the knowledge of megalithic construction. While this idea remains speculative, it is intriguing that similar stone structures are found in places thousands of miles apart, despite no officially recognized connection between the cultures that built them. Another possibility is that the Kaimanawa Wall was once part of a larger complex, a structure that may have eroded or collapsed over time, leaving only its lower sections behind. If this is the case, then the true scope of the mystery might still be buried beneath the earth, waiting to be uncovered. Regardless of its origins, the Kaimanawa Wall remains one of New Zealand's most perplexing anomalies. Whether it is a natural rock formation or evidence of a lost civilization, it challenges the accepted timeline of human settlement in the region. If the wall was shaped by human hands, then who built it? And why is there no historical record of its existence? Until proper excavation is conducted, it will remain an open question. One more example of how much of the past remains obscured, hidden beneath layers of earth and time. One such mystery lies in Egypt, in the shadow of one of the most awe-inspiring temple complexes ever built. The Carnac Temple is already a marvel in itself, a sprawling city of stone that has stood for over 4,000 years, dedicated to the gods of ancient Egypt. But within this vast complex lies something even stranger, an architectural anomaly known as the Carnac Sound Temple, a chamber that appears to have been built with a unique property, the ability to manipulate sound in ways that defy conventional understanding. The Carnac Temple complex, located near Luxor, is one of the largest religious structures ever constructed. Built over centuries by successive pharaohs, it was a place of worship, power, and mystery. But among its many halls and columns, there is one particular chamber that has baffled researchers and visitors alike. Unlike the other grand structures of Carnac, this chamber is small, enclosed, and built with a precision that suggests it had a very specific purpose. When sound is produced inside the chamber, particularly at certain frequencies, it resonates in an eerie, amplified manner, as if the very walls themselves are conducting and enhancing the vibrations. What makes this so unusual is that the room was built with granite, a material known for its high quartz content. Quartz is a piezoelectric material, meaning it can generate an electrical charge under pressure. Some researchers speculate that this property may have been intentionally used by the ancient Egyptians, allowing the chamber to act as a kind of acoustic amplifier. This raises an astonishing question. Did the ancient Egyptians understand something about sound and energy that we have long since forgotten? The acoustic properties of the Carnac Sound Temple have led to a number of fascinating theories. Some believe that the chamber was designed for ritualistic purposes, amplifying chants and prayers to create a heightened spiritual experience. Ancient Egyptian religious practices often involved sound, music, and vibration, and many believe that the builders of Carnac may have deliberately designed this room to intensify those effects. But there is another possibility, one that suggests the ancient Egyptians may have been using sound for something more than religious ceremonies. Some researchers propose that this chamber, and possibly other similar structures, could have been designed to alter consciousness. The way sound resonates within the chamber could have induced trance-like states, possibly enhancing meditation, spiritual experiences, or even healing. If true, this would suggest that the Egyptians had a sophisticated understanding of how sound affects the human brain and body, an understanding that modern science is only beginning to explore. Interestingly, the Carnac Sound Temple is not the only ancient structure with strange acoustic properties. Similar effects have been noted in other Egyptian temples, Mayan pyramids, and even Neolithic structures like Stonehenge. In many cases, these sites appear to have been constructed with an emphasis on resonance, frequency, and sound manipulation. Could it be that ancient civilizations across the world understood how to harness sound for purposes beyond our comprehension? Some researchers point to recent scientific discoveries about the effects of sound frequencies on the human body and mind. Studies have shown that certain frequencies can alter brainwave activity, inducing states of deep relaxation, heightened awareness, or even hallucinations. Other studies suggest that specific sound vibrations can promote healing, affecting cells and tissues at a microscopic level. If the Egyptians had discovered these principles thousands of years ago, it would imply a level of sophistication that modern science is only beginning to acknowledge. Of course, mainstream archaeology tends to dismiss such theories, arguing that the unusual acoustics of the Carnac chamber are simply an accidental byproduct of its design. They claim that there is no concrete evidence that the ancient Egyptians had an advanced understanding of acoustics beyond what would have been useful for religious ceremonies. But others argue that the precision of the chamber, its location within Carnac, and its unusual properties suggest that it was built with clear intent and purpose. Adding to the mystery, is the fact that some of Carnac's structures appear to have been deliberately altered or even destroyed over the centuries. Could it be that knowledge of the temple's true function was lost or even erased? Some believe that the ancient Egyptians once possessed technologies that were later forgotten or suppressed, leaving only traces behind in the architecture they left behind. And then there is the question of how such knowledge, if it once existed, was obtained in the first place. Could it have been passed down from a much older civilization, one that predated even the dynastic Egyptians? Some alternative historians propose that Carnac, like other great sites across the world, may have been built upon the remnants of an even older culture, one that understood the power of sound in ways we do not today. If the Carnac Sound Temple truly had a purpose beyond religious ritual, then what exactly was it used for? Was it a place of healing, where sound frequencies were used to restore balance to the body? Was it a tool for altering consciousness, allowing priests or initiates to access hidden realms of perception? Or was it something even more advanced, a lost technology, forgotten by history, waiting to be rediscovered? The Carnac Sound Temple is a reminder that ancient civilizations may have possessed knowledge beyond what we typically attribute to them. Whether its acoustic properties were used for ritual, healing, or something more advanced, its existence raises the question, what else have we overlooked in history? Were the ancients simply master builders, or did they understand principles of sound, energy, and consciousness that have since been lost to time? As we explore these mysteries, we find more sites, hidden, submerged, or buried, where the echoes of the past seem to tell a story far more complex than what we've been taught. One such place lies beneath the ruins of an ancient city, a forgotten world of tunnels, chambers, and passageways carved deep into the rock. It is a place that was once considered sacred, a site of prophecy, and perhaps even a gateway to the underworld itself. This is the Tunnels of Baiae, an underground labyrinth in Italy that holds secrets lost to time, secrets that still elude historians and archaeologists to this day. Baiae was once the Las Vegas of the Roman Empire, a luxurious resort city built on the volcanic coastline of the Phlegraean Fields. Known for its opulence, thermal baths, and extravagant villas, it was a place where emperors and aristocrats indulged in pleasure and excess. But beneath the lavish surface of Baiae, hidden away from the revelry, lay something much older, a network of tunnels that appear to have been built for something far more mysterious than mere leisure. The Tunnels of Baiae were rediscovered in the 20th century, buried beneath centuries of volcanic ash and debris. As explorers ventured inside, they realized that this was not simply a Roman aqueduct or a set of storage tunnels. The passageways twisted and turned in seemingly deliberate patterns, some leading to sealed chambers, others descending into darkness. Some of the tunnels were so narrow that they required crawling to pass through, while others led to what appeared to be ritual spaces. The deeper archaeologists explored, the clearer it became. This was no ordinary underground structure. One of the most striking features of the tunnels is the presence of sulfuric steam vents, which would have filled the passages with an eerie mist. Given that Baiae sits in one of Italy's most geologically active regions, these tunnels would have likely been filled with vapors and an otherworldly glow, especially when lit by torchlight. This, combined with the disorienting layout, led some to speculate that the tunnels were used for ritual initiations designed to mimic a journey to the underworld. The most famous chamber within the tunnels is believed by some researchers to be the legendary Cave of the Sibyl. In ancient mythology, the Cumaean Sibyl was a powerful oracle, a priestess of Apollo, who delivered cryptic prophecies from the depths of a sacred cavern. According to Roman sources, her cave lay somewhere in the Phlegraean Fields, near Baiae, and was a place where seekers of wisdom would descend into darkness to hear the voice of the gods. Some believe that the tunnels beneath Baiae were part of this very network, meaning that the Romans may have built their lavish city atop something far older, a place where initiates were led through subterranean passageways, breathing in the vapors of the earth before emerging with visions and prophecies. Another theory suggests that the tunnels had a mystical or religious function, possibly linked to the cult of Pluto, the Roman god of the underworld. Ancient accounts describe the region as a place where the barrier between the living and the dead was thin, a sacred landscape where mortals could commune with the divine. Given that the entrance to the underworld in Roman mythology was believed to lie near Baiae, could these tunnels have been built as an actual gateway to the afterlife, at least in a symbolic sense? The tunnel's design only adds to the mystery. Unlike many Roman structures, which were built for practical purposes, the tunnels of Baiae seem to serve no obvious function. They do not appear to be part of a sewage system, nor do they connect in a way that suggests they were purely for transportation. Some areas lead nowhere, while others loop back on themselves in disorienting patterns. This has led some scholars to propose that the tunnels were designed to induce a psychological or spiritual transformation, perhaps as part of an ancient initiation rite, where those who entered would have to navigate the labyrinthine passages before emerging reborn into the world above. Further complicating the mystery is the fact that the entire city of Baiae is now underwater. Over the centuries, volcanic activity and shifting land have submerged large portions of the city, hiding much of its history beneath the waves. Today, divers can explore the ruins of villas, temples, and mosaics, all eerily preserved beneath the sea. Could there be even more tunnels hidden beneath the sunken remains of Baiae, waiting to be discovered? Like many ancient sites that seem to blend history with mythology, the tunnels of Baiae raise more questions than answers. Were they simply a Roman curiosity, built for unknown practical reasons? Or were they part of something older, something meant to guide initiates into a mystical journey, perhaps even designed to connect with forces beyond the physical world? Whether they were a passage for initiates seeking wisdom or a forgotten relic of a lost ritualistic purpose, their presence beneath the once lavish city reminds us that the past is full of secrets, still waiting to be uncovered. But not all of history's greatest mysteries lie beneath the earth. Some are found in the open, scattered across landscapes where they shouldn't exist, carved with a precision that defies logic. Thousands of miles from Italy, deep in the jungles and plains of Costa Rica, lies another mystery, one that isn't hidden underground or tucked away inside a temple. Instead, it stands in plain sight, yet no one truly knows why it's there. These are the Diquís Spheres, massive, perfectly shaped stone orbs that appear to have been created by an ancient civilization long before recorded history. Unlike the tunnels of Baiae, which twist and turn into the unknown, the Diquís Spheres are straightforward in their mystery. They exist, they are precise, and no one knows why they were made or how their creators achieved such an impossible level of craftsmanship. Discovered in the 1930s, the Diquís Spheres were first unearthed when workers were clearing land for banana plantations in the Diquís Delta, a region once home to an ancient civilization that thrived long before European contact. As the land was stripped away, enormous stone spheres began to emerge from the earth, some as small as a bowling ball, others weighing several tons. What struck researchers immediately was their near-perfect spherical shape. These weren't just random stones. They had been deliberately carved, polished, and placed. The first question that arose was an obvious one. How were they made? The spheres are crafted from granodiorite, an incredibly hard rock that would have required advanced tools to shape, tools that the known indigenous cultures of the region simply did not possess. Yet the spheres show no sign of crude chiseling or primitive shaping techniques. They are so precisely round that even with modern technology, achieving such symmetry would be a challenge. Some are flawless, as if they were sculpted with a method far beyond what history suggests should have been possible. The next mystery is why they were made. Unlike the pyramids, temples, or megalithic structures found in other parts of the world, the Diquís Spheres serve no obvious architectural function. They are not walls, foundations, or tombs. Instead, they seem to have been deliberately placed across the landscape, sometimes in groups, sometimes standing alone, with no clear pattern. Some researchers believe that the spheres were meant to align with celestial bodies, possibly marking astronomical events, solstices, or the movement of the stars. Others suggest they were symbols of power and status, created by the Diquís culture as displays of authority. Some were even found in lines or geometric patterns, hinting that they may have been part of a lost ceremonial or ritualistic purpose. Then, of course, there are the more speculative theories, ones that suggest the spheres may be remnants of a lost, advanced civilization. Some theorists have drawn comparisons between the Diquís spheres and the megalithic structures of Peru, Egypt, and even Easter Island, arguing that they could be evidence of an ancient culture with technological knowledge that has since vanished. There are even legends that the spheres were created by a race of ancient gods or celestial beings, placed across the land as markers for something beyond human understanding. One of the strangest aspects of the Diquís Spheres is that many of them were moved from their original locations. Over the years, they have been rolled, transported, or even placed in front of government buildings, museums, and private estates as decorative objects. This has made it difficult for archaeologists to determine their original alignment or purpose, adding yet another layer of mystery to their existence. Were they meant to be part of a larger network of structures or pathways? Did they hold significance in relation to each other, much like the standing stones of ancient Europe? Unfortunately, we may never know, as many of the spheres have been displaced from their original sites. Adding to the mystery is the fact that no written records exist from the civilization that created them. Unlike Egypt, Mesopotamia, or Mesoamerican cultures, the Diquís people left behind no known hieroglyphs, codices, or inscriptions that could explain their purpose. All that remains of their legacy are these silent, massive orbs, perfectly carved, impossibly precise, and with no clear reason for existing. One of the most enduring myths surrounding the spheres is that they are somehow connected to Atlantis or another lost civilization. Some theorists speculate that they were made using a forgotten technique, perhaps involving sonic technology or even anti-gravitational methods. While such ideas are dismissed by mainstream archaeology, the fact remains that the Diquís Spheres stand out as one of history's most puzzling achievements. If an advanced society existed in Costa Rica long before recorded history, then where did it go? Why did it vanish without a trace? The precision with which they were carved and their seemingly intentional placement suggest a level of sophistication that far exceeds what we assume early cultures were capable of. And yet, they are not the only examples of mysterious stone spheres in the world. Half a world away, in the remote Ural Mountains of Russia, another set of unexplained spherical megaliths has been discovered, the Russian Megaspheres. Like their Costa Rican counterparts, these enormous stone spheres appear to have been shaped with an unnatural level of precision. Some are deeply embedded in the landscape, partially buried beneath layers of earth, while others have been found exposed, standing silently as if waiting to be understood. Their origins remain a mystery, fueling speculation ranging from natural geological formations to remnants of an ancient, unknown civilization. The Russian megaspheres first gained attention when locals in various parts of Russia's Chelyabinsk, Volgograd, and Kemerovo regions stumbled upon massive, nearly perfect stone spheres buried within the ground. Some were uncovered by accident during mining operations, while others appeared after landslides and erosion revealed them hidden beneath layers of soil and rock. The largest of these spheres measure up to 10 feet in diameter, with some estimated to weigh several tons. Their sheer size and smooth, rounded surfaces immediately raised questions. Were they created naturally, or were they the product of an advanced ancient culture? The most famous discovery came from the Volgograd region, where a cluster of these enormous spheres was unearthed, prompting researchers to take a closer look. The placement and distribution of the spheres suggested that they were not randomly scattered, but rather positioned in ways that seemed intentional, much like the stone spheres of Costa Rica. Some were arranged in clusters, while others appeared in near straight lines. This unusual alignment led to the first major theory, that these spheres might have been placed deliberately by an ancient civilization. One of the first explanations offered by mainstream scientists was that the spheres were natural concretions, a process in which minerals slowly accumulate around a central core over thousands or even millions of years. Similar stone formations have been found in other parts of the world, such as the Meraki boulders in New Zealand and the fairy stones of Canada. However, the Russian megaspheres differ in several key ways. Unlike typical concretions, which tend to form in layers and often have irregular surfaces, many of the Russian spheres display an almost artificial smoothness, as if they were polished or carved with tools. Some show signs of symmetrical grooving, faint indentations that suggest they may have once been part of a larger structure. These anomalies have led some researchers to propose that even if they were initially formed through natural processes, they may have been altered or used by ancient people for an unknown purpose. The second major theory is that the spheres were deliberately shaped and positioned by a lost civilization, one that may have existed thousands of years before recorded history. Some researchers have speculated that they could have been ceremonial or religious objects, possibly used for rituals, astronomical observations, or even as markers of important locations. Others suggest that they may have been part of a forgotten technology, perhaps a system for energy storage, balancing structures, or even an unknown method of construction. Adding to the intrigue, some spheres have been found partially buried in deep geological layers, suggesting extreme antiquity. If these spheres were placed there by humans, it would mean that an advanced culture existed in Russia far earlier than we currently believe, predating even the oldest known civilizations. Could this be evidence of a lost prehistoric society, one that was capable of shaping and manipulating massive stone objects with techniques that remain unknown to us today? Some alternative theorists have gone even further, proposing that the Russian megaspheres are not of human origin at all. They suggest that these massive orbs could be remnants of an ancient extraterrestrial presence on Earth, left behind as some sort of marker or artifact from a time when the planet was being observed, studied, or even influenced by non-human intelligence. While this idea is purely speculative, it is fueled by the undeniable mystery of the spheres themselves. If they were created naturally, why do they so closely resemble artificially crafted objects? There is also the possibility that the spheres were once part of a much larger structure that has since eroded or been destroyed. Some researchers have suggested that they could have been supporting elements of a megalithic site, similar to how massive stone blocks were used in the construction of ancient temples, pyramids, and fortresses. If true, this would mean that the landscape of ancient Russia once held a lost architectural wonder, one that time has reduced to little more than scattered remnants. Despite their undeniable mystery, the Russian megaspheres have received little formal study, and much of the research remains inconclusive. Some spheres have been moved from their original locations, either taken to museums or placed in public spaces, which makes it difficult to determine whether their original positioning held any significance. Others remain buried, waiting to be uncovered, but funding for further excavations has been limited. The Russian megaspheres stand as silent sentinels of a forgotten past. Whether natural or man-made, their near-perfect symmetry and sheer size defy easy explanation. Are they remnants of an ancient civilization, lost markers of an unknown culture, or simply a natural phenomenon that mimics the precision of human craftsmanship? Until further studies are conducted, they will remain one of Russia's most enigmatic archaeological puzzles, scattered across the landscape like echoes of a story we no longer understand. But while some mysteries take shape in stone, others are hidden within the pages of history, written records that seem too advanced for their time, describing knowledge that should not have existed. Among these lost texts is one of the most perplexing manuscripts ever discovered, the Sibiu Manuscript, Unlike the Russian Megaspheres, which raise questions about physical artifacts, the Sibiu Manuscript presents a different kind of mystery, one of knowledge, science, and impossible foresight. This ancient document, dating back to the 16th century, appears to contain detailed descriptions of multi-stage rockets and early spaceflight concepts, ideas that were centuries ahead of their time. But how could someone in the 1500s have understood principles that would not be officially explored until the modern era? The Sibiu manuscript was discovered in 1961 in the archives of Sibiu, Romania. It is a 450-page document written in Latin, filled with technical diagrams, calculations, and descriptions of engineering projects. What makes it truly extraordinary is that among its contents are detailed descriptions of rocket propulsion systems, including multi-stage rockets, liquid fuel propulsion, and even suggestions for space exploration. To put this into context, the concept of multi-stage rocketry was not formally developed until the 20th century, with pioneers like Konstantin Tsiolkovsky and Robert Goddard laying the groundwork for modern space travel. Yet the Sibiu manuscript describes these principles in surprising detail, long before they were supposed to be understood. The author of this remarkable text is believed to be Konrad Haas, a military engineer of the 16th century. Haas worked in Transylvania under the rule of the Holy Roman Empire, specializing in military technology and weapons design. His writings in the Sibiu manuscript suggest that he was not only an expert in existing weaponry, but also an innovator who envisioned advancements that would not come to fruition for hundreds of years. Among the most astonishing passages in the manuscript are diagrams and explanations of rocket propulsion systems that appear to use multiple stages, separating sections, and fuel compartments, concepts that form the basis of modern rocketry. Haas describes how a rocket could be built with a primary stage that ignites and then detaches, allowing a secondary stage to take over, thereby increasing the efficiency of thrust and distance traveled. This is precisely the principle used in today's space exploration programs, yet Haas was writing about it nearly 4 centuries earlier. Even more intriguing, the manuscript suggests the use of liquid fuel propulsion, a system that would not become a reality until the early 20th century, when rocket engineers finally moved beyond solid fuel designs. The fact that Haas was even considering such possibilities is nothing short of extraordinary. But this raises an uncomfortable question. Where did Haas get these ideas? There is no record of anyone before him developing these concepts. Standard military technology at the time relied on gunpowder-based weaponry, and while rockets were used in warfare, they were crude, single-stage devices that lacked any form of stage separation or controlled propulsion. If Haas truly conceived of these ideas himself, then he was centuries ahead of his time. One theory suggests that he may have had access to lost or suppressed knowledge, possibly derived from earlier civilizations or hidden manuscripts. Throughout history, there have been whispers of ancient cultures that possess technological understanding far beyond what we typically associate with their time periods. Could Haas have been drawing on ideas passed down from an unknown source, one that was lost to history? Another theory is that Haas was simply a brilliant visionary, someone who had the foresight to imagine what future generations might eventually achieve. But even if this were the case, how could he have arrived at such accurate and scientifically sound conclusions without the necessary experiments, materials, or technological advancements to test his theories? Mainstream historians generally dismiss the more extreme interpretations of the Sibiu manuscript, arguing that while Haas was undoubtedly an inventive mind, his ideas were more theoretical than practical. They suggest that his writings were exploratory musings rather than functional designs, meaning he may have been conceptualizing the possibilities of rocketry without fully understanding how they could be realized. However, this explanation does not fully account for the remarkable accuracy of his descriptions. Many of the concepts found in the manuscript, especially multi-stage rocketry, are highly specific and mechanically plausible, not just vague speculation. This has led some to argue that the manuscript represents something far more significant than a collection of theoretical ideas. It may be evidence that knowledge of advanced propulsion technology existed long before modern history acknowledges it. Adding to the mystery is the fact that the Sibiu manuscript was largely forgotten for centuries, only resurfacing in the 20th century, at a time when modern rocketry was just beginning to take shape. Had it been discovered earlier, could it have accelerated the development of space exploration? Could it have provided a blueprint for advancements that would take centuries to unfold? The Sibiu manuscript raises larger questions about the nature of human innovation and the possibility of lost knowledge. If an engineer in the 1500s was capable of conceiving multi-stage rockets, what other technological breakthroughs might have been conceived and then lost throughout history? How many other forgotten manuscripts, hidden in archives or dismissed as unimportant, might contain clues to innovations far ahead of their time? The Sibiu manuscript is a reminder that history may hold secrets we have yet to fully understand, ideas that emerged centuries before they should have, only to be lost in time, waiting to be rediscovered. If an engineer in the 1500s could describe multi-stage rockets, what other knowledge has been overlooked, dismissed, or forgotten? How many other artifacts, texts, or relics remain hidden in archives or buried beneath the earth, containing glimpses of knowledge that should not exist in their respective time periods? Some of these mysteries take the form of books, while others are found carved into stone, objects that defy historical timelines, appearing to hold information that should have been impossible for ancient civilizations to know. One such mystery is that of the Phaistos disc. Beneath the sun-baked ruins of ancient Crete lies a puzzle that continues to defy every attempt at explanation. Discovered over a century ago, it's small enough to fit in your hands, but strange enough to leave some of the world's brightest minds at a loss. It's one of archaeology's most enduring riddles, not because of what it reveals, but because of what it refuses to say. This is the story of the Phaistos disc, an artifact so unusual that it still has no confirmed meaning, no confirmed origin, and no clear connection to anything else we've ever found. The disc was unearthed in 1908 by Italian archaeologist Luigi Pernier during excavations of the Minoan palace of Phaistos, located on the southern coast of Crete. The palace itself dates to around 1700 BCE, part of the rich and enigmatic Minoan civilization, which flourished long before the classical Greeks. Deep within a subterranean room of the palace complex, Pernier and his team found the disc buried in the same layer as Linear A tablets, another undeciphered writing system. This gave researchers an initial date for the disc, likely somewhere around 1600 BCE, possibly older. At first glance, the Phaistos disc doesn't seem especially dramatic. It's a flat, circular piece of fired clay, just over 15 centimeters, about 6 inches, in diameter. But it's the content on the disc that makes it so fascinating. Pressed into the clay on both sides are 241 symbols, arranged in a spiral, moving from the outer edge toward the center. The symbols were not carved, but stamped using small, individual seals, a printing method unlike anything else from the ancient world. It is, by all appearances, an early form of movable type, long before Gutenberg ever touched a press. The disc contains 45 unique characters, repeated in combinations and groupings, suggesting some kind of language or code. Some symbols resemble things we can identify: feathers, fish, human figures, flowers, while others are far more abstract. They're organized into 61 groups, separated by small lines, which many assume represent words or phrases. Yet despite over a century of analysis, no one has been able to definitively decipher what the disc says, or even what language it might be written in. Part of the difficulty lies in the disc's isolation. It has no clear relatives. Unlike scripts like Egyptian hieroglyphs or Mesopotamian cuneiform, which can be cross-referenced with other writings or bilingual inscriptions, the Phaistos disc is a stand-alone artifact. We've never found another like it. Not on Crete, not in the Aegean, not anywhere. Without a reference point, trying to translate it is like trying to solve a crossword puzzle without clues, or a language with no dictionary. This has led to a wide range of interpretations, some more grounded than others. Some researchers believe the disk may be a syllabic script, like Linear B, used later by the Mycenaeans, with each symbol representing a syllable. Others argue it could be logographic, with each symbol representing a whole word or idea. Some think it's a form of proto-writing, not a language at all, but rather a set of ritual symbols, meant to be understood in a religious or ceremonial context. And then there are the more speculative theories. Over the decades, many have suggested the disk encodes a hymn, a prayer, or a magical incantation. Some believe it was created as a ritual calendar, marking lunar or agricultural cycles. Others claim it could be a record of a journey or a list of offerings to a deity. More fringe ideas propose that the disk may not be Minoan at all, but the relic of an unknown civilization, possibly even originating from outside of Crete or outside of Earth. While these more extreme suggestions are generally dismissed by scholars, they reflect just how little is known and how wide the range of interpretations has become. One of the more serious academic proposals came from Gareth Owens, a researcher who has spent decades studying the disk. He argues that the language of the Phaistos disk may be a pre-Greek dialect of Indo-European origin, and that the disk may contain a religious hymn to a Minoan goddess. According to Owens, the repeated phrases and certain symbols suggest a structure similar to poetic prayer. He's even proposed tentative meanings for some symbols, based on comparisons with Linear A and B, but even he admits that without more examples, any translation remains speculative. Another layer of mystery comes from how the disk was made. The stamping technique is entirely unique for its time. Each symbol was pressed into the wet clay using an individual seal, which suggests a level of organization and planning unusual for the Bronze Age. Some have taken this to mean that the disk was not just a one-off creation, but part of a larger system, perhaps used to print messages, prayers, or records on other materials that haven't survived. Others think it may have been a prototype, an early experiment in movable type that never caught on. But if it was an early printing method, why has nothing like it ever been found again? Why did such an advanced idea, centuries ahead of its time, emerge once and then disappear completely? Some scholars have pointed out that the room where the disk was found also contained Linear A tablets, another mysterious script that remains undeciphered. While the two writing systems appear different, it's possible they represent different functions or languages within the same society. Or perhaps they were used by different groups living on Crete at the same time, suggesting a more complex cultural landscape than we usually assume for the Bronze Age Aegean. Still, the disk's uniqueness remains its most compelling quality. It is one of the only known examples of a completely undeciphered writing system that exists solely on a single artifact. Every known language or code that we've managed to crack has required multiple texts, ideally with some overlap or bilingual reference. The Phaistos disk gives us none of that, just two sides, one message, and a spiral of symbols that might hold a prayer, a story, or a record of something entirely unknown. And so it sits, displayed behind glass in the Heraclean Archaeological Museum, while experts continue to debate its meaning. Visitors stand and stare, drawn in by its simplicity, its symmetry, and its stubborn refusal to explain itself. Unlike so many artifacts that we can at least place within a cultural or historical framework, the Phaistos disk remains adrift, disconnected, a voice from the past, speaking a language we may never fully understand. As with so many of the world's great archaeological mysteries, the Phaistos disk reminds us of how much we still don't know. For all our advancements in decoding languages and uncovering ancient truths, this little clay circle continues to elude us, quietly mocking the idea that everything from the past can eventually be explained. Is it a hymn? A code? A forgotten language? Or just a ceremonial object with no literal meaning? The answer may lie beneath the soil of Crete, still waiting to be uncovered. Or it may never come at all. Either way, the Phaistos disk remains one of the most captivating mysteries of the ancient world. Not because of what we know, but because of what we don't. And perhaps, in some way, that's what gives it its power. The unknown speaks loudly, even when it says nothing at all. If we accept that ancient peoples may have understood concepts we once believed to be exclusively modern, what else might they have known? Could they have mapped parts of the world long before we assumed they were discovered? One of the most baffling historical anomalies tied to this very question is the Ancient Map of Antarctica, a document that appears to show the icy continent long before it was officially discovered, and before it was even covered in ice. Known as the Piri Reis Map, this remarkable document raises a staggering possibility. Was Antarctica mapped by an ancient civilization long before modern history acknowledges its existence? The Piri Reis Map was created in 1513 by an Ottoman admiral and cartographer named Piri Reis. It is a hand-drawn map on parchment depicting the known world at the time, including the coasts of Europe, Africa, and the Americas. However, what makes this map extraordinary is that it also appears to depict the coastline of Antarctica, centuries before the continent was officially discovered in 1820. Even more astonishing, the map does not just show Antarctica as we know it today, covered in thick ice. Instead, it appears to depict the landmass beneath the ice, showing an ice-free coastline with remarkable accuracy. Modern geologists and cartographers were baffled when they compared the Piri Reis map to modern seismic surveys of Antarctica's subglacial terrain. The map's coastline closely resembles what scientists now know to be the actual shape of Antarctica beneath its ice sheet, a detail that should have been completely unknown to anyone in the 16th century. The question is, how could Piri Reis have obtained such information? Piri Reis himself provided a clue. He claimed that he did not create the map entirely on his own, but instead compiled it from older source maps, some of which he claimed dated back to ancient times. He mentioned that some of his sources were from Greek, Roman, and possibly even Phoenician origins, raising the possibility that knowledge of Antarctica's true geography may have existed long before modern explorers arrived. One of the most shocking aspects of the map is its alleged depiction of Antarctica without ice. According to mainstream geology, the last time Antarctica was free of ice was at least 6,000 years ago, possibly even longer. If the map is truly showing an ice-free Antarctica, then it suggests that someone mapped the continent thousands of years ago, at a time when no civilization was supposedly capable of such a feat. This raises an even bigger question. Who could have created the original source maps? There are several theories, each more intriguing than the last. One possibility is that an advanced pre-Ice Age civilization existed long before recorded history, one capable of navigating and mapping the world in ways we once believed impossible. Some researchers speculate that the ancient Egyptians, Sumerians, or even an unknown lost civilization may have possessed advanced cartographic skills, which were later copied and passed down through generations before eventually reaching Piri Reis. Another theory suggests that early seafaring cultures, such as the Phoenicians or Minoans, may have reached Antarctica long before its official discovery. If true, this would mean that maritime navigation was far more sophisticated in ancient times than we currently acknowledge. However, even if ancient sailors did reach Antarctica, how would they have mapped its coastline beneath the ice? Some more speculative theories propose that Antarctica's ice sheet may have formed much more recently than mainstream science suggests, possibly due to a sudden cataclysmic event. If an ancient civilization existed before this event, it might have mapped Antarctica before it was buried under ice. However, this idea contradicts current geological understanding, which suggests that the Antarctic ice sheet has existed for millions of years. Then there is the most controversial theory of all, that the Piri Reis map is evidence of lost advanced technology from an unknown source. Some researchers have speculated that ancient civilizations may have had access to aerial mapping techniques, astronomical knowledge, or even guidance from an unknown intelligence that allowed them to chart the world with extraordinary precision. While this idea is often dismissed as pseudoscience, It does highlight the fact that many ancient maps show surprising levels of accuracy, including the placement of continents and coastlines that were unknown at the time. Skeptics argue that the Piri Reis map is simply a misinterpretation, suggesting that the section believed to represent Antarctica is actually a distorted depiction of South America's southern coastline. However, this explanation does not fully account for the remarkable similarities between the map's coastline and modern seismic surveys of Antarctica's landmass beneath the ice. The level of detail is simply too close to be dismissed outright. The Piri Reis map is a testament to the idea that history may hold secrets we have yet to uncover, knowledge that seems to appear centuries or even millennia ahead of its time. If ancient civilizations had access to more advanced cartographic methods than we realize, then what else did they know? Were their cultures lost to time, ones capable of mapping continents before modern history even acknowledges their existence? The thought is both unsettling and exciting, hinting at a deeper and far more complex human past. But sometimes, the secrets of the past are not buried beneath ice or hidden within ancient texts. Sometimes, they are painted onto rock faces, preserved in plain sight for thousands of years. Yet their meaning remains just as elusive. Deep in the heart of Texas, along the banks of the Pecos River, lies one such mystery. The White Shaman Rock, a massive ancient rock painting that may hold the key to understanding an ancient and long-forgotten worldview. The White Shaman Rock is one of the most striking examples of prehistoric rock art in North America. Located in Seminole Canyon, this intricate pictograph spans over 26 feet in length, filled with haunting, otherworldly figures painted in shades of red, black, yellow, and white. It is believed to have been created by the indigenous people of the lower Pecos region, who lived in what is now Texas over 4,000 years ago. But unlike many other rock art sites which depict hunting scenes or everyday life, the White Shaman panel appears to be something entirely different. A complex, symbolic narrative that suggests a deep and sophisticated spiritual understanding of the universe. From the moment of its discovery, the meaning of the White Shaman painting has been a subject of intense debate. Unlike other prehistoric rock art that clearly represents animals, people, or daily activities, this panel is highly abstract, filled with humanoid figures with elongated limbs, spirals, and strange shapes that seem to float in the space around them. Some figures appear to be connected by lines, almost as if they are linked by an unseen force. Others seem to be entering or exiting portals, leading some researchers to propose that this painting is a depiction of a journey, one that takes place beyond the physical world. The most widely accepted interpretation is that the White Shaman painting represents a shamanic vision quest, a journey into the spirit world, where the individual encounters supernatural beings and gains knowledge beyond the ordinary human experience. Many indigenous cultures across the world have long believed in the idea of shamanic transformation, where a person, usually a spiritual leader or healer, undergoes a ritualistic process to communicate with gods, spirits, or ancestors. The symbols in the painting, particularly the tall central figure, have been compared to descriptions of shamans in trance-like states, traveling between realms to retrieve wisdom, guidance, or healing powers. One of the most fascinating aspects of the White Shaman Rock is its connection to peyote rituals. The indigenous cultures of the lower Pecos region are believed to have been among the earliest known users of peyote, a hallucinogenic cactus that induces altered states of consciousness. Scholars have proposed that the White Shaman panel may be a visual representation of a peyote-induced vision, where the figures in the painting are not literal beings, but manifestations of the shaman's spiritual experience. This theory is supported by similarities between the White Shaman painting and contemporary Huichol art, created by the descendants of ancient Mesoamerican cultures who still practice peyote rituals today. Huichol artwork is often filled with brightly colored, abstract figures, spirals, and lines that connect humans with supernatural forces, a striking resemblance to what is depicted on the White Shaman Rock. If this connection is accurate, it would mean that the traditions and spiritual beliefs depicted in this ancient painting have survived in some form for thousands of years, passed down through generations of indigenous people who still see the world through a shamanic lens. However, there is another, more mysterious interpretation, one that suggests the white shaman painting may be more than just a representation of a ritual. Some researchers believe that the figures in the painting may actually be telling a cosmological story, one that describes the creation of the universe, according to ancient indigenous belief systems. The central figure, often referred to as the white shaman, appears to be bridging two realms, possibly acting as a conduit between the mortal world and the divine. Other figures surrounding it seem to be in motion, possibly engaged in a sacred act of creation or transformation. This interpretation suggests that the white shaman rock may be a kind of prehistoric codex, a visual record of a complex mythological system that predates written history. Some researchers have drawn parallels between the symbols on the white shaman panel and Mesoamerican creation myths, particularly those of the Aztecs and Maya, which describe a universe where gods and spirits interact with humans through sacred portals. Could the white shaman panel be one of the oldest representations of this belief system long before these civilizations emerged in the historical record? Adding to the mystery is the remarkable location of the painting itself. The site where the white shaman rock is found is part of a vast network of prehistoric rock shelters, many of which contain similar abstract pictographs. This suggests that the area was a major ceremonial center, a place where people gathered for sacred rituals, storytelling, and possibly even initiation rites. Given the complexity of the artwork, it is unlikely that this was merely decorative. It seems to have been created with a specific purpose in mind, one that may have been deeply tied to the spiritual and cosmological beliefs of its creators. Like many ancient mysteries, the true meaning of the white shaman rock remains elusive. Some archaeologists argue that we may never fully understand what it represents, as we are viewing it through a modern lens, disconnected from the culture that created it. Others believe that continued study of indigenous traditions may eventually provide the key to deciphering its symbolism. What is certain, however, is that the white shaman rock is more than just a painting. It is a reminder that the past is not just about what we can see and touch, but also about the ideas, beliefs, and spiritual worlds that shaped ancient civilizations. The strange, haunting figures painted onto the rock face speak of a time when the boundaries between the physical and the mystical were fluid, when shamans and visionaries explored realms that modern science still struggles to define. It suggests that our ancestors saw the world in a way that was deeply connected to forces beyond the material, a perspective that has been largely lost to time. But while the white shaman painting offers insight into the spiritual lives of ancient peoples, there are other discoveries that challenge not just belief systems, but our very understanding of human evolution itself. One such discovery took place in Portugal, a finding so unexpected that it threatened to rewrite everything we thought we knew about the history of our own species. Buried in a limestone shelter in the Lapedo Valley, archaeologists uncovered the remains of a child who may have been the key to one of the greatest questions in anthropology. Did modern humans and Neanderthals interbreed? The Lapedo Child, discovered in 1998, is one of the most fascinating and controversial finds in the study of human origins. The skeleton, belonging to a child no older than 4 years old, was found in a carefully prepared grave, its body painted with red ochre and adorned with burial offerings, suggesting a significant ritual. But while its burial was remarkable, it was the child's physical traits that sent shockwaves through the scientific community. The skeleton displayed a puzzling combination of features. Some aspects of its anatomy were distinctly modern human, Homo sapiens, a high, rounded skull and a relatively small face. But other traits seemed undeniably Neanderthal, a robust lower jaw, a stocky build, and limb proportions more typical of our ancient cousins. This blend of characteristics led researchers to propose something groundbreaking. The Lapedo Child may be the first direct evidence of hybridization between modern humans and Neanderthals. For decades, the dominant theory had been that Neanderthals and Homo sapiens were entirely separate species, coexisting for thousands of years before Neanderthals eventually went extinct. But if the Lapedo Child truly was a hybrid, it meant that these two groups had not only lived alongside one another, but had interbred, creating offspring that carried traits of both species. At the time of its discovery, this idea was highly controversial. Many anthropologists resisted the notion that Neanderthals had contributed to the modern human gene pool, arguing that they had died out without leaving descendants. But in the years that followed, genetic research confirmed what the Lapedo Child's bones had already suggested. Neanderthals and Homo sapiens had indeed interbred, and their DNA still exists in many of us today. Recent studies of Neanderthal genetics have shown that all non-African humans carry small amounts of Neanderthal DNA, meaning that interbreeding must have occurred at some point in our shared history. This discovery has radically changed how we see Neanderthals, not as a failed offshoot of humanity, but as a group that directly contributed to the genetic makeup of modern humans. But the Lapedo Child raises even more intriguing questions. If hybridization between Neanderthals and Homo sapiens was not just possible but relatively common, how often did it happen? Did these two groups merge in some areas, forming mixed populations, before Neanderthals disappeared from the fossil record? Could there have been whole generations of hybrids living in Europe and beyond, blending the traits of two species that were once thought to be entirely separate? The child's burial adds yet another layer of mystery. The use of red ochre, a pigment often associated with ritualistic practices, suggests that the people who buried the child placed cultural or spiritual significance on the act. This aligns with growing evidence that Neanderthals were not the primitive, brutish beings they were once assumed to be. They buried their dead, created art, and possibly had their own belief systems. If the Lapedo Child was indeed a hybrid, then its burial may be one of the strongest indications that early humans and Neanderthals shared more than just DNA. They shared culture, customs, and perhaps even a worldview. There is also the question of how widespread such interbreeding may have been. If hybrids like the Lapedo Child existed, were they common? Did early humans and Neanderthals see each other as enemies or as potential mates? Some researchers speculate that in certain regions, rather than a clear-cut replacement of Neanderthals by modern humans, there may have been a gradual blending of populations, where Neanderthal traits slowly faded as Homo sapiens became the dominant group. One of the biggest challenges in understanding the Lapedo Child is that it remains a unique find. No other skeleton with such a striking mix of Neanderthal and modern human traits has been discovered in the same region, making it difficult to draw broad conclusions. Some skeptics argue that the child may have simply been an unusually robust modern human, rather than a true hybrid. But the growing body of genetic evidence supporting Neanderthal interbreeding suggests that the Lapedo Child may not have been alone. There may have been many others like them, their remains either undiscovered or lost to time. The discovery of the Lapedo Child also forces us to rethink what it means to be human. If Neanderthals were not so different from us, if they could produce offspring with modern humans, share customs, and leave a genetic legacy that still exists in billions of people today, then perhaps they were never truly a separate species at all. Perhaps the story of human evolution is not one of one group replacing another, but of a complex and intertwined lineage where different human populations met, merged, and influenced one another in ways we are only now beginning to understand. The Lapedo Child is a reminder that history is not as simple as we once believed. For centuries, the idea that modern humans and Neanderthals were entirely separate species dominated our understanding of evolution. Yet as we uncover more evidence, we realize that the story of our past is far more intertwined, complex, and mysterious. The existence of hybrid individuals like the Lapedo Child suggests that early humans and Neanderthals did more than coexist. They merged, shared cultures, and left a genetic legacy that continues to shape us today. But while some ancient mysteries lie in the bones of those who came before us, others are etched into the very rock beneath our feet. Structures that appear too perfect, too patterned, to be entirely natural. One such anomaly, found in West Virginia, has left geologists, historians, and curious minds alike questioning its origins. This is the enigma of Waffle Rock, a massive geological formation that looks as if it was carefully engineered by human, or perhaps even non-human hands. Nestled near the town of Petersburg, Waffle Rock is a massive stone slab with an intricate, grid-like pattern covering its surface. The formation resembles a perfectly symmetrical waffle with a network of deep grooves that crisscross in a precise geometric pattern. Unlike natural cracks or random erosion marks, the lines are evenly spaced and consistent, giving the impression that they were deliberately carved into the rock rather than formed by natural forces. The first question that arises is the most obvious. How did this pattern form? The explanations range from the conventional to the extraordinary. Many geologists believe that Waffle Rock is an example of natural weathering and geological fracturing, caused by a process known as differential erosion. According to this theory, the unique pattern was created over millions of years as pressure, temperature changes, and erosion shaped the rock into its unusual form. The grooves, they argue, were formed by mineral deposits filling in cracks, which later wore away at different rates, leaving behind the intricate grid we see today. But while this explanation satisfies some, others remain unconvinced. The precision of the lines, their mathematical uniformity, and the fact that such formations are incredibly rare have led to alternative theories, ones that suggest Waffle Rock may not be entirely natural at all. One of the more controversial theories is that Waffle Rock is a remnant of an ancient, advanced civilization, one that possessed knowledge of geometric construction far beyond what we typically associate with prehistoric cultures. Some researchers believe that the formation could have been part of a massive, engineered structure, a fragment of an unknown technology that was later buried and eroded over time. This theory draws parallels to other megalithic sites around the world, where stones appear to have been shaped with a level of precision that modern tools would struggle to replicate. Further fueling speculation is the fact that Waffle Rock was almost lost entirely. The massive slab was originally located in an area that was flooded during the construction of the Jennings-Randolph Lake in the 1980s, leading to the displacement of many local features. Only a portion of Waffle Rock was saved and relocated to a public viewing area, meaning that whatever deeper secrets it may have held are now lost beneath the waters. Adding to the mystery, some local legends tell of Waffle Rock being a site of strange occurrences, with stories of compasses behaving erratically and people experiencing unusual sensations while near it. While these claims remain anecdotal, they contribute to the air of intrigue surrounding the formation. Another theory that has gained traction among alternative researchers is that Waffle Rock is not the work of human hands at all, but evidence of extraterrestrial influence. Some claim that the pattern resembles a form of ancient technology, possibly even the remnants of a spacecraft or an artificial structure left behind by unknown beings. This idea is, of course, highly speculative, but it underscores the fact that Waffle Rock defies simple explanation. Even if we assume that Waffle Rock is a natural geological formation, it still raises fascinating questions. How often do such formations occur? If this pattern is truly the result of natural processes, why don't we see similar examples in greater numbers across the world? Could it be that Waffle Rock represents a geological phenomenon that we do not yet fully understand? The Waffle Rock is a striking reminder that the line between natural formations and unexplained anomalies is often blurred. Whether it is a geological wonder, an ancient artifact, or something even stranger, its presence sparks curiosity about the forces, both natural and potentially artificial, that have shaped our world. Some mysteries lie hidden in the earth, waiting to be unearthed by time and discovery. Others, however, emerge in the most unexpected ways, like the sudden revelation of human remains that seem to defy everything we thought we knew about our own species. One such discovery took place in Sayre, Pennsylvania, in the late 19th century. The remains in question were not simply unusual, they were impossible. Buried deep within an ancient burial mound, researchers reportedly uncovered a collection of human skulls with strange, horn-like protrusions extending from their foreheads. These remains, which became known as the Horned Skulls of Sayre, have since become one of the most debated and controversial archaeological anomalies in American history. The story of the Horned Skulls first surfaced in the late 1800s, when a group of archaeologists and historians exploring burial sites in Sayre claimed to have unearthed skeletons measuring well over 7 feet tall, with skulls that bore bony, horn-like structures just above the brow ridge. The skeletal features were otherwise human, but the presence of these bizarre protrusions set them apart from any known human variation. According to accounts, the remains were sent to a nearby research institution for further study, but after that, they mysteriously disappeared. With no physical evidence remaining, the Horned Skulls of Sayre have since become the subject of intense speculation, ranging from potential explanations within anthropology to theories that stretch beyond the limits of conventional history. One of the most immediate questions is whether the story itself is a hoax. Many skeptics argue that the entire tale was fabricated, either as a misinterpretation of skeletal abnormalities or as a case of sensationalist storytelling meant to attract attention. Given the time period, the late 1800s, when interest in giants, lost civilizations, and strange artifacts was at a peak, it is not impossible that the story was exaggerated or even completely invented. However, there are reasons to take the story seriously. The region around Sayre, Pennsylvania, has long been associated with ancient burial mounds, many of which predate European settlement by thousands of years. The area was home to Native American tribes who spoke of mysterious giant beings in their legends, describing powerful ancestors or even supernatural entities that once roamed the land. Could these stories have been based on real skeletal discoveries, perhaps ones that did not fit within the accepted framework of history? If the horned skulls were real, then what could explain them? One possibility is that they were the result of a genetic mutation, an extremely rare condition that led to abnormal bone growths in the skull. While modern medical science has documented cases of bony outgrowths known as exostoses, these are usually small and irregular, nothing like the symmetrical, horn-like structures described in Sayre. If a population with a unique genetic trait once existed, their remains could provide evidence of an undocumented human lineage, one that may have lived in North America thousands of years ago, before vanishing from history. Another theory is that the horned skulls were the result of deliberate cranial modification. Many ancient cultures practiced cranial deformation, binding the heads of infants to create elongated skulls, possibly for social or religious reasons. Some researchers have speculated that a similar practice could have existed among an unknown group in the Americas, though there is no concrete evidence that any ancient civilization engaged in horn-like modifications of the skull. The most controversial theories propose that the horned skulls are evidence of non-human entities, either a hybrid species or something entirely outside our understanding. Some theorists suggest that the remains could have belonged to a long-lost race of giant beings, possibly connected to the stories of the Nephilim, the half-human, half-divine figures mentioned in ancient biblical texts. Others even go so far as to propose that the horned skulls could be evidence of extraterrestrial intervention, suggesting that certain ancient groups may have had contact with beings whose physical forms were radically different from our own. But perhaps the biggest mystery surrounding the horned skulls of Sayre is not just what they were, but what happened to them. If they were real, then where are they now? Why have they vanished from official records? According to historical accounts, the remains were initially sent to a local institution for further study, but after that, they were never seen again. Some believe they were quietly removed, either destroyed or hidden away, because they did not fit within the accepted scientific narrative of human history. Others argue that they may still exist somewhere in a private collection, or locked away in a museum archive, waiting to be rediscovered. Without physical evidence, the horned skulls remain one of the most tantalizing and frustrating mysteries in archaeology. Were they an elaborate hoax, a misunderstood medical condition, or evidence of something far more extraordinary? History is filled with riddles, some etched into stone, some buried in forgotten tombs, and others lost in time, waiting to be rediscovered. The stories we've explored today are just a fraction of the unexplained, the mysterious, and the anomalies that challenge everything we think we know about the past. But with every answer comes more questions, and the deeper we search, the stranger the truth seems to become. If you enjoyed this journey through the unknown, be sure to subscribe and check out our other videos for more forgotten secrets and unsolved mysteries waiting to be explored. Thanks for watching, and as always, until next time, stay safe.